expertise to go. Now everyone, on the course and at home, can be part of the moment. Where were you when history was made? Between the game and the game as you've never known it, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
My feet go boom, 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 boom. My heart beats boom, 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 boom. Heart speed goes boom, 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 boom. My feet go boom, boom, boom. Roll on, I'm going, 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 going. There's a big storm, it's coming, 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 coming on. Roll on, I'm going, 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 going. There's a big storm, it's coming, 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 coming on. Coming, 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 coming on. Coming, 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 coming on. Boom, boom, boom. My feet go boom, 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 boom. My heart beats boom, 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 boom. Heart speed goes boom, 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 boom. My feet go.
April 16th, 2018. This is Tokyo. This is Rakon. These are Cisco executives invited to a meeting with Rakon. This is Tarek Amin, CTO of Rakon Mobile. This is Prakash Suthar, team leader from Cisco Customer Experience.
Namaskar. Good morning.
This is a story about doing something that's never been done before.
Prakash, I need someone to help me build the world's first end-to-end cloud-native network. We need a partner.
Let's do it.
In order for this to work, it has to be optimized for 5G.
We'll design it from scratch.
Fully automated.
Fully virtualized.
Cloud.
Core.
Transport.
Virtual RAN.
Everything. It will be the first of its kind.
Oh, yeah.
You can figure it out.
We can figure it out.
This is their idea. It's an ambitious idea, an unprecedented idea.
It's true.
But this is what industry executives called it.
Impossible.
But that didn't stop them, that just made them hungry.
So Prakash, how about developers?
We'll create a platform.
Different systems.
Different partners
Working
working
together.
together. What else?
This is the plane that took the Rakon team to San Jose.
Okay, so it takes 3 weeks to implement a traditional radio site.
With automation, we can do it in 10 minutes. And more secure,
Zero touch.
zero defect.
Ready for 5G.
Just upgrade the software.
This is Tarek's impressed face. This went on for months.
We're gonna need new hardware,
Then we'll partner with your vendor.
but our design.
You got it.
Then Tarek said,
And we want you to manage the whole chain, oversee the integration of vendors and partners.
February 3rd, 2019. This is Rakon and Cisco and their impossible idea making their first call.
これ綺麗だね。Oh my god.
And the world just changed. Rakon and Cisco customer experience. The right solutions, the right technology, most importantly, the right people. Between ideas and invention, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible. Every once in a while, an opportunity comes along. A really big opportunity. As in $6 trillion big. Because that's how much business is shifting to the cloud-native countries and the companies that are capitalizing on Wi-Fi everywhere with security. Like the Netherlands, where smart ports and connected highways are helping alleviate one of the most dense transportation networks in the world. In Italy, where Dallara helps automakers around the world make high-performance cars faster and safer. Cisco is digitally transforming their business, the way they work, think, and interact. At Rakon in Japan, who partnered with Cisco to build the first cloud-based and fully virtualized mobile network, a model for the future of telecommunications around the world.
Oh my god.
The hyperfast connections and the wildly transfigured networks they will spawn is going to change everything. And only Cisco has the knowledge, the experience, and the solutions to make it happen. Between the internet that's here and the internet that's coming, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
My name's Ami Tank. I've been at Cisco for 20 years. Grace Girls Home is a girls' orphanage in Sri Lanka. We have over 40 girls right now. They come from really difficult backgrounds, tremendous circumstances, yet they have resilience, they've got passion, and they want to grow up to help others. We provide them with housing, care, food, nutrition, doctors, mental health care, dental visits, and all of that. I am the chief of staff, and I manage the board. There's so many ways that technology can be used to end poverty, to help these girls. One is through online education, but we need a way to track it, to manage it, to work with the girls, and to continually kind of improve on it. When you allow a girl to stand on her own 2 feet, either through education, opportunity, exposure, whatever, you can raise a community. My mom, who has just recently passed away, she lived and grew up in pure poverty. She always persevered. Before she passed away, she said, "You've got to continue to give in life because that's the purpose of life." That to me is really what inspires me. One girl said to me, "Promise me when you leave here, you'll be my voice." And I told her, I said, "When I leave here, I'm going to tell everybody about you."
Between Sri Lanka's lost girls and a future full of opportunity, there's Ami Tank.
My name is Roy Vessel. I've been at Cisco for 12 years. Outside of Cisco, I work in teaching cybersecurity and cyber defense to youth through a program called Cyber Patriot and through the United States Air Force Civil Air Patrol. I took the team over and fell in love with it. We start at the age of 12, work all the way through high school. I want them to know how to take care of themselves and protect their information, protect themselves, protect their families. We've got kids that have graduated through my program that are now working for the government. I've got folks that are working in corporations looking for cyber threats and how do we prevent them. Cisco's been heavily involved. If you have something that you have on your heart or a passion that you want to reach out and do, talk to your manager. The satisfaction of seeing these kids grow, seeing those light bulbs go off, that's my payment.
Between curious kids and the future of cybersecurity, there's Roy Vestal.
My name is Lucy, is my English name. The Chinese name is Xiu Fan. I come from Beijing, China. I have been working in Cisco for 19 years. I'm a sales manager in customer experience team. I think Cisco is really a great company. Cisco support us giving back live days. We have some energy. We have the eager from the heart. So everybody, when they know what I'm doing, they just raise hand. Lucy, give me a chance. I want to join. I can make something happen. I work for the Green and Shine Foundation since 6 years ago. They had a lot of program, but the major program is support rural teacher and rural children for the reading program. The children really need resources to support them and to get the learning capability to support their future. We actually leverage Cisco some technology like WebEx. We provide some training to the teacher. They can, improve their skill and their reading knowledge, and they can know the word better. I think together we have a big power. It's not only one or two children can benefit from that. I'm proud of that.
Between rural school kids and a universe of learning, there's Lucy Guo.
Okay, give it a try.
Between wisdom and curiosity, there's a bridge. Between ideas and inspiration, trauma and treatment.
Gained a couple of more pounds since last time.
That's good for the baby.
Between the people and their leaders.
Affects the heart.
How's the hospital?
It's been very busy. It was busier today
Than yesterday.
When are you gonna come back?
Collaboration.
And we
have like in the center.
and creativity
You don't want that sketch to compete with the image.
between the moments that make us who we are and keeping them safe, private,
That's great.
and secure. There's WebEx.
Beautiful.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm so happy that I get to introduce someone I really look up to. When you think about DevNet, you think about what you want to do in your career, who you aspire to be like. And for me, that's Alba. Alba, thank you for being here.
Silvia, thanks for having me. My name is Alba San Martin, and I am the leader for the partner organization in Latin America. My pleasure to be here with you today.
Thank you for joining us. Now, DevNet has been around for more than 5 years now, and you have been supporting the idea of DevNet and everyone who's been working with programmability at Cisco since the very beginning. I want to ask you why you see DevNet being so important to partners.
For the partner organization, DevNet is critical because it allows our partners to turn the conversation from product to services and solutions. Second, because DevNet allows automation. Third, because DevNet creates business value and business relevance for the ecosystem.
So, Alva, of course, your heart is always going to have a special place for the partner community and LATAM. Please tell us the work you have been doing in Latin America with Cisco partners.
Well, we have doing a lot of progress with our partners. In FY20, we completed more than 52 certifications in Latin America. We trained more than 5,000 individuals in DevNet Express, and also we established a huge program to develop our partners with Black Belt with DevNet, and also we launched new MOUs to help our partners develop new software practices.
It's been busy, and I know you have a wonderful team. I know that if I need to get some answers or get some help with the community, I can reach out to Cynthia, and I will actually, it's too many names to name. So
Yes.
I'm going to make sure that I reach out. I don't want to forget anybody, but you have a team dedicated to this, and the results speak for themselves. FY20 was a great year. Now, if you could share with us what you have planned for FY21.
Yes. For our partners, DevNet is a key differentiator. So in FY21, we are planning to continue developing programmability skills. We are working on some APIs business case, so our partners can leverage what the business is asking for. Then we are going to launch new engagement tools with our partners, so we can have all the partners using all the resources that are available for them. DevNet Express workshops, the DevNet community, and all the things related to the hackathons, innovation challenge, and all this stuff that is very, very appreciated by our partners. And also, of course, we will continue strengthening our partnership with DevNet Academy, since we know that it's vital for the business to continue increasing the number of individuals that are trained with our programmability tools.
You have been doing so many workshops. Do you see a favorite technology that people really get excited to learn?
I see that our partners are very excited with DevNet. They consider that they now can solve many infrastructure problems, and also they consider that DevNet helps our partners to facilitate innovation. It makes more easy to develop and build solutions with Cisco platforms. So at the end, we see that DevNet can help all our ecosystem to remove the roadblocks and accelerate the sales cycle, because our partners can develop the bridge and cover the gaps that our customers are asking to have a complete and satisfying customer experience.
Alva, you keep mentioning the Cisco Networking Academy, and your team has done so many events, and I love to see the partnership you're doing throughout the continent. Why is the Cisco Networking Academy so important to the work that you and your team are doing?
It's a good question, Sylvia. Well, I am personally very involved and committed with CSR and an advocate of all the initiatives with Cisco Networking Academy. And in this particular matter, I think that the partnership with the partner organization and Cisco Networking Academy is very powerful, since we need to create more individuals with programmability skills that can be part of the community of programmers in all the countries in Latin America, and also can join our partners or our partner organization and start working with our customers and with our organization in developing new solutions that can leverage all our APIs and our platforms. So it's a win-win-win situation. And I think that we will continue replicating the case that we started in Peru. And this year, we are going to replicate all the initiatives that we are running with the Cisco Networking Academy in Mexico and Brazil as well.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, thank you for working with our partners and also for inspiring the next generation. And, you know, you're a big role model for me, so I appreciate it. And keep doing great work.
Thank you, Sylvia. You are a great supporter for DevNet, and we are continuing working with all your teams. So count on us, count on LATAM for FY21.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever it is that we're supposed to say that makes sense for your particular time zone. My name is Rob Boyd. I don't think I'm going to have to say that again because it's really not about me. It's all about you. It's about DevNet Create in the Americas, which is kicking off right now. You're in the right place. Rub the sleep out of your eyes if you're somewhere maybe on the, let's see, that'd be the West Coast. It's a little bit early, perhaps. Many of you have been up all night enjoying what Europe has to offer and just everything. And APJC, it's incredible the amount of work that goes into everything that you're about to see and interact with is just such a pleasure. And I'm so glad that this day is finally here. We've got such an action-packed agenda. We're going to have the keynote coming up in just a moment. So of course, hold on to that. But we've got a couple of very special hosts. You will not have to listen to me all day long. Thank gosh. We've got some very good people, some DevNet creators themselves. I'd first like to introduce my first co-host, Mandy Whaley. Good morning, Mandy. How are you feeling today? Mandy, you might be on mute, just to make sure. Yeah, there we go. This is live, people. This is great. Go ahead, Mandy. How are you doing this morning besides muting?
I'm feeling right. I mean, I think that's just a fact of life right now. We're all in WebEx meetings and everybody experiences that. I'm feeling great this morning. I am so excited to get started on the Americas content and programming. And I probably stayed up a little bit too late watching some of the Asia Pacific and EMEA. And it's been great to see the community joining in, you know, finding the talks that are really helping them with the things they're trying to learn.
Yeah, it's an amazing how many different places you guys have spread your wings. And so there is a ton to cover, but it's covered very well from everything I can tell. This feels like the most organized yet the most action-packed event I've been a part of in quite some time. I also want to introduce another co-host, Eric Thiel. Eric, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great, Rob. I'm quite looking forward to today. This is so exciting to have been able to get this around the world, and not even just streaming in 3 different time zones, but to be able to actually bring regional content from each area to show what's happening out there in the community, hear from some of our DevNet audience, some of our DevNet community members, and sharing some stories about what they're seeing, what they're doing, cool projects. I'm really excited to see the last leg. I also stayed up late last night to catch as much of the initial wave as I could.
Well, that's one of the challenges is there's a lot of interaction here. And one of the things I'm always just most impressed with, and I'm always reminded of it whenever I get to work deeply with all of you, is one, just how smart everybody is, but how active and energetic and integrated and just involved. I don't know how many more adjectives I can think of, but the point is that, everybody has the ability to do Q&A. I think I heard you and Mandy talking about being up all night, just watching the Q&A and seeing the different feedback coming back and forth. You're trying not to watch it too much while we're doing our things today, because of course you've got a load to bear yourself. So you need to be careful with that. But regardless, one of the things that's most fascinating about this event is that it's not just about, let's say, management at DevNet or Cisco speaking to all of you. It's really about all of you speaking together with a sprinkling of direction and stuff from some of the leaders here, because the leaders all feel like, I don't know about you, but they feel like one of us. And it very much feels like a community. I don't know how you pull this off, but I have a feeling that books are going to be written about DevNet in the years to come, just in terms of the success that I've seen so far, because it's come so quickly. Speaking of quickly, we're winding in just a moment, but anybody that's not familiar with Mandy Whaley, Mandy, what do you currently do for DevNet? Because you've changed roles quite a bit as you've been building this along with the rest of the team, yes?
Yes, thanks, Rob. So I've been with DevNet since the beginning, have always worked in our developer experience and developer resources. Right now, I'm leading our DevNet and technical community team, along with our Cisco learning and Cisco certification. So really helping bridge our network engineers, software automation, and bringing some of those new job roles to transform companies and transform careers.
Excellent. And Eric, I'm curious, you've been around for quite a while. I remember you first showing me around the DevNet space at one of the many Cisco Lives that we've both been at, but it was years ago. And so I don't know that I've always kept up with exactly what you're responsible for these days.
Yeah, absolutely. So within Mandy's org, I lead the technical community group, which gets to do awesome things like put on events like this, but also do a lot of community outreach where we're hearing what the community's got going on, getting examples of projects they're working on, help share our code and our learning labs and other experiences with the community, and just try and make sure everyone's got the resources they need to be successful. And that's not even just for DevNet. We extend all the way through things like Cisco Learning Network, where we're helping grow an entire certified community and help make sure they have the resources they need.
Well, guys, buckle up. Make sure you have a pen and paper handy, or however you like to take notes, because there is a ton of information coming your way here in the keynote. Susie Wee is kicking it off here in just a moment. She's got Chuck not just sharing how much he loves DevNet, which he does, but what he's been doing and what he's doing going forward, as well as a couple of other key leaders. Such a great agenda coming up for you, so don't miss a moment. Let's check out the keynote right now.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to DevNet Create. I'm so excited for us to all be together, especially because our last DevNet Create, which was in person in March, was canceled because of the pandemic hitting the US. And I know that many people were very disappointed about that and really excited about our next chance to be together. And here it is virtually. And we're excited to have special guests, including our CEO, Chuck Robbins, together with us here today. And to help me kick this off, I've invited Mandy Whaley, the head of our technical and certifications community here in DevNet and Learning. Mandy, can you please welcome folks?
Thanks, Susie. I'm so excited to be here today with our DevNet community and our learning community. We've been hearing from everyone about all the amazing things they've been learning and building all year, and we're super excited to be in this first virtual global DevNet Create to share with each other.
And Mandy, I understand that you put together a little special for our community here.
We did. We've been hearing about everyone working so hard studying for their DevNet certifications. So we have a special DevNet Create promotion for 25% off of any DevNet exam. You can get the information at the URL below, and you do need to take the exam in these weeks surrounding the DevNet Create event. But go check it out. We're really excited to be able to offer this promotion for everyone who's here part of this event.
Nice. And we know that, again, our community's been really busy earning their certifications. And one of the things that it really lets us do is automation. And we know that with this crazy year, digital transformation and automation is really important, is even accelerated with our customers. So Mandy, can you talk about what you're seeing from the community for automation?
We've been seeing the community dive into our Cisco platforms, things like ACI, DNA Center, WebEx, and Meraki. And we're seeing them also learn the foundational tools like Python, and Ansible, and Terraform. And they're using those together to tackle some of these hard automation problems that current events are bringing to us right now. So we also thought that the community could probably answer this question best. So we put together a quick video so that the DevNet community can answer what's possible with automation.
What's possible?
What's possible?
What is possible with automation?
With automation, what's possible is taking 20 years of this logic and embedding it into a network, making that network more efficient, more self-healing.
How about deploying your network infrastructure in hours or minutes instead of days or weeks?
Automation allows us to find solutions to problems we don't even know existed.
And the big value of automation is the time it gives you back.
How about getting back hours from those tedious tasks that you used to do?
What's possible?
Anything. Everything.
Anything.
Anything's possible.
From planning our everyday lives to our network infrastructures, all the way out to outer space.
Absolutely anything is possible with automation.
Connect people around the world. So the real question ought to be, what's not possible?
So now you've heard from our community, our DevNet community, about what they are doing in automation and what DevNet and automation mean to them. Now, something that I talked about at DevNet Day at Cisco Live was something that we started with Automation Exchange. It was about this walk, run, fly journey. And what we know is with automation, it doesn't just happen overnight, but it's something where you actually go in this progression of walk, run, and fly. And we realize that that also applies to our program. And so just to share a little bit of that here, what I view as that first chapter of DevNet, we were in our walk phase. And what happened there is that we had learned. We've created as much learning materials, learning labs, start now, so that you all could learn about programmability and APIs. It was about coding, so you could get hands-on with code in the DevNet sandbox and really build things out as you were learning. It was about connecting with the community. And oh my goodness, what a community. Thank you all for all of your engagement, your excitement, how you help each other. And it was about creation. Almost one of the most important things that I realized about DevNet, it's not just about learning new skills and being able to automate and creating new things. It's actually very much about all of a sudden the inspiration, the innovation, the creativity, that whole kind of juice and attitude that you get when you started to accomplish some of these skills. And now what I would say is that for DevNet, we are in our run phase. We're in our run phase where those new certifications are enabling new job roles like network automation developer, DevSecOps engineer. It's about transforming businesses with automation, with digital transformation. It's about really making automation real, and then also bringing together this new opportunity in how applications can interact with the infrastructure now that the infrastructure is programmable. And as we're in this next chapter, what happens is it's really about innovation at scale. And as I've talked to many of you, I know that what you've said is, hey, I believe, I'm transforming myself, I'm learning new things, I get what I need to do. But I go back to my company and it's hard because I need to somehow transform my team, my business, my company. How can I do that? And many of you are doing it. But I want to say that in this next chapter of DevNet, we are here together with you to help you innovate at scale. And to be able to show this to you and our commitment to this, we have a very special guest here at DevNet Create. We have our chairman and CEO, Chuck Robbins. The key about DevNet is that within Cisco, we actually had Chuck supporting us all along the way. And what happens is he supported our growth. He supports all of you, the community. He has really been bringing forward and understanding what it means for our partners and what it means for our business and our customers. So Chuck is joining us here at DevNet Create to share some of his insights into what DevNet is all about and what he would like to see from all of you. So Chuck, thanks so much for being here today to spend some time with our amazing DevNet community.
Susie, it's great to be here. I love this group. I love you. I love everything you're doing. You know that. So I always get excited when I get a chance to spend time with you.
Thanks, Chuck. So over the last 5 years as CEO, you've been building out an amazing portfolio of technology and products for our developers. And in this, Cisco's built out so many new capabilities into the new network: programmability, Wi-Fi 6, automation, AI, multi-cloud IoT, built-in security. So what are some of the innovations coming our way in the next few years?
Well, I think that, first of all, thanks to you and your team for actually exposing all that to this great developer community. And I think you're going to see just more of that. We're working on trying to create Obviously, a common architecture for APIs across the entire portfolio. We are going to continue to focus on technologies like full stack observability, and with technologies like ThousandEyes and AppD and Intersight and the things that have been built there. You'll see continued investments in the security area. You're going to probably see some enhancements in the collaboration portfolio that will give us more opportunities to actually create third-party applications around that portfolio. So there's a lot of good stuff that the teams are working on right now, Susie.
Awesome. And our developers can't wait to get their hands on them. And they're already using many of them. So it'll be fantastic. Chuck, the DevNet community is really here because of you. You've been an active supporter of the DevNet community since the very first days. And you've understood how developers can fit into Cisco's long-term strategy. So can you just talk some more about, the role that developers play and why you supported this so much?
Well, look, at the end of the day, I mean, applications are the lifeblood of our customers' business, and not only on the front end of the business, the customer-facing side, but also the work that our developers are doing to increase operational effectiveness, drive higher levels of automation, drive simplicity through all those processes. And I guess just having started my career as a developer, I believe that this is how value really gets manifested for our customers. And anytime we can have, applications that are built that are creating value because of their visibility or their ability to influence and or extract information out of the infrastructure, then it's just more valuable for our customers. I mean, so it just seemed logical to me. And I still think we're early in this journey and there's an awful lot more we can do.
Awesome. And our developers are really excited and ready to do it. And now what we've done is we've launched and created a new Cisco certification around DevNet. So we have new Cisco DevNet certifications. We launched these on February 24th. We have over 5,000 certifications that have been earned from over 4,000 individuals. So tell me, how does this new DevNet certification fit into Cisco's strategy? And what do you think about that?
Well, I think they're fantastic. Look, they speak to a level of capability that our partners and our customers want to see, and that's been the bedrock of the certification programs forever. And I think being able to give you the validation that you have the capabilities, I think, is a super important thing. And I think that it creates career opportunity, it creates credibility for our developers, and certainly helps our customers find people that they can trust and that they can work with to develop these applications as we move forward. So I think it's fantastic. And again, you're just at the beginning of that too.
So another thing that's really happened is, in the early days of Cisco, when some of your, you're still young in some of your younger years, you played a major role in growing out our partner program and our partner ecosystem. So, I know a big thing when we were always talking about DevNet is like, you knew what it could do for partners and how it would bring in new partners. So can you talk a little bit about, the ecosystem and the partners, today's and future partners, and what you see there?
Yeah, thanks for pointing out when I was younger. I have to remember that. But no, we saw back then the value of scaling our capabilities with our partners and candidly creating more value for our customers by bringing together our technology with incremental capabilities and other technology solutions that our actual, partners had. And so it's just been a great way to create outcomes for our customers that are fantastic and are probably better than they would get with either just Cisco by ourselves or with our partners unto themselves. And this just actually takes that to the next level. And I think not only does it create value for our customers, but it also creates profitability and business model transitions for our partners. As we know, over the years, there are certain things that our partners have made money on that have become less differentiated. And so they've continuously moved through the value chain, continued to find new business opportunities that were new and unique, and they could create differentiation. And I think this is one of those big areas right now, because as we've always said, that one of the unique things about DevNet is it allows you as a partner to create your absolute own intellectual property. Right? For years, a lot of the challenge we had with our partners is if your differentiation is around your services, around implementing our technology, that's great, but there may be 5 other partners who can do similar or have similar capabilities. In this case, if you create your own intellectual property, that's yours. And that belongs to you, and it creates huge differentiated value for you and your organization. So I think it is on the one hand, it's a natural progression. On the other hand, it's probably more significant differentiation than we've even enabled our partners to have in the past.
And as part of it for our partners, we've actually created the newest partner specialization, which is the DevNet Specialization. And partners have just started. There's a big pipeline of partners undergoing it, and the first ones are earning it. So, what role do you think that DevNet Partner Specialization will play going forward?
Well, I think it actually just brings to life what we just talked about. You have the individual certifications, and then within a partner, you'll have multiple individual certifications or building applications that create intellectual property, that create differentiation for you as you're talking to our customers. So I think it's a natural thing that just says that a partner has incredible capabilities on this front. And, we've seen this over the years with our customers that would put out bids, and they would actually they would look for gold partners, or, in the day we had silver partners, or specialized partners around a certain technology. And I think this is no different. I think you'll see that coming from our customers over the next couple of years as well, if we haven't already. And you may tell me that we already are.
And to go now and talk about our customers, is you spend a lot of time talking to customers. You have your entire career. What do you see about how DevNet can help with the customers, or just what kind of problems are our customers facing in digital transformation, automation, other areas? Anything that you can share there so our DevNet developers can go and work on those problems?
Look, our customers are dealing with the need to move faster, the demands that are being placed on them by the business units inside the organizations, the complexity of their traffic flows, they've been in this world where traffic originated at a branch or a mobile user and it terminated in a private data center. And now they have, oh Lord, people working everywhere, branches everywhere, devices connected everywhere, and applications everywhere, and they have data everywhere. And so this new world has just created a lot of complexity for them. So automation is incredibly important, and simplifying the operations of that environment is super important. Navigating this multi-cloud traffic world that they live in, and we're going to try to bring more capabilities that you can actually program on top of, that are going to help simplify this for our customers as well. To the question you asked earlier, Susie, but I think they're all focused on how do I drive the value of the technology to the business faster. And candidly, the pandemic has simply highlighted for almost every organization the importance of the strategic importance of technology. If you're a company that were already on a modernization or a digitization journey, it just reinforced it and accelerated it. And if we have customers who hadn't quite started that in full yet, now they know they have to. And the urgency, I think, is going to increase. So the opportunities for all of us will increase in the future to whether you're a partner or a customer. The things that we need to be doing, I think those things are just going to accelerate.
So Chuck, at Cisco Live, you've come through and you've walked through the DevNet zone, and you've seen many of our DevNet developers. And what you can see is that people aren't just there picking up swag, though you look great in your DevNet hoodie. So, but what happens is our DevNet developers they're studying, they're building new skills, they're really concentrating to really take things to the next level. So what's your advice for them on how they can further take things to the next level to have more impact?
Well, I think, it has always been one of the highlights of Cisco Live or any of our events to go through the DevNet zones or where the developers are working and see the stuff they're building. And the technology is incredibly cool, and I love seeing it. But the excitement and the pride that the engineers and the developers have over what they've created and what's possible is always energizing. So I think just keep the passion, push us. You'll need to continue to push us on the things that you need to continue to move to the next level and what you want to accomplish. And we'll continue to try to deliver the things that you're looking for, and just keep the passion and just think about how can we create breakthrough innovation from this technology that we haven't been able to in the past, just by virtue of the programmability and the development that you can do. I think if we're thinking that way, we'll create great impact for our customers.
And if we really take a look at our DevNet developers, they just want to get out there and change the world. But a lot of times what happens is they've done the work, they're transforming individually, they're learning new skills, then they go back to their companies and they need to impact kind of a bigger change. So what advice do you have for them for how they can kind of take it to that next level and help their companies and help the people around them?
Well, I think it's like anything else. You have to be willing to take risks, and you probably have to do a little bit of it on your own time, which I'm sure you do. And you need to find sponsors, right? People that believe in the crazy idea. I was talking to somebody earlier this week, and they were saying, this is probably a crazy idea. And I said, yeah, every great business was a crazy idea right up until it was a great business. And so I think just being bold and finding people who can support you and sponsor you. The other thing I would encourage is, in today's world, I think, and I don't know what the answers are, but to the extent that there's a connection between the technology and the developer community on, some of the problems that we face in society and around the world, I think that there's probably an opportunity there. And you're probably going to tell me there's great examples of people already doing that. But I think those are other ways to show the power of the technology in ways that no one's going to argue with. Right? They're all going to say, "Of course, that's a great idea. You're helping, you're helping alleviate the pressures of homelessness or whatever you're doing." I think those things are great ways to demonstrate, and then you can certainly tie in. By the way, we could do something similar in our business, and so I think there's lots of ways that you can get people's attention. And everyone's looking for breakthroughs. Everybody's looking for real innovation. All companies are looking for, how do we go faster? So I think that's what you have to focus on.
So it's been amazing being here at Cisco under you as the CEO. And it's such an honor because you not only drive business, but you're very much taking care of society. You're fighting for social causes. You're really looking at social justice and really balancing both, driving business as well as really driving forward our social responsibility. Can you talk a little bit more about why and how you do that? It's just incredible to watch. And I know other companies achieve and other CEOs want to be like you, but you genuinely do it.
I don't know about that. I think there's lots of companies doing a lot of great things. And I think particularly right now, I think not only has the current environment given an impetus to companies to step in and do more, but it's also given air cover to a lot of great CEOs who wanted to be able to do more and perhaps didn't feel like they could. So I think that's all goodness. Look, I just think it's who we are. It's you're as a business leader or as a company leader or whatever you're leading, you're simply a byproduct of how you were raised and what you learned. And if you're true to yourself, you can't actually operate in any way other than what you believe as a human being in business. And I just believe in helping others. And I think it's clear to me, though, that, and we've talked to the employees a lot, you have to do both. You have to run a great business. And by virtue of doing so, it almost gives you the right to do these other things that we want to do as well. And I think they're both equally as important.
Just as some last words out there. So we have our DevNet community. They are all so supportive. They're raring to go. What would you like to see from them? Do you have anything that you would like to ask them for?
I would actually like to just say thank you for hanging in there with us over all these years. I know there were times early on where, for those of you who have been with us for a long time, where you're wondering how serious we were about it. I think Susie probably shared those thoughts early on for a while. And she may have days these days where she feels that way. I don't know. But I think just thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for actually showing us what's possible. I would ask you to continue to do that. Continue to press us. Continue to coach us and give us the feedback on what we can do to make you successful, because we need you to be successful. And keep delivering breakthrough innovation for both your businesses, your organizations, and candidly the world. And that'll be fantastic. So thank you.
So to our DevNet team, what you can see is there you have it. Chuck Robbins, our Cisco CEO, came here to speak to all of you. And what I can say is that from within Cisco, he's been our biggest supporter. He's been our biggest DevNet advocate. He's really been our guardian angel in really everything that we've brought together with DevNet for all of you. And what you can also see is that he really believes in all of you. He believes in all the contributions that you're making. He sees you as central to Cisco's strategy and how we can help our customers and our partners and really help the industry and the world. And so now building on that going forward, let's take a look at what we're trying to achieve overall. And this is something that we've talked about before. It's really about our open API-driven architecture that we have for Cisco. And once again, as the infrastructure becomes programmable, the infrastructure allows applications to then really merge together in this new world of DevOps and cloud, and we get that great benefit between those two. And as we move forward, then what that allows us to do is really impact business, because now companies can really create great customer experiences. They can drive analytics and insights from the infrastructure itself. And so now looking at how we can bring applications and infrastructure together and what Cisco's strategy is going forward, I'd like to introduce our two biggest business leaders of our biggest business, or the business leaders of our biggest businesses, Todd Nightingale, the Senior Vice President and General Manager of our Enterprise Networking and Cloud Group, and Jeetu Patel, the SVP and General Manager of our Security and Applications Group. What I'd like to do is to have both of you talk more about what you're doing in automation, APIs, programmability, and how you're building that into our products and platforms that you're building. So Todd, Jeetu, can you tell us some more about your technology and developer strategies for your business?
Sure, I can start. I'm super honored to be here at DevNet Create. Previous to this role, I led the Meraki business for Cisco, and we've always really been tightly partnered with DevNet, and thanks to Susie, with such a huge community of developers that really fueled our business. The core kind of our strategy around developers is this idea of verticalization. I mean, at Cisco, we build truly global platforms, global technology that's applicable across every vertical. But largely, our strategy is around opening up our platforms such that developers, our developer community, can truly verticalize those solutions that can really truly serve our customers, whether they be in hospitality, retail, healthcare, education, government. Build the solutions, the applications, the automation that's right for each of those groups. And that's something that not only doesn't Cisco do, but it's a large part of why we invest so much in the developer community. It's why it's so important to us. It's why I'm excited about DevNet Create. It's also why we're driving a new platform strategy on my team to bring all of our automation functionality onto the smallest number of platforms that are as deeply integrated into our API suite and into our DevNet community as possible. So I'm super excited to be here because our strategy is so intertwined with our developer strategy.
Well, let me just echo what Todd said. Firstly, really excited to be at Cisco, really excited to be over here with the DevNet community. And if you think about what we are trying to do at Cisco, with at least the applications business that I run, we're trying to get products built that can get to hundreds of millions of people, if not billions of people. And frankly, the only way to do that at scale is by focusing on the developers that can help us build amazing solutions that can be taken to different markets. So, having an ecosystem, making sure that you're integrating with third-party applications so that there's a contiguous experience, and making sure that you're enabling customers to customize your application, but also integrating with the application that they've chosen, and also building out an entirely different set of applications that we would have never thought of. That's the way you get to billions of users, and developers help us do that. So Cisco as a company, I don't think can be successful if it isn't for developers. And so it's kind of the core lifeblood of an organization. As we think about what we want to do, like we had just a really interesting stat. We grew our WebEx APIs by 600%, just over the past couple of months in usage since COVID, because of the amount of demand for the developers and what they're starting to do with different applications that they're building. And we just want to make sure that that gets encouraged so that more and more users in different fields can get the benefit of the creativity of the entire community, rather than just the few of us who are thinking of ideas. And the only way to do that is by having kind of a scalable platform, APIs and SDKs that are opened up to the developer community so that they can go out and build what we had never imagined before. So thank you again for all the commitment of time. And we are excited to partner with you and make sure that we can take great ideas back to our users.
For the audience, I had to meet Jeetu. He was a few minutes late, and he was apologizing profusely because he was late for the meeting. And I was like, what were you doing? And he was like, oh, I was actually brainstorming about a product. And I was like, what? In your first week at Cisco, you're already brainstorming about a product?
I ideally would like to spend the most amount of my time on product related stuff, because the way I think about this, I spend about 60 or 70% of my time on product, because, as a tech company, if you don't have the right product, the rest of the stuff doesn't even matter. I don't want to represent a product that I'm not proud of. So we have to make sure that when there's kinks in the product or things that we don't like, that we get into a mode of innovation, of continually getting it better and better and better on a daily basis.
Great. So for both of you, it's clear that you're investing in developers, you're investing in APIs. What kind of, since you're speaking to our DevNet community, what kind of innovations and what role do you see developers playing in your business to help expand your business?
I think, though, G2 brings up an important point, which is, I think, a responsibility all Cisco products have. It's not just to be the richest API suite, the richest API set to enable all of the innovation your teams do, but to be the simplest to use API suite. And I think G2's brought an enormous amount of focus onto this idea of how fast can you come up to speed? How quickly can you take an API key and develop your first, hello world app? And G2's even brought this concept of constantly demoing, even in our executive leadership teams, new features and new functionality. And I've seen that from DevNet and DevNet developers constantly. And it's made me feel like, the direction here is so good. It's why I felt so confident in building our strategy around DevNet. We depend on DevNet and DevNet partners to really verticalize our offerings and to build not just the automation, but the real business applications on top of our systems that make them not just the infrastructure that the world relies on, but a fully automated part of every business and every organization that uses Cisco products. And so for me, this sort of developer community and application building community becomes the verticalization technology strategy for Cisco and certainly for my team. And it's incredibly important to our strategy. I do want to thank everyone here who's invested so much time, and especially the folks who've built applications and built automation that was really tailored to their customer and tailored to a vertical and a use case that's important to our customers.
Firstly, if you look at any company in tech, and especially in software that's at scale, they were a platform. They weren't just an applications company. They might have started with an application, but you have to be a platform to be able to get to scale of hundreds of millions of users. What I mean by platform is there's data and APIs that you have that others can take advantage of so that they can build solutions for the end customer in ways that you had never imagined. And that actually is what creates a massive kind of viral effect of your product to hundreds of millions of people. And you can't do that if you don't obsess about the developer community and make sure that there's, like, for example, the way that we think about this is documentation should have a product manager, because it's so important to have the right documentation, because it's the documentation that's going to determine whether a developer is going to be productive with your APIs. And it's not just the APIs, it's the SDKs on top of the APIs that most developers will end up using. So can you just give them more and more abstraction, but give them all the customization that they need so that they can build this amazing end application? And then what we have to do is, as time goes on, continue to keep helping and supporting our developers so that they can build applications that have active use and that are being actually utilized by our customers on a very, very ongoing, on a pretty broad basis from a usage perspective. If developers are building products that aren't getting used, we need to make sure that we're helping that happen. And that's when you make magic happen.
Excellent. So now I know what right now our DevNet community is really excited because they want to get their hands on really good platforms and APIs, and just hearing the commitment from both of you is really exciting for them. So let's dive into this a little bit more. So Todd, a lot of our developers have heard about the ThousandEyes acquisition. So can you talk more about how this enables our automation strategy and what this does for our developers?
I think the reason that this platform is so kind of developer friendly, beyond just the fact that it's built natively in the cloud, it's always been a platform developer first with a developer first strategy. It's because it's really, as far as networking goes, it is the ultimate in insights. It provides a true visibility into what's really happening across the entire network, including the internet, the parts of the network that need to be monitored so closely today And up until now, we just really haven't had access to that. We've been so focused on monitoring private networks and networks that were under our control. The internet is really the new network. It's the new corporate network. And ThousandEyes unlocks that. And the API suite is incredibly rich. So anyone who is looking at application performance monitoring, especially with AppD, you can combine that with insights coming off the ThousandEyes APIs. And if you're looking across SD-WAN, WAN health, internet health, it's an amazing platform. So I would just ask everyone just to take a look. It's super cool technology.
G2, you're on Twitter, and I'm on Twitter as well. As I've seen your tweets, I know that you have a goal of making WebEx meetings 10 times better than in-person meetings. Can you talk a little bit more about how you're planning to make that happen, and also how can the DevNet community help?
Our goal is not to make WebEx better than a competitor. It is to make sure that the experience that people derive from WebEx is 10 times better than what you would have in an in-person meeting or an in-person interaction. Because when you get there, the world just becomes a better place. And so, for example, wouldn't it be nice if rather than just sitting across from each other and talking, you didn't have to worry about taking notes because the conversation was getting recorded that you could refer to later. There was a transcript for the conversation. You could share that recording with someone else if you wanted to. There was active translation. So if you were speaking in a certain language, I was speaking in a certain language, how do we make sure that we have translation happen dynamically in real time? These are all the kinds of things that can get people really excited about actually working from home in a more productive fashion than not. And so that's our goal, that's our mission. And that's how customers should eventually kind of evaluate us, is whether or not we're kind of living up to that promise. The one last thing I'll say, the way that we want to do that is we want to be part of a larger ecosystem that we can integrate with. So regardless of the applications that you're using, you should be able to integrate with WebEx, so that there's a seamless flow of information that's going back and forth. We shouldn't require that customers use a certain set of tools, but as you have the cloud, the beauty about the cloud is you have these RESTful services that they can just talk to each other. You don't have to buy everything from a single vendor. You could just make sure that there's an open ecosystem, and that's where developers can be a huge help.
Todd, a few of your other platforms that I know our developers are really interested in. So anything that you can share about Intersight, SD-WAN, DNA Center, Nexus Dashboard, or any other new innovations in the cloud and data center space?
We've seen some real amazing shift. The vManage platform is a great example. Practically every single thing that you can do across that platform, you can do through APIs. And I think that kind of sets the standard here among my teams in terms of this feature complete API suite. And the analytics around that, which inform user experiences, is really amazing. Intersight is another really key example. I think we're starting to see the transition, this real kind of live transition from sort of infrastructure management to real cloud orchestration and Kubernetes orchestration. And the APIs are really being designed in order to really unlock the kind of, live automation of spinning up cloud resources across public and private clouds there. And that's exciting for us too. DNAC has had a really good run. We're starting to see adoption ramp up on the APIs, and I'm really focused on that. As I know all of DevNet, I know all of DevNet is too. So thank you again. Thanks for the help.
Awesome. And G2, in addition to collaboration, you have a few other assets and platforms that our community loves. So first of all, you have AppDynamics, which is certainly helping us tie infrastructure up to applications. And then also at Cisco Live DevNet Day, one of our most popular sessions was a deep dive on the new SecureX platform. So can you share a little bit more about how these fit into your strategy?
Yeah, so I mean, if you think about it, there's three big businesses that I have the privilege of running here. One of them is collaboration business, one of them is security, and then the other one is the AppDynamics business. And if you think about the problems that each one of them are solving, developers are going to be pretty central to each one of those, because we will have first-party apps that we have on each one of these areas, but the way that those apps can get better customized, better integrated into the systems that organizations have, and better tailored for very specific use cases that sometimes companies are going to need that our out-of-the-box application isn't going to be able to provide, is through our developer community. And so whether it be SecureX, where you'd be able to look at it through a single pane of glass and look at all of the security configurations that you want to manage, or whether it be with AppDynamics, where you want to measure an application's performance and the business performance of an organization, then you want to see specifically how that can be customized through activity that a developer can participate in. We've actually got a tremendous amount of commitment to developers. And so the way that we think about this is and this is going back to what Todd said, The eventual goal would be any capability that we build should be built on an API that can be publicly available. It's not always going to be the case right now. There's some, we have majority parity, but there might be some things that are, that are delivered in first-party applications before they're delivered in APIs, and then there's some things which are delivered in APIs before they're delivered in the first-party application. But our goal is to make sure that those two are tying pretty close, side by side, so that developers can enjoy the same creativity that our internal developers have, so that they're building out applications for things that we might have never even dreamed or thought about as use cases to deliver to the market.
One thing is that pretty much everybody who's watching here pretty much believes, because they've gotten in there, they're picking up software, they're doing automation, they're programming, they're using APIs. That's why they're here watching. And now just like one issue that I know a lot of our developers have is like, okay, now I believe, but how do I get my workforce? How do I get my company? How do I get, my business? How do I get the industry to really, kind of take that next step? So do you have any suggestions on how they go from what they believe in to how they can impact this bigger change?
The way that I would recommend for a developer to think about, getting the entire organization engaged is you have to make sure that you start with with an application that's built that very quickly gets to a demo stage where you can actually make sure that there's a prototype that goes on. And the way that we've done this sometimes is, hackathons within organizations for developers within that organization, where you can actually share some of the ideas with senior level management is a great way to do it, because once senior level management start getting excited about an idea or two that could fundamentally transform the business or change the way that the revenue works or change the way that you manage your customer relationship, all of those things actually get a lot of energy that's built in internally. And so what I would do is, as developers, organize those hackathons, make sure that you have proofs of concept, make sure that those are getting very frequently demoed. When you start to see that happen, there's a lot of excitement that actually builds up in the innovation culture within the company. And then also the execs get aware of it. And when they start getting aware of it, that's how you place your bets and strategically what you want to go out and do.
I think the proof is in the innovation. As the more powerful the applications, the more powerful the automation built here, the faster that organizations are going to want to invest in it. And I think that's really what drives our investment here too, and our partnership with Susie and the DevNet team. We know that this is the path forward, and I think anyone who doesn't know that yet, it will soon. So.
Maybe one more point I'd add is the most important thing is to show customer value with the thing that you've built. The early indicator of customer value is adoption and usage. So, while it's not a guarantee to customer value, it's a prerequisite for customer value. So make sure that whatever you're building, you're monitoring how quickly the usage is happening. And one of the things about usage is there retention? Are people coming back to your product? And do you know why they're coming back? Because if you can figure out why retention occurs within your product, you will actually start to grow the usage of the product. And when you grow the usage of the product, you will get the attention of the executive more than anything else. And so just make sure that you're actually starting to see how the early adopters, how they're responding to the product, and take that data to the users and to the executives, and they'll actually be much more keen on that, on the results of that data.
That's awesome. So, it's just fantastic advice throughout. Thank you both so much for joining us. I know that right now, once again, our community is really excited to have two business leaders who are so strongly dedicated to developers, APIs, a great developer experience. That was really awesome advice to people as well. Build demos, make sure that you can measure everything and show those analytics and the usage and drive that usage. So again, really, really important. And I know that you both walk the talk. So, I walked around with Todd in his Meraki days in the Meraki office. They just had dashboards everywhere showing API usage, global usage, everything. Again, bumping into G2, he's coming out of product meetings where he's thinking about product hands-on and everything there. So thank you so much. I'm, everybody, our whole community is so pleased to have both of you on Cisco's executive leadership team, and we will be seeing a lot more of you in our DevNet community. So now you heard from Todd and G2 about the new platforms that you're going to have coming your way. And what I'd like to do now is actually share with you some of the developer tools that you have on DevNet today. And so what I would like to announce first is our AppD Developer Center. So we have a new AppD Developer Center on DevNet. And what this has is new learning labs for getting started with AppD. And of course, getting hands-on. So we have a new DevNet Sandbox with AppD. And in addition to this, what we have is sample code and GitHub projects to have real code to get you started. So please just jump right in there into that AppD Dev Center. Next, what we're happy to bring onto DevNet is Cisco's app-first security approach. So you've heard about app-first security, perhaps, and this is where, security really starts with the application. And what we do is then take it across. And so what we have are new learning labs that help you do this. So with our app-first security approach, it leverages Tetration, StealthWatch Cloud, Duo, and App Dynamics, puts it together into the entire application lifecycle across cloud and on-prem deployments, using any workload, integrated all the way up to the apps. And in our sandbox, what we have is a cloud-native application and public cloud infrastructure that uses Tetration, StealthWatch Cloud, and Duo, as well as a staged AWS infrastructure where you can modify and deploy the application, instrument the security products with it, and then also use developer tools like Git, Kubernetes, Docker, AWS, and others. So jump into those. Next, I'd like to talk about our Cisco Intersight Terraform provider. Cisco Intersight is an advanced, globally available cloud operations platform that you can use to manage, monitor, automate, and orchestrate your data center, both physical and virtual data center, in terms of its compute, networking, storage, and virtualization resources. So what this does is provides HashiCorp's Terraform to fully use the Intersight REST APIs so that you can go on with your infrastructure as code applications. Next is the Meraki Dashboard API. So I know that you all love using the Meraki Dashboard API, and we're happy to announce its evolution from V0 to V1. So the Meraki team has been working really hard on their APIs. There are over 150 new API endpoints. And what this does is bring more of the capabilities from the Meraki Dashboard into APIs, which is exactly what you want, so that you can control all of these in your own way. We also have an improved documentation experience, and this is worth calling out on its own. So what we did was we have a new DevNet interactive API documentation tool. And what this does is it allows you to test live API calls directly in your web browser. And what you can do is use your endpoint and your API credentials, and then start making authenticated calls directly into your service. So this lets you test different required and optional parameters, see the responses, error codes, and so on. So I know that, we know that documentation and interactivity is a really important thing to our developers to get going. Next is a new sandbox. So we have a sandbox that brings together Cisco DNA Center with ICE. And in this, what you can do is set policies regarding user management and device access through DNA Center, but then enforce them through ICE. So we have both DNA Center and ICE in a single sandbox, together with different things for you to try. And finally, what I want to talk to you about is the new SecureX Learning Labs. So with SecureX orchestration, what this allows us to do is to create workflows with a low-code, no-code, drag-and-drop environment. And what that does is lets you get started easily with security and SecureX orchestration, and then add in your own code to do more automation and integration. And so these learning labs make it really easy for you to, once again, get started and get going and get hands-on with SecureX. So that was a lot of developer resources that we've prepared for all of you. And now what I want to do is bring Mandy Whaley back. So Mandy, you've been listening to the chat, you've been participating. Tell me what you're hearing out there.
Absolutely. So in the chat rooms, in the Q&A panel, I'm seeing so much excitement about those new developer tools that you took us through. People are ready to get hands-on with the new learning labs and the new sandboxes.
And as you've been always talking to developers, and here in DevNet, we're always working on providing resources to help our developers as much as possible. But sometimes they're asking for more. So what else are you hearing that they're asking for from us?
We always hear from developers they're looking for a way to make their job, fast and easy and a direct path to getting things to work. So SDKs and great documentation is always important. We're also hearing they're looking for a journey that takes them from product training to automation tools to developer tool integration and even testing their skills with certification.
And as they're doing it, there's actually different key technology areas that they're grappling with. So what are some of those key areas that they're really working on and attacking?
Some of the ones that we're seeing really big interest in right now is around SD-WAN and then security and really scaling up security with automation, and then automation in the data center, bringing in tools like Terraform and Ansible and really moving towards infrastructure as code.
So SD-WAN, security, data center, kind of automation throughout all of those big areas. Great. So I know that you've actually prepared some more resources together for our developers. So Mandy, take it away.
So to help you get deeper into these three critical areas of SD-WAN, security, and data center automation, we've put together 3 learning adventures for you that we're excited to bring to you today. So you can choose your learning adventure and dive into these areas. Let's start with SD-WAN. We've heard from businesses and members of the community that many people are looking at skilling up in the area of SD-WAN. They're looking at how it can help solve their business problems and how do they get the skills within their team to put together the solutions that solve those problems and get to the outcomes they're looking for. And so we've brought all of this together in our SD-WAN developer site on DevNet. You can find things like the Sandbox, which lets you get hands-on with a very real-world deployment with SD-WAN, even including things like emulation, so it behaves like a real-world network. And there are options such as the always-on lab, as well as a private reserved sandbox. And then developer resources. We are very excited to bring to you the new Python SDK for SD-WAN. And we're going to see a short video of how to use that in just a moment. But we also have things like new use cases, new developer docs, and new learning labs that put all of these resources together for you, as well as connecting to all the developer tools such as Ansible, the TIG stack, and Python, and making it easy for you to put these all together into a solution. And we know this is an area where some people are getting started and they want to go deep into the product training. So we have hands-on learn by doing courses on things like implementing Cisco SD-WAN solutions, as well as automating SD-WAN solutions. And you can test out all of these skills and prove your knowledge in our certification tracks. You could earn your SD-WAN specialist certification, your DevNet Enterprise Automation certification, and even all the way up to the new CCIEs. Let's take a look at a quick demo from Stuart Clark, one of our developer advocates, on using the new SD-WAN SDK.
To start using the SDK for SD-WAN, you can install this using pip. Once you've installed this, set up your environmental files, such as your vmanage host, vmanage username, and vmanage password. Next, you would create an authentication object and call the login function. Once you've authenticated to Cisco vmanage, you can make API calls by creating an instance of the API object you're interested in, such as device, settings, local policy, etc. Then, we call the object function and the object. The example here retrieves a list of all the devices. For working with return data, the data is returned in the SDK usually by a Python dictionary. In this example, we extract the host names from the device config list by referencing the dictionary name of host name key.
Our next learning adventure is around security. We know that security is more important than ever, and businesses are looking at how do they handle more scale? How do they respond more quickly to the threats that they're seeing? And we've pulled together resources in our updated Security Developer Center on DevNet. You heard Susie talk about the new application first security sandbox and learning labs. You could find those on this Developer Center site, along with all the information about how you can use Tetration, StealthWatch, Duo, and AppDynamics together. We also have new Tetration Terraform providers, which we're really excited to bring to the community, and all the learning labs and tools to help you get started with those. We know that people are skilling up across many different security platforms and technologies, including ICE, including Firepower, and we have our Learn by Doing training courses available on all of these different topics. And then within our certifications, we have a whole new track on CyberOps. We have an associate CyberOps certification as well as the professional. And we're really looking forward to the community diving into those and skilling up on CyberOps. There's also a DevNet automation for security specialist and everything in the CCNP track all the way up to CCIE. And our next adventure is around automating your data center. So this is one where we are hearing from developers. They're really looking at infrastructure as code and how to use those practices in the data center. We have built a brand new developer center at developer.cisco.com/Nexus API. And this brings together all of these resources, the new Terraform providers, the new Ansible modules, bringing together all of our data center technologies, things like ACI and multi-site orchestrator. We have updated sandboxes, updated learning labs, and many paths to get you started on infrastructure as code. And then if you're ready to go deeper and do deep training on things like ACI, we have the same lab-based courses with ACI infrastructure embedded into them, ACI Essentials, ACI Advanced. And these can help prepare you for your certifications, including the DevNet Data Center Automation Specialist, and then all the way up through the Data Center CCNP track and very top of the stack with CCIE. So we hope you go check out this new developer center. We just launched it. We're very excited to bring it to the community, and keep your eye on it. We're going to be adding more and more resources throughout the year. Next, I'd like to take you into a demo where Allison Butler and I bring together Cisco Modeling Labs, our DevNet Sandbox, and Automation Exchange to show you how you can jumpstart your automation journey.
How does innovation at scale start? It starts with you. It starts with one person who has the ability to explore, to build, design, and test your code in a secure, remote environment. With DevNet Automation Exchange, Cisco Modeling Labs, and DevNet Sandbox, that's exactly what you can do. The DevNet Automation Exchange allows you to find code that solves your problems. The DevNet Sandbox gives you a place to explore new ideas, to try new technologies, and to build and design your projects. And Cisco Modeling Labs helps you model your network topology and test code against a simulated version of your own network environment. So how does innovation at scale begin? It's like a ripple effect that starts with you, expands to your team, then your business, until your entire industry has transformed. Sound big? Don't worry. You have the DevNet community and DevNet tools supporting you along the way. Now let's hear a real example from Allison Butler. Allison is a DevOps engineer on our DevNet Sandbox team, and she is going to show you an example of using these three powerful tools together to build, design, and test code for your own project.
Let's take a look at how Cisco Modeling Labs can help automate a baseline configuration across multiple device types with a little help from DevNet Sandbox and Automation Exchange. I've already got my CML sandbox reserved, so let's go check out the CML interface. My lab topology includes multiple devices of different types which need to be configured. I could configure them using the built-in terminal, but that would take a while and I'd probably make mistakes. Fortunately, I found a use case on Automation Exchange that should be able to help. This solution uses Ansible, an open source configuration management tool, to configure devices based on YAML files. This use case is based on the topology that I'm using, but I could use the GitHub repo as a basis for custom configurations as well. First, I need to run the setup script to pull the repo and install dependencies. I'll do this in the DevBox SSH terminal from my sandbox. Next, I'll need to actually run the commands to configure my network. As it's going through, we'll see a whole bunch of devices are all getting configured, and it's done. Finally, I can run this last command to verify that my network is configured. Everything is coming up green, so it looks good to me. Everything I've shown here in this demo is also available at developer.cisco.com for you to check it out yourself.
So now you've seen from Mandy and Allison about some of the new DevNet tools that we have for you to use today. And what I would like to do is take a step back and think more about you. And as I think about the journey that many of you have been on, as you have earned your different Cisco certifications, your CCNAs, your CCNPs, your CCIEs, and entering this world of DevNet with DevNet certifications. I can just say that I once again want to thank you for all of your efforts, because there is such a history that we're building on and such an opportunity that we have going forward. So please take a look at this video that shows the opportunity that we have.
At the dawn of the internet, the challenge was getting IP networks built and getting businesses online, and the first ever Cisco certified community answered the call. Our legendary CCIEs of '93 redefined business IT and established the CCIE as the gold standard for professional certifications. CCIEs put business on the World Wide Web, and it was awesome. Then, the world changed again. Business went mobile, so Cisco created professional certifications around collaboration, security, and mobility to empower the next wave of IT professionals to put real-time voice and video onto IP networks. And now, businesses are digitally transforming, redefining business IT again, and the new Cisco DevNet certified community is leading the way by bringing software, automation, cloud, and DevOps to the programmable network, to enable the next generation of applications that will accelerate business for decades to come.
Derek Winchester, a member of the CCIE Advisory Council and a member of DevNet 2020.
My name is Andra Ellert. I work at Entity Limited. Having Cisco DevNet certification has actually been quite an achievement for all our entire network automation community.
I'm Charlie Greenaway, and I'm part of the DevNet class of 2020.
Jeff Shively. As a software developer, I'm a proud member of the DevNet class of 2020 and DevNet 500.
The industry will be led by DevNet certified professionals who can automate and write applications for the new programmable network. There was only one CCIE class of 1993, and there will only be one DevNet class of 2020. You have the unique opportunity to become certified to fulfill new job roles that have never existed before, to unleash the power of the new network and accelerate digital transformation. Become a member of the DevNet class of 2020 today and become a legend of tomorrow.
Wow. So now you can see why we put so much value on the CCIE and on the DevNet certifications, and the opportunity that we have for all of you going forward. So please come and join the Cisco DevNet class of 2020, and we can be creating together history going forward. And what we did was we talked about innovation at scale, and how what that does is it starts with you as an individual, goes to your teams, goes to your businesses, and goes to the industry. And to put it all together, let me just show you the different pieces we have in place. So first of all, for yourselves, what we did was we created the Cisco DevNet certifications to make sure that you could get the professional credit that you deserve for all of the work that you're doing and learning about APIs, programmability, automation, and applications. And to help your teams, what we have in place are guided study groups to help groups of people who are going forward for their DevNet associate certifications or their CCNA. And by learning together as a group, what you can do is create that common vocabulary and create that community of learners to be successful going forward. And to help your business, what we've done is we've created Cisco DevNet automation boot camps. We talked about that walk, run, fly journey with automation. And with automation boot camps, what you do is have a 5-day and a 4-day workshop with a group of people from your company in order to be able to learn about automation, APIs, programmability in a very hands-on way and put it to practice within your company. And to impact the industry, Chuck talked about the importance of partners and the partner specializations and about the DevNet partner specialization. And with all of you, many of you work for partners. And as you are doing your work and creating that differentiation for yourselves, certainly for your partners, you can earn that DevNet specialization and show people that you are the type of company, your partner, that can help customers going forward in digital transformation and automation. And next is to really innovate in the industry. It's really about the community. And I'm thankful for all the efforts that all of you have put together into the DevNet community. And as we take a look at the Cisco APIs and the way that we innovate as a community through your own code contributions in DevNet Code Exchange and DevNet Automation Exchange, and creating those linkages with the developer tools that you like to use in the industry and making sure we can innovate well with Cisco's APIs. And then putting it all together with package solutions in DevNet Ecosystem Exchange and Solutions Plus to create that entirely new class of solutions that use applications down to programmable infrastructure to really help out customers and accelerate business success. And now I'd like to welcome one of my great friends at Cisco, Ruba Borno, to join us. So Ruba is Cisco's SVP and General Manager of the Global CX Centers, Customer Experience Centers. Her team delivers the full portfolio of Cisco services, including technical support, professional services, managed services, customer success, and our global services logistics. So Ruba, today with our DevNet Create community and our DevNet community, we've been talking about how developers can unlock new potential with automation and how they can inspire others so that the entire businesses and entire teams can transform. And I know that you've been a big proponent of DevNet ever since you first joined Cisco as Chuck's chief of staff, the chief of staff to the CEO, and even now through your job today. So can you talk about how you're building skills in your team so that they can transform using DevNet? And tell us about what inspired you to make all this happen.
Thank you, Susie. You are spot on. I have been a huge DevNet fan since day one. So much so, and I'm nervous saying this in public, I'm working towards my own certification, which I hope to finish sometime this fiscal year. But I'm also expecting my professional services engineers to get certified. As of September of this year, the CX centers had more than 1,000 DevNet certified engineers. We are so excited about that. That's 1,000 engineers ready to build automation, drive orchestration, and then use APIs to have integrations. Why? To develop solutions for our customers. This is critical in the future, and it's critical today. We are on our way to helping our customers deliver those outcomes.
Wow, I love that. And by the way, if you finish this year, you can be part of the DevNet class of 2020. But fiscal year is good too. So question. So as we know that, what really happens is it's one thing for the individual, like the DevNet developer, to be inspired and create their skills and do everything there. And it's another thing to inspire their leadership teams to also make this transformation and to invest in automation and the skills that they need to transform. Do you have any advice for them?
We have got to look at the big picture. This is all about staying relevant in technology and digital transformation. In the future, understanding infrastructure is going to be necessary, but it's insufficient because we have to tie the performance of infrastructure to the applications, which is where the customers are getting their outcomes. We're tying it to application development, to the business outcomes, to what's actually driving their business. They want to build fast capabilities. They want to be able to deploy them quickly and anywhere and intelligently. And having that capability allows us to accelerate the digital transformation for our customers. And guess what? That leads to more infrastructure investments. It leads to more software and SaaS investments. And that's what DevNet is all about. This isn't just my opinion. It is right in Cisco's strategy and in our mission. If you look at our mission, it says we're here to inspire new possibilities by reimagining applications. I think DevNet provides us the tools, the knowledge, and the capability and a blueprint to do that. And I'm so excited that we're working on this with you and so excited to see what the team's got next for us.
Ruba, thank you so much for supporting us from the beginning and then really walking the talk by transforming your team. You have over 15,000 people. You have over 7,000, of which over 7,000 of them are professional services employees. You're having some fraction of them get DevNet certified so you can offer services. It's an amazing transformation. So inspiring. Thank you.
It's more than a fraction, Susie. We're fully committed. We're going to get thousands more DevNet certified engineers in the centers.
Amazing. Thank you. So you just heard from Ruba about how we can innovate at scale and how she's doing it with her very own team. And coming back, what we know is that innovation at scale starts with you. And to be able to help transform your workforces, what we've done is we've put together this workforce transformation package that puts together our DevNet Associate Study Group with DevNet Automation Bootcamp and a Cisco Digital Learning subscriptions for a number of your team members. And when you take a look at this, this is how you can learn together with your team and really catalyze your company to innovate at scale. So now we can ask the question, where will you go with automation? So I want to take a minute and thank all of the speakers. So all of the speakers who are speaking here today at DevNet Create actually were originally ready to present at the original DevNet Create that was scheduled for March. They've reworked all of their content, they've put in their latest technology advances, and then worked on the virtual presentations that you are seeing here today. So thank you to all of you. And now, as we move forward, what I want to do is go on to the next parts of DevNet Create, the DevNet Create Demo Jam, and our DevNet Creator Awards. So Mandy is going to take us through this. And next up, the DevNet Create Demo Jam.
Welcome to the Demo Jam. The Demo Jam started at DevNet Create, and it's one of our most requested events. It's like an open mic for demos. It's when our community, our advocates, everyone can show the latest things that they've been building and working on by sharing with the community a real hands-on demo. This is the first time that we're doing it across all of our regions. So we've had Demo Jams in EMEAR and APJC, and now it's time for our Demo Jam America style. I'm excited to introduce to you the Demo Jam presenters. First up, we have Brad Haas. He's going to take us through an application he built using the Cisco Unified Communications Accessible API. This was actually one of the first APIs that I ever learned from Cisco platforms, and I'm really excited to see this demo. It takes us through how to do management at scale and how to simplify managing at scale with Cisco Unified Communications Manager. This code is published in Code Exchange, and you can check it out and modify it and use it for your own applications. Next, we're going to go to Jose Bogarin, and he's going to take a deep look at the DNA Center SDK. He's actually going to show us how to use the DNA Center APIs, the SDK, and the CLI. And to finish off this segment, we'll have Kareem Iskander, who's going to take us through securing your API authentication keys using Vault. This is a really cool demo. It's a great way to learn about API token handling, how to handle those tokens in a secure way using something like Vault. And he's going to use Cisco DNA Center as a way to build an application and talk you through this functionality. All right, I'm looking forward to it. Let's go for it.
Hi there, my name is Brad Haas. I'm here to talk to you about an application that I recently submitted to Code Exchange. I am a director of professional services at Presidio. I'm responsible for our partner specialization with Cisco through DevNet. So really excited about that. So the application that I'm about to show you is called the CCM Exporter. This is meant to help engineers who are commonly working with Cisco's Unified Communications Manager and gives a quick, easy way to export information out of the system. This works through the command line interface, but also works through a simple user interface that you're seeing on the screen here. On this first tab, you'll see our connection information, which uses Cisco's API, Accessible API, to connect to the UCM system. You can see here we specify the host we want to connect to, the version that it is running, credentials with Accessible permissions on the system, and then what we want to export from the system. In our case right here, for our example, we're going to export users. Other things you can export are phones, translation patterns, SIP trunks, and registered phones. On tab number 2 here, you can see that we can select an output file and give it a special name. So when I export this, it will export to a CSV file. I can timestamp that file, which I'm going to go ahead and do. So that way it will create a new file each time I run it. And lastly, I have an optional parameter here where I can actually send the output through email, through an SMTP server. And in this case, I'm going to send it to myself here. So I'm going to go ahead and click Start now that I have all my information plugged in. And you can see here, it's starting to export users out of the system. And you can see it found quite a few. We have success. I should have a file now inside my folder here. There it is. User export with a date time stamp. I'm going to go ahead and open that up. and you can see some of the information that's exported out of the system, like the username, first name, last name, telephone number, all the things that you'd find in the UCM directory. And then, of course, the email that was generated, that same file was sent to me. And you can see here, I can see that it was successfully completed. It gives me the timestamp that the job ran. So this is something that if you ran it as the command line interfaces mode, you could run it as a batch job or some sort of cron job in your system and get this information on a regular basis. So with that, I want to thank you. Please check out the code exchange. You can find this application there. It's called CUCM Exporter. And I want to thank you for your time and have a great DevNet Create. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jose Ogarin Solano. And this talk is basically talking about CLIs and APIs, especially the DNA Center CLI. In this demo, we're going to talk about how to integrate with Cisco DNA Center platform using DNA Center API directly, using the DNA Center SDK, and the DNA Center CLI. The use cases we're going to cover are getting the device count, getting the device list, filter that device list using the hostname, filter that device list using the platform, and also getting a single device information. So the first thing that we're going to see is the code for doing it with functions, or basically directly using the request library. And as you can see, we have a very long line that we have to do everything from scratch. So we have an 88 line files where we can do all the querying and all the information for those use cases that I mentioned. But as a developer tool, we can simplify this workflow using the SDK, which goes from that 88 line file to a 37 lines file, which again, it really simplifies the whole workflow for the developer. And as you can see, it definitely, it's the same information that we get from both. So using the functions or using the SDK, it's the same information in both cases. We get device count, we get the device list, we get the filter, we filter that information using the hostname, or we filter it using the platform ID, and finally we get a single device. Same here. Device count, device list, filter by hostname, filter by platform ID, and finally by device ID. And again, you can see the code here side by side. So from this very long line file where we have to do everything from scratch, we can simplify that using the SDK. Finally, there's another tool that we can use, and it's the DNA Center CLI, which again, we can use to get the same information. So we can get the device count, we can also get the device list, same information as we're getting before with either directly with the request library or with the SDK. We can do also the filter by platform ID, by hostname, as you can see here. We can do it by platform. And finally, again, as in the other use cases, we can get the device, a single device. That's it for the demo. Thanks so much.
Hello, my name is Kareem Iskander, and I'm a developer advocate with Cisco DevNet. Today, I'm going to talk to you about HashiCorp Vault. Vault is a tool for securely accessing your secrets. You're going to ask me, what is a secret? A secret could be anything. Your database credential, your authentication token for an API, your access to AWS. In this case, I'm going to show you how to leverage Vault to essentially secure your authentication for your instance of Cisco DNA Center and bringing that into your code and being able to start calling those DNA Center APIs. The way that it works is you basically go download and install Vault binary. Once you've done that, I've supplied an Postman collection for you to bring in and start initializing and building out your server. Once you start your server, there are two ways for you to start the server. Start it out in dev mode, which is not persistent, or start it out in a persistent mode with basically a config file, which I also supply, so you don't actually have to worry about that. And you essentially just go out to your terminal and say, vault server -config, config.acl. Once your server is up and running, you can actually head over to Postman collection that I've supplied. And that Postman collection will allow you to initialize your vault for the first time, unseal vault, go out and create an app role for your application. And once you've done that, you can actually go out and create an ACL and basically say, this user has access to this specific policy and this specific path where my secret is essentially saved. Once you've done all of that and you've configured and you've gotten your client token, follow the steps here. Finally, you're going to get to the point where we're going to actually write a secret to our path that we've defined. In this case, I'm writing a secret for DNA Center for my Sandbox 2. If I look at that, it's basically a key value pair, a JSON file that I'm writing. Once I've done all of that and I've successfully configured my secret, I can actually head over to my Python here, import the HVAC, which is the SDK, Python SDK for Vault. I'm utilizing my DNA Center SDK to read network devices. And basically, I'm reading the secret as a JSON, I'm parsing it, and basically going out and saying that here are my credentials, go out to my instance of DNA Center, authenticate, and just pull a list of devices out of my DNA Center. And if I go there and we run this, basically we're authenticating, we are gathering device information, we've successfully authenticated, and we've pulled a list of devices. Everything that I've talked to you about today and more, please go check out on our code exchange. Thanks for joining me.
Welcome to the 2020 DevNet Creator Awards. We started the Creator Awards at DevNet Create several years ago as a way to recognize the people who contribute to the DevNet community, who write code and share it through Code Exchange, who answer questions on social media, in our chat rooms and forums, who help each other and support each other and encourage each other all along the way with learning new skills, coming up with new ideas, and creating new things. I'm very excited this year that with our new virtual DevNet Create, we're able to have Creator Award winners in all 3 regions. So I'm very privileged and honored to present to you the DevNet Creator Award winners for the Americas region for 2020. Our first DevNet Creator Award winner for this year is Derek Winchester. And I'm going to read to you a little bit about Derek because we want to be able to get all of their amazing accomplishments in. Derek is the founder of Gotcha6 Technologies and co-founder of Init6. He's also a member of the Cisco CCIE Advisory Council. He's been a member of that council since 2016. Over the past year, Derek has been really engaged in helping network engineers move towards network automation and learn about coding and APIs. He's made outstanding contributions to the development of DevNet learning materials, and he's been a strong supporter of the DevNet certification preparation. Through his engagement, Derek has connected with the DevNet community through Twitter, through YouTube. He's started a video series that's based on his own experience with interview-style questions about, here's my experience with learning and going down this path. It's a really important channel that's helping a lot of engineers get started with coding and APIs. Congratulations, Derek. Our next DevNet creator is Meredith Rose. Meredith is a constant presence at DevNet events, everything from DevNet Zones to DevNet Create to leading multiple DevNet Expresses in Southern California. She's now helping with the WWT study group for DevNet certification and is scheduled to take her first DevNet certification really soon. Meredith is a strong supporter of DevNet and helps answer questions, connect people, and helps people find their way to the resources they need to start their journey. She's also a very early CCIE with number 4617. And the fun fact about Meredith is that she is a 4-time world body surfing champion. Please join me in congratulating Meredith Rose. Our next DevNet creator for the Americas region is Dexter Park.
Dexter is the network engineering and automation retail industry lead application developer for Starbucks. His work has spanned from concept to implementation. It's resulted in saving substantial time and labor for the retail network provisioning. His initiative reduced 14 days worth of provisioning to 3 minutes per site, and that's multiplied by tens of thousands of sites in North America. Dexter has used automation to increase the speed and volume of delivering services. He created a GitOps-based CI/CD pipeline for abstracting remote sites as code and provisioning full-stack Meraki equipment. Dexter is also, we hear, a really passionate and super talented home chef, and we're wondering if maybe he'll contribute some cooking lessons to the DevNet community as well. Please join me in congratulating Dexter Park. Next, I'd like to introduce Jeff Andiorio. He is our next DevNet Creator Award winner. Jeff works with Cisco partner Worldwide Technology, and his contributions to the DevNet community are many. He's a very frequent and avid contributor to our code exchange code repositories. Just a few examples from this past year include a DNA Center inventory plugin, a DNA Center Ansible module suite, Ansible Fest presentations about Ansible and DNA Center, and even a hands-on lab for network automation with Ansible and Cisco DNA Center. Please join me in congratulating Jeff. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize all of our DevNet Creator Award winners from the previous years of 2018-2019. These are all incredible engineers, incredible developers, incredible people and leaders in our community. Please take some time to connect with them and our winners from this year on social media, in the DevNet community. They're all super helpful, encouraging, and are a great resource to the community to help you on your way. So please take a moment, congratulate all of our Creator Award winners from the previous years and this year, and let's find ways to stay connected with them. There are many ways to stay connected with the DevNet community throughout the year, from this time when we're together at DevNet Create until we're back together at DevNet Create again. You can use our blogs and our events and our webinars as a way to connect with each other, connect with some of those award winners that we just heard about. And you can find all of that information for our blogs at blogs.cisco.com/developer. These blogs include things like technical articles, engineer-to-engineer how-tos, as well as announcements about new platforms, new learning resources, all the new things that will be coming out of DevNet, you can find through these blogs. And our webinars, we have a really active webinar calendar, especially right now where we're all working from home and looking for virtually ways to connect. So check out that calendar at developer.cisco.com/events and join in, and you can go through a deep dive, a workshop, or even things like our Share IT Solutions Huddle, which is a time to connect, get a little bit of that water cooler conversation, share some projects with each other, maybe hear about different technical challenges that people in the community are facing, and share ideas on how to get together and solve some of those problems. So take some time, bookmark these URLs. We hope to see you in our webinars and maybe in one of the IT huddles. The next thing that I'd like to let everyone know about is a new group within Cisco, which is called Cisco Emerging Technology and Innovation. This group is led by Liz Santoni and has three main pillars: pursuing bold venture ideas, driving thought leadership, and building next-gen tech talent. And we're working with the Cisco Innovation Labs, which is a really cool part of this group. The Innovation Labs are focused on doing co-development, investigating new ideas with startups, and finding ways to connect with developers all over the world. So stay tuned and learn more about this throughout the year as we continue to work together with this new group within Cisco. And I'd like to leave you with a couple challenges. The first one is Code Exchange. You've heard a lot about Code Exchange today. It's the place you can go to find code projects that you can use and adapt, and you can also share things that you've been working on. We have a special challenge for the first 100 people, starting from DevNet Create, to share code and have it approved into Code Exchange. And they're going to be eligible to get a special edition Code Exchange t-shirt, which is really cool. You can see a picture of it. It says right on the back, Code Contributor. It's the only way to get this t-shirt is to actually get something approved into Code Exchange. So accept the challenge, go for it. All the rules are on the website, and reach out if you need help getting started or you need ideas on maybe what kind of projects are a good fit for Code Exchange. And the next challenge that I leave with you is being a part of the DevNet class of 2020. There's only a few months left in 2020, so the challenge is now. And we're giving you a little bit of extra help with 25% off of the DevNet exams. You can get all of the information on the website below. So thank you all for being with us here today at DevNet Create. We're so excited to start the day off with all the information that we've shared and all of the feedback from the community and our Demo Jam presentations and our DevNet Creator Award winners. We have a lot of really great content coming up this afternoon. This is the point in the day where we span out into 4 different channels that we will have going on through the rest of the day. This channel will continue to have technical content, community members speaking on it throughout the afternoon. We also will have our creators channel. This is where all the technical talks, the lightning talks, where you can hear from everyone from the community who's sharing projects or use cases that they're working on. There's a lot of great speakers that are going to be in that channel. Definitely go check it out. We also have our APIs in Action channel. This is where you can really deep dive into a technology. So if you're saying, I want to know more about collaboration, IoT, Meraki, we have sessions on all of those where you can see demos, how-tos, and also a new segment called Straight from Engineering, where you can hear from some of the engineering leaders who are working on the APIs for these products and hear about how they are building them and lessons learned and everything that they are learning and building within their teams. And then we also have our Start Now channel. If you're new to DevNet Create, joining us for the first time, and you want to get started with coding and APIs and Start Now is the channel where you can tune into step-by-step workshops that lead you through all of those skills and help you build up things that will help you with DevNet certifications, as well as being able to use our sandboxes and other tools. So thank you so much for being here today. It is amazing to see everyone around the world here at DevNet Create, and I hope you have a great rest of the day. Thanks.
Okay, well, hopefully all of you were taking notes like I had advised you, because I said the information is going to be coming fast and furious. In my notes, oh my gosh, there's so many new things. And here's the good thing. A lot of these things that were just announced or you may not have heard of before. Congratulations to the winners, by the way, because I know a lot of people are waiting for that. I've seen the tweets going out where you're congratulating each other. Please keep that up. A lot more contests today. Can you tell I'm breathing hard? I was doing some squats just before we came back to try and get my energy level up and forgot that I'm super out of shape and I probably shouldn't have done that. Either way, we got a bunch of stuff. I love the new APIs from Meraki, the app first cloud native sandbox. These are just some of the ones I liked. And the new SecureX learning labs. This is the place to be. Eric, I wanted to bring you back in to kind of give us a feel for what kind of things do we have coming up next?
Absolutely.
Or throughout the day, I should say. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we've got a ton coming at you. Mandy just kind of talked through it, but now's your opportunity. We're breaking out into the 4 different channels. So if you want to stay here with us, we are going to have a lot of great content, lots of local stuff that's going on around the Americas. Or you can split off to channel 2 and hear a lot more of our creators giving technical breakouts on topics that are important to them. The APIs in Action channel, I think, is awesome. That's going to be lots of leaders from our BUs talking about their products, how they see interfacing with their products using APIs and why APIs are key. And then Start Now. This is something we haven't been able to do in the past in person because it's usually been a little bit more intimate of a venue. But now we're able to get those of you who are just getting started on your journey and want to learn more. The Start Now is a great place to go because you can understand a lot of the basics and be ready to take this on when you leave at the end of the day. And I know there's a lot to choose from. So the important part to remember is all of this is going to be up available, recorded by around the end of the week or so. So you'll be able to actually come back and catch all of the sessions you weren't able to make it to today.
You know, one of the things that always blew me away, Eric, out at Cisco Live, you know, when DevNet first started as a very small kind of side event and then slowly grew in, not just to doing its own events, but being a significant parallel presence at Cisco Live. But from from the beginning, it's always been about interactivity and education. And it's interesting because just as much interactivity as we would do physically together, and how much stuff you and your teams would just haul out there to make it fun, where you're programming a train or using virtual reality goggles, or just 100 different other really cool ideas and objects to spark the mind. You guys are doing this kind of stuff online now as well. And it feels like this event, as much as I wish we were together, seeing each other, toting a beer, maybe a coffee, whatever it may be, I still think there is absolutely nothing missing in terms of the opportunities that are here.
No, I completely agree. I mean, so first off, we can stay connected. We're not in person. We're not having those hallway conversations. But if you're using DevNet and hashtag DevNet Create as you're tweeting, it's a good way to reach out and connect with us. But also, more importantly, we have challenges running throughout the day. So if you actually check out the URL that we're going to share in the space, you can actually go and try some of the hands-on stuff yourself from at home.
Yep, absolutely. And everybody needs to be doing that. So we encourage everybody to stay active. Hey, up next, we are going up north, at least as it is from me, and we're going up to Canada, because the Americas is not just the US by any means, and we're going to be all over it today. But in just a moment, we're going to hand it over to Jeff Dubois, which I encourage everybody to check this out. And Jeff will be seen multiple times. As I understand it, he's auditioning to take my job from me. And so please give him a close look. I think he needs all the help he can get. But let's go to Canada right now to understand actually a very interesting story about a path that many of us are on right now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jeff Dubois, a technical solutions architect here at Cisco Systems, and I'm happy to be here with you today. There are a ton of amazing innovations coming out of Canada, but we thought this would be a really great example to share with you. I'd like to introduce you to John Copobianco, Senior IT Integrator and Planner from the Canadian House of Commons. Hi, John. Welcome.
Hi. Thanks for having me, Jeffrey. This is amazing. I really appreciate your time and inviting me to share my story.
My pleasure. Please tell us a bit about yourself, John.
Sure. So I'm a Senior IT Planner and Integrator at the House of Commons, and I started my IT journey 20 years ago in a 3-year computer programmer analyst program at St. Lawrence College in Kingston, Ontario. But oddly enough, my placement was more of a systems role with networks and clients and servers. And that's kind of the direction my career has taken for about 20 years, with a focus on enterprise networking starting in around 2008. I joined the House of Commons in 2013 as part of the next generation parliamentary precinct network program, which was a complete refresh of the campus data center wide area network, firewalls, wireless, you name it, we refreshed it as part of this program.
Wow, that sounds like a pretty intense project. What challenges did you face, and how are you doing things before you discovered the magic of automation?
So the challenges that I faced and what drove me towards automation, why automation, primarily was the complexity of the network and the ever-growing complexity. Everything from BGP, OSPF, VRFs, 802.1x, NetFlow, all of these advanced services that were in high demand. The second, and close to, very close and challenging, the complexity is the size and scale of the network. We have an ever-growing precinct, an ever-growing wide area network, and the scale was becoming very large. Also was our agility. The network had become a bit of a bottleneck in meeting the demands of the network, or the business rather, to provide these network services. So we weren't very agile either. The larger we got, the more complex we got. And lastly is we found we were reaching the limits of human operations. Humans don't scale along with the technology, and everyone does things differently and has their own processes that we were trying to find a standard approach to take.
Sure. So what changed for you? Where did you start on your journey?
Yeah, so I started with an Ansible playbook. We can move the slide along, sorry. Let me talk about infrastructure as code a little bit before we talk about maybe my first attempt at it. What I've learned over my 3-year journey, and through DevNet Create and DevNet is that automation is really more about a framework than making a magic button. And I can talk about my first attempt at it, where I was looking at it more like I was trying to make a magic button to push to go out and do all these changes, as opposed to my more mature understanding now that we're developing a framework that we define, and our infrastructure responds to our changes to that framework.
Where did you start your journey? How did you get started on this path?
So I thought that I had found a pretty ideal candidate to automate. I had 50 physical routers, each running 5 or 10 virtual routers or VRFs. So I had to go device by device and make this change. The change was more or less the same per device, and I thought this might make a good candidate. But it turns out it might have been too much too soon to jump directly into production changes, and a complex production change at that. The other thing in retrospect is I was using the wrong tools. At the time, I looked at this like any other network problem. And so I opened up my notepad and I started writing a YAML file. And I was using, WinSCP to move this playbook back and forth to my Linux world to run the playbook. And it was a lot of trial and error back and forth with an emphasis on error. I was successful, in quotes, in that ultimately I did make a playbook that did not disrupt production and made the change at scale, and has changed everything, since then, the way we've looked at the network and how we deal with configuration management. But I was lucky and more than successful with this first attempt.
Right. So what have you learned since then?
So I've put together a basic little pyramid, an approach, a hierarchy that you can start to scaffold on top of each other. And at the very bottom is building the toolkit, working with the right tools. So I was fortunate enough that my successful playbook, senior management heard about this so-called success, and they recommended that I start using a Git repository for version control. So that opened the door to Git for me, which opened the door to VS Code and extensions and these new file types. And so making sure you have the right toolkit is where you want to start. Then you obviously have to establish secure connectivity to your infrastructure. Moving up from there, where a nice safe place to start, where I wish I had have started, was with gathering information. Very safe, fact gathering, show commands. I'm not affecting the state of the network, but I am building an impressive library of real-time documentation. I start to establish a library of different tools and playbooks and tactical approaches, right? So from there, you get a bit of muscle memory and you start to really be comfortable with the tools. Then I would graduate to full configuration management. And this is a data model and template approach, which I learned about through DevNet, oddly enough, to look at your infrastructure in a way that you can break it down to human-readable data models and Jinja templates that generate the actual configurations. The upper levels, once you have your configuration management under control, you're likely want to automatically validate and test against the state of your network. And Cisco has these amazing new tools, Genie parsers and PyAts testing, all wrapped in an Espresso web development front end that have totally changed the way I test and monitor my network as well. Again, I learned that through DevNet. So now at the top, I believe the pinnacle would be a continuous integration, continuous delivery pipeline, where our definitions of code and Git changes trigger builds and releases against infrastructure that then make the changes automatically.
Wow, that's fantastic. So it's very much a journey and evolution over time. What tools are you using now?
Well, I wish I could focus on all of these, but as you can see, just as a snapshot, my first tools were very few, Notepad and a file transfer program. To today, I'm working with Docker containers, VS Code extensions, Ansible, Jinja, YAML, JSON, APIs. There's a wide variety of tools. Now, this can seem overwhelming, but most of these tools have their place and are very, surgical in nature, that you'll only use them when appropriate, right? You don't have to learn everything about every tool. I've memorized my 12 Git commands and I get by. So, this is just to introduce you to this new range of tools that's available to you as a developer, as opposed to maybe, say, the legacy network engineer.
Sure. I love it. So, you started with an Ansible playbook and you've come a long way. What have you automated since the old days of starting with your Ansible playbooks?
Wow, it snowballs fast. So as you can see, particularly in my Cisco portfolio. So again, my NGPPN was truly to implement a leading edge Cisco network. So all of those technologies you see listed there, we started manually, yes, with CLIs and GUIs and whatnot, but we've evolved the practice on our Catalyst line, especially the new 9300s that offer a REST Conf API interface. Amazing, right? They can host Docker containers. Our 4500s are core. In the Nexus world, we're graduating towards an ACI data center, but right now we're running NXOS. But that has all been automated as well through the same technologies and tools. Our firewalls, ASAs, and particularly our appliances, Cisco Prime Infrastructure and Umbrella in the cloud and Cisco.com itself. Now, outside of Cisco, what's great is that this same framework and same tool set has allowed me to automate against Microsoft Windows servers, Linux servers, VMware servers, entire clouds like AWS or Azure, storage platforms, different appliances. It's all just code now, right? It's infrastructure as code.
So I guess the secret sauce is really the APIs and really getting your head around how to make everything talk together and connecting the dots.
That's a great point, and that's what I've kind of learned is that yes, my initial Ansible, I was using it with say a 3750 or a 4500 using SSH, but as we graduate and as we mature, we're starting to use APIs and the URI module and different REST APIs that are available to us. One thing that we were doing manually and that I've explored through Cisco.com's APIs were a couple of things. We wanted to get a sense of our contractual state against serial numbers. And we also wanted to get the recommended software release. That's very important to us, what the vendor is recommending we run on our platform. And as you can see in that earlier slide, I have a lot of platforms. So this was usually done manually through the GUI and stuff. So we explored the Cisco.com API, and we found that we could provide a serial number against the API and actually get the contract information back. Or we could provide a part ID, a PID, or a series of PIDs against the software recommended release API and get back the recommended versions. So I've made these public on my GitHub and through the developer exchange, code exchange. This was my first approved code exchange submission, which was like, a major milestone for me. I wandered into DevNet in 2016 and not knowing anything about, any of this whole new ecosystem of infrastructure development and DevOps and these new tools. And just wandering in there put me on this path, and I've continued at every subsequent Cisco Live that I've attended. I make DevNet a big focus of my attendance there. So that was great. And if we move ahead another slide, I have also moved on to the Cisco Prime infrastructure. If you have one of those, we've had one for years, but with our success with the Cisco.com API, we started looking at our Prime infrastructure API. Which has turned out to be incredibly rich and an incredible source of data for us. So again, I've put these up on the code exchange, but you can provide a host name against the device info API or the wireless access point API, and you get rich data back in JSON, and the playbook actually then transforms that raw JSON into usable CSV reports. So for example, I'm able to run my wireless access point API playbook, and I get 3,000 access points back with 76 pieces of information about each access point in real time through a one-line command. So I encourage you to look at the code exchange, and if anyone wants to fork these repos and make them even better, I'm still very much a novice, but I've maybe I've found some very good success as a novice. So I hope people find them useful.
Awesome. That's so incredible what you've done and how far you've come, John. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us. And obviously people can click the link here if they want to dig into some of the cool things you've done. Any final words of wisdom or thoughts you'd like to leave the audience before we wrap up?
Yeah, I'd like to leave on a very positive note. The tools are available for you. If you've shied away from automation or infrastructure as code or any of the topics or things that have come up today, I believe we've laid out in this presentation a very safe path, and the tools are out there. Go to DevNet and find the introductory steps on how to make a playbook or how to use a JSON file. There's a very low barrier for entry, and some of you are CCNA, CCNP, CCIEs. If you can figure that out, you've likely already written code of a form. It might not seem to you that you've written code, a for loop or an if statement or whatever, but believe me, if you've configured a router, you've written a form of code. And the gap is very small to take a little step over and start using new tools and looking at the technology in a new way.
Awesome. Thank you so much, John. We really appreciate your time.
Oh, this was incredible. Thanks for having me.
All right. So how cool is that? One of the things I love is when anyone shares their process, it feels like we get, I don't know if it's quite a behind the scenes, but just seeing someone that simultaneously appears extremely smart and is doing some very creative things, but then is sharing those back in and talking through how they actually built to that point, and thus giving us all a roadmap to be able to take advantage of that. And then, of course, the fact that we can share code, we can do so many things here to build this up. But Eric, I love where this is going. I feel like we're fully into the flow today. How are things looking from your end?
They're looking great. I love especially in that last session how he talked about a similar concept to what Susie mentioned this morning of the walk, run, fly, where you really start and you build on it. So that's what we have in store for everyone today. We're trying to build as we go through the day, trying to make sure you see the progression of technology, of capabilities, and what we can do to help enable folks. And to that point, one of the awesome things that Mandy mentioned on the keynote, we're really excited. We're able to offer a special offer for DevNet Create attendees to get 25% off certifications. So it is good on the Cisco DevNet exams, and you can go to the URL that's being shared, but it's a very limited window, so make sure you sign up while you can. We want to make sure everyone can get in and take one of those exams and see what they're all about.
Yeah, there's a lot of great stuff to take advantage of instantly here, and there's a lot more coming throughout the day. So I think this is a big one, obviously, that you want to take advantage of, because there's just no excuse to say, how can I become part of the class of DevNet 2020? And I believe it was in the keynote, it was mentioned, that first CCIE class was 1993. And only people that got their certifications in that year are able to claim that. And I do honestly feel like DevNet is as big of a sea change. The more time I spend within here, I see how everything centers around our ability to connect, and every product and every new area that's being constructed is all being built with the ability for us to automate, for us to integrate with other things. And if it's not, it just flat won't survive. So you're in the right place. And getting certified is a way to prove to others, if not even just to yourself, honestly, is probably good enough. But this is a way to make sure that you are ready to take on the world, if you will. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I completely appreciate your point on the CCIE class of 93, because as you see, I have a couple of them behind me, and I've always regretted that I didn't get in early enough to get in on that. But it's so great to be at the forefront of this. And I'm already in the class of 2020. I'm excited to help the community get there as well. And I saw a couple of questions coming through in Q&A, like, what do you do after you get that? Well, I think it's actually a great segue into a lot of the stuff you'll hear about in a little bit. Things like going out and exploring now. Go find some of the code that the community shared, try it out yourself so you get that hands-on knowledge. And then you can turn around and take that and maybe explore, develop something yourself to take it to the next level where you're actually applying that knowledge you've picked up.
Yeah, I like the fact Mandy was even talking about how people reach out just for ideas in terms of code that they could be submitting or areas that they could work on. Because one of the things I'm seeing is that even as people, you think of the DevNet 500, I think about people that are already getting certified, they're turning around and actually helping others, whether that's driving a community group within their own company or within the partner that they work for, whatever it may be. There's still very much a community involvement. So the certifications are never a means to an end. It's all about what you do with those. And if you look back on my wall, like Eric's, well, mine doesn't have any CCIE certifications because I never slowed down to study that hard. It'd be too difficult for me. But Eric, I'll check back with you in just a moment. It's time to go into more detail on certifications. Coming up next, we've got Ryan Rose and Anna Rubin. Anna works in the exam area. So you're going to want to hear everything that these guys have to say. Let's take a look at that right now.
Hello and welcome to the Get Ready for DevNet Certifications program, part of DevNet Create. Really excited to be here to be able to talk about DevNet certifications and how you can get ready to not only earn your DevNet certification, but join the DevNet class of 2020. So let's jump in. First, my name is Ryan Rose. I work here at DevNet. I'm the technical program manager for the DevNet and certifications team. I have been working on certifications for the last 10 years here at Cisco, and I'm really excited to be able to continue to talk about DevNet certifications and how all of you can work to get ready. I am available on Twitter, so if you have questions, for example, after this session you'd like to follow up with me, I'm available at Ryan Rose. I am joined by Anna Rubin. Anna, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Sure. Thank you, Ryan. Anna Rubin here. I manage our exam development here at Cisco and look forward to sharing with you today a lot of the information that you're going to need to get ready and get certified.
Right on. Good deal. Well, hey, let's jump in a little bit on kind of the Cisco certification portfolio itself. I'm sure many of you are familiar with all of these options, but some of them might be new. Now, for our top level engineering certifications, these are known around the world: CCNA, CCNP, CCIE. These are certifications that really mean that you know what you're talking about when it comes to network infrastructure, hardware, and of course, engineering. One of the things that we've done this year, which is a really big part of expanding this portfolio, is offering 2 new certification tracks. One of them is in software, and that is our new DevNet certifications. Those are validating software skills, such as understanding and using APIs, DevOps, and even things like automation and network programmability. We also offer now a new CyberOps track as well, and that is validating skills such as cybersecurity. What's really cool about this is this certification portfolio now really covers all of the types of projects that we handle on the network, whether it's hardware related, software related, or security related. And these new certifications that we have are at the same experience levels that we've had for our existing program. So for example, at the associate level, just like we have our CCNA, we now have our DevNet Associate and CyberOps Associate, which are our entry points. At the professional level, complementing CCNP, we have DevNet Professional and CyberOps Professional. And at the expert level, we have our CCIE in engineering that's now going to be joined by our new DevNet expert and our CyberOps expert, both of which are future offerings. So now let's dig a little bit deeper, though, into the DevNet certification track itself. This is actually a program that's built out of 10 different exams. And we're going to walk through exactly how you earn your certification just by walking through this slide. We'll start on the left and we'll work our way right. So first, at the associate level, we have that DevNet Associate. It is the entry-level certification. It's earned by taking the DevNet Associate exam. So 1 exam to 1 certification. And this is a great program for anyone that's looking to validate those software skills in things like understanding and using APIs, automation and infrastructure, software development and design, and even an understanding of how to build upon Cisco platforms and programs. This is a great option for people that are coming from the network engineering space that now want to validate their software or automation skills, or a software developer that's looking to now build on top of Cisco platforms and technology. So this is a great program for anyone looking to kind of get started, not only with DevNet, but to get started with that software space and get those skills validated. We also offer a professional level certification too, and that is our DevNet Professional. It is earned by taking 2 exams. You take the DevNet Technology Core, called DevCore, which validates your professional level skills in software development, in network automation, and then you take 1 concentration exam of your choice. We offer 8 different concentration options. The first 5 are automation and programmability options in our 5 major technology tracks. So enterprise networking, data center, security, collaboration, and service provider. The final 3 concentration options are are more on the software space: DevOps, IoT, and WebEx. So there are really great concentration offers here, whether you're coming to us from a hardware background or a security background, or if you're coming to us from a software background. And really, this is your chance to really kind of personalize the program for you. Where do you want to invest your time for a concentration? 3 cool things I like to point out about this program is: 1, there are no longer any prerequisites, so you don't need to have a DevNet Associate to earn a DevNet Professional. 2, you can take the exams in any order that you want. So you can start with the concentration and then later go back and earn your DevNet Professional by taking the Technology Core. And then finally, and this is probably the most important, you can now just take a concentration on its own and earn yourself a DevNet Specialist certification. And that is really cool. As Anna can recall, back in our older program, when you would go and earn a certification, you had to take a series of exams before you got any type of certification marker. Now, in this new program, every time you pass a professional level exam, you get a specialist certification. So you can share that certification with an employer, with a customer, or even a partner that you're working with. And what's also really nice is you can pursue these concentrations just on their own. So if you wanted, for example, to get a specialist certification in DevOps, you could do that. Take the DevOps exam, get your specialist certification, and if you choose, later go back and take the DevNet Technology Core and earn your DevNet Professional. So a lot of new options and a lot of flexibility in this program. Finally, the DevNet Expert, that's a future offering, and everyone asks, and Anna and I can attest to this, the same question: when is the DevNet Expert coming out? We can't share that information in this call today, but what I can do is I can recommend that you go to developer.cisco.com/certification, and there you can sign up for our newsletter and be among the first people to learn when this program launches. I know many of you out there are really eager to start.
And go ahead and get started. That's what I like to tell people, Ryan. Go ahead and get your associate, get your professional, so that you'll be ready when it comes time to have the expert available. You can jump right in.
Excellent, excellent. So now that we've talked a little bit about the program, let's talk about the tools and the training that are available to help you get certified. First, I cannot stress this enough. You can come to our DevNet main website at developer.cisco.com, and there you can find a host of tools and training that can help you along your path. What's more, you can also find kind of why these types of skills are so critical to build. So in addition to finding learning labs on all of our technologies, getting started programs for anybody that's looking to get into this field, you can also find our sandboxes that can help you not only build your skills, but put them into practice, testing code and actual real-life Cisco platforms in our sandbox virtual environments. You can also find use cases in our automation exchange that can help connect how automation can achieve a specific business outcome, whether that's in a specific Cisco technology or a specific platform that you might be working with or on. Also, you can leverage the strength of our more than 500,000 plus developer community who has helped contribute to our DevNet Code Exchange. So there you can find real working code that you can either build upon or leverage to help achieve some of the things that you want to utilize. So whether you're just starting, you're trying to build more advanced skills and put them into practice, or you're looking to find how code or automation can help you achieve something specific at your work, you can find that at developer.cisco.com. And of course, you can find all of our certification information at that site at developer.cisco.com/certification. And one of the things that's there is our information on our exam blueprints. And we have the good fortune of having Anna here with us to talk to us a little bit about how you can use these blueprints to help get ready for certification. Anna?
Sure. Thank you, Ryan. With every certification exam that Cisco offers, there's a blueprint. It is the foundation of every exam, so that when you go to take an exam, there's no mystery. We're not out to trick you or surprise you. If it's on our blueprint, it's going to be on the exam. If it's on the exam, it's on the blueprint. They are aligned. So when you get ready to study for an exam, pull down the blueprint. And here's an example of 3 of our DevNet blueprints. You'll notice that each one of them is a list of domains and tasks, categories that tell you a big header as to what's going to be under there. 15% of it's going to be on domain 1 or 20% on domain 2. That helps you gauge how much is going to be covered in each domain. And then under that list is tasks, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. They are actions that a person has to perform, to describe, to compare, to analyze, to interpret. These are key for studying because each one of those verbs tells you the depth of knowledge that you need to know about that task. Look at those verbs. They're not random. If the verb says describe at the very bottom of this pyramid here, that shows you that's the very beginning, entry level, basic knowledge, understanding the functions, the purpose, the advantages, the disadvantages, what a product or a process or a principle is. Then you move up to the next level of applying your knowledge. That would be constructing, interpreting, applying. That's where you have to take that knowledge and put it together in a new situation. So you're going to have a little bit more hands-on experience. So when you see verbs with that level, construct, apply, interpret, implement, you're going to have to dive a little bit deeper as you study. And then when you go up to the next level of troubleshooting, analyzing, evaluating, you're going to have to put the parts together. You're going to have to know how to figure out what's wrong or what needs to be adjusted to get to your goal. And then you move further up to create. That's the highest level. That's where you're designing something brand new. So take the time to look at your blueprint, to read those tasks and ask yourself, can I do that? Check it off. And as you go on down that blueprint and you find things that you need a little bit more knowledge on, circle them. And that'll give you the indication of where you need to start studying, what you need to dive a little bit deeper into. And Ryan, I'm going to throw it back to you because I know you're going to show us a lot about how to study, what information and resources people can have right at their fingertips, really, in a lot of cases, for free.
Oh, I can't agree with you more, too, that we have a lot of different ways to help you get ready. And Anna pointed out a really great thing to do when you're looking at those blueprints is to find those kind of knowledge gaps that you have and where you might want to build. One of the options that we have here, and I recommend anyone screenshot this because this is a great area to follow up, is our DevNet Associate Certification Guided Study Groups. This is a great 8-week program that can help bring you from where you are right now to getting exam ready for the DevNet Associate Certification. It includes access to our 2 e-learning programs that we have, DevNet Associate Fundamentals and DevASC e-learning. And it is then complemented by 2-hour weekly structured learning sessions with a DevNet SME. So you can not only take the information that you're learning in the e-learning, but see how it applies practically, not only in how you might be utilizing it in an exam, but how you might be utilizing it in your job role. This is a great program because it is a fully built e-learning plus self-study plus live engagement. And one of the really great things is it includes access to our practice exam, so that way you can gauge yourself and see how ready you are, whether it's at the beginning of this process or at the end. And it also includes a certification exam voucher. And Anna, you can keep me honest here if I'm right. The next study group is starting in just a couple of days here. I believe it's October 15th, runs till December 10th. Isn't that correct?
Absolutely. That is, and you can also keep checking back on our website, because I know we're going to have additional ones into the winter. But for now, the one that starts in a couple of days is something you should jump on if you're interested.
Excellent. And we offer a lot of different methods for training, whether it is that study group or any of our e-learning. And that applies to not just our DevNet Associate program, it applies to the entire DevNet certification program. So if you're looking for that DevOps specialist or that security automation specialist, we offer training, whether it's e-learning training, instructor-led training, ILT, or virtual instructor-led training. And all of that's available either at the Cisco Learning Network store or on our Cisco Learning Locator. And if you're just starting in this process, if, as I've said before, you think that Python is just a snake, you can go to developer.cisco.com/start now and find curated learning programs that can help build basic skills, whether it's in coding, in networking, or around a specific technology. Each one of these plans has actually been built by one of our DevNet SMEs, and it's a really great way to kind of get started if you've never made that API call, or if you're really just interested in getting into network automation and programmability. Also, you can connect with other learners just like you on the Cisco Learning Network. There you can leverage the experience and knowledge of hundreds, if not thousands of people, some of whom are just like you starting their journey. Maybe they are on their way to getting their certification, or they're fully certified, maybe even CCIE level experts. You can leverage their knowledge and experience to help you get prepared. Anna, I know you've also had amazing experiences on Cisco Learning Network. It's a great place to go to help kind of build up those skills and to really compare notes with others.
Absolutely. And a lot of it's for free. That's one thing we hear a lot, is that you might want to have a specific deep dive on one topic or need to learn a little bit on a few different things. You can go to the Cisco Learning Network, go to developer.cisco.com and really search for specific things, a white paper, a video that someone's done, a webinar, and learn and gather the knowledge you need on a few specific topics as you're preparing.
Yeah, right on. And when you're ready and you've kind of built up all those skills, one of the things that Cisco offers now is online testing. So now you can take your certification test at home. You can learn more about that at cisco.com/go/online learning. It's a great option for people that are looking to get that last step in their certification journey completed. And finally, and we talked about this at the start, this is also a unique year. And because of that, we've in launching this new program. And because of that, we are now going to be offering this new DevNet Class of 2020 program. Some of you might have remembered our DevNet 500, which honored the first 500 people that got a DevNet certification. This program recognizes every single person that joins our inaugural class here for a DevNet certification. I'd recommend everybody snapshot this slide because it's a great toolbox, because it has all of the relevant links that you're going to need to get ready and join that DevNet Class of 2020. Additionally, one of the really great options that's out there, whether you're just getting started or you're trying to kind of get ready for that last step in your certification, is to really leverage our DevNet community. Just like what Anna was saying, we're all here to support you, whether it is on our Cisco Learning Network, it's in our code exchange, or it's at events like these where we can talk about the program. So we're really excited to not only welcome you to the certification program, but for any of you looking to make history, just like that class of 1993 that became the first CCIEs, we welcome all of you to join that DevNet Class of 2020. And with that, I know that we have a limited amount of time. I know that Anna and I thank you all so much for joining us, and we wish you the best of luck in your certification journey.
All right, there you go. A ton of great information, just as I promised. Hopefully you're taking notes, just like I suggested. A couple of very good ways in which to understand exactly what you're reading on the test. That's some of the things I struggle with, which is reading what do they really mean by the phrasing. And obviously that phrasing and some of the questions becomes really, really important. And because the last thing you want to do is get tripped up by things that have nothing to do with your knowledge, but your ability to understand the question itself. Those two things can sometimes fight against each other. But hey, I do want to mention one thing. It struck me while we were going through this. We're all in an extremely strange time, and now we're so many months into this that it almost, I hate to say, almost feels like normal, because I'm always looking forward to getting back together. But the first thing that you want to really think about is you don't want to be in the future looking back at this time during 2020, as strange as it is, and we go back to whatever version of normal that we get to. You don't want to look back and go, wow, I could have used this time better. I could have gotten that certification. I could have gotten in better shape. Make sure you're not wasting this time that we have, assuming it's extra time. Some of us are busier than we can handle. But either way, you want to make sure that as we move forward, that it's always been good time invested. Eric, there's a number of different things going on, and I think we've also got some downloadables and other stuff. What is this? Can you walk us through what this is here?
Absolutely. We know one of the best things about going to any conference is always walking away with that pile of stickers to show that you were there, you experienced it, you learned, you dove in. So we want this one to be no different. You can actually check out the URL and go out and download a downloadable sticker, so you can actually get it printed out yourself just to commemorate participation in the event. But then beyond that, I mentioned earlier, there's a bunch of challenges going on, so you can actually go and try some of that hands-on stuff that we're just not getting to experience in person right now. So if you are itching to get a little bit of keyboard time and try coding something up, go check out the Create Challenges. We have a few different ones to choose from, anywhere from the Start Now to the Mega Challenge, and then some secure ones that we'll talk a little bit about more later as well. But get yourself on that leaderboard, see if you can win something. It's a great opportunity, I think, to get some of that hands-on participation in the event.
Absolutely. And of course, guys, don't forget that this is this time period where you have the ability to get 25% off your exams. This is not something that'll be happening all of the time. So it's just even more reason to go ahead and pull that trigger and move forward to that. Before I set up our next session, Eric, was there anything else we need to cover that you're aware of? Just going to make sure.
I think we covered most of it. Obviously, keep connecting with us on social. We're seeing lots of great participation out there. Thank you all for congratulating the winners. We love seeing the community support behind them. They've all been out there helping drive this community. So keep giving them shouts out on Twitter. Tag DevNet Create and DevNet so that everyone can see it and like it.
Absolutely. Yeah, the activity is good, as I would expect, because this is the team that just runs circles around me. And I just try to hop on Sylvia's tweeting train, hoping that maybe I'll pick up a few of her followers that she might cast off at some point, although she doesn't cast any off. She keeps everybody entertained and moving forward and educated. We're kind of moving. We're going to shift just a little bit in our content here. A lot of people, we're talking a lot about our ability to be specialized from a DevNet perspective, and that is good. But there's also the business side of things. And for you guys that work at partners, or you're handling the business for the partner side, if you've not already taken advantage of this, this is a wonderful opportunity to make sure that you're providing services that are in line with everything that DevNet is covering here, because this is a great way to differentiate between partners between themselves, as those professional services. And there's a number of different ways to do it, from getting specialized as a partner to choosing the skill sets that are necessary to have available on your bench. All good stuff, and a lot of great ideas coming your way with Chuck Stickney, and then one of my favorites, Chloe Kaufman. A little bit partial to Chloe. It's that big smile. They're going to kick us off in this section right now.
Greetings to all of our visitors at DevNet Create. We are so happy and delighted to have you join us here for this special session where we talk about the DevNet partner specialization. My name is Chuck Stickney. I'm a business development manager in our partner transformation team. And with me today is my esteemed colleague, Chloe Kaufman. Chloe, tell us a little bit about yourself, please.
Hey, thanks, Chuck. Hi, everyone. We're super excited to be here to talk about the specialization. I'm personally very thrilled because I've been in every consecutive DevNet Create, and this is my second time actually being a part of Team DevNet to be able to present to everyone here.
Awesome. Thank you, Chloe. Yeah, so what we're here to do is really talk about the industry trends that we see related to programmability and the adoption of these automation capabilities in the API economy, and really how these software development capabilities lead to outcomes that our customers care about and that our partners can help us deliver. As we talk about those industry trends, Chloe, can you tell us a little bit about what we're seeing here and what we talk about and what we mean when we say that?
Yeah, I would love to. But before we do that, because this is DevNet Create in the spirit of the name of the conference, and to lighten things up a bit, I would love for you to share, Chuck, a little bit of what you've created during this quarantine that we've all been subjected to.
Oh, that's a fantastic question, Chloe. And this is my first DevNet Create, so this is all new to me. And with this pandemic thing that we've gone through, I fancy myself as a little bit of a home remodeler here. So I've done what I call the pandemic remodel, and I've actually been working on my the main bedroom in our house here and kind of completely refreshing and updating that. So that's a bit of my creation of the last couple months. Chloe, what have you been creating?
You know what, Chuck, that's awesome. I've heard you talk about this for a while now, so it's really cool to see the pictures and seeing it coming to fruition. As for me, we have been fighting to not gain the quarantine 15. And I've been doing a whole lot of cooking, trying different recipes from across the globe. We have some homemade ravioli, homemade pad thai. We've got shashuka, to make sure I say that right, which is a Persian dish, which I've really enjoyed making. And so that's a little bit of what I've been able to do in my free time during quarantine. Well, with that, though, let's talk about the specialization. So, Chuck, as you had asked me a little bit more about what industry trends that we're seeing. As you mentioned, IT is growing in complexity. Just like my recipes are growing in complexity, this presents a lot of opportunities. And we're seeing that especially as an opportunity for our partners to come in to be able to deliver digital transformation initiatives, especially as we've seen global events really creating this type of forcing function for our customers to be able to, really transition in these trying times. We really understand that our partners are the ones who are the bridge to our customers. They are the ones that require that enhanced skills in automation, application development, programmability to best support the needs of our customers. And that's really why we designed this DevNet Specialization program. We wanted to be able to address the needs that our customers have through automation and custom application development on top of Cisco platforms. The future of programmability and software development are here within our IT infrastructure. And this is the perfect time to ensure our partners are ready to take on that challenge and to get ahead of the curve. So Chuck, I would love for you to share a little bit more details about the DevNet Specialization program.
So this DevNet Specialization program is a mechanism for us to be able to differentiate the partners that we have in our community that have a known skills in being able to deliver business outcomes through software programmability and automation. This becomes important to our customers so that they know that a DevNet specialized partner has the abilities to deliver these services. To our partners, that allows them to be able to differentiate themselves against their competition. In this program, we really look to focus on three areas. We look at business process. We look to ensure that you have a defined software development lifecycle that controls and defines how it is that you actually create the software solutions that you're delivering to your customers and how you do testing and revision control and be able to deliver those services. We also look to make sure that you have a go-to-market mechanism so that you can deliver these solutions to your customers, that there's a good commercialization model for it so that your customers know what it is that you have and how it is that they can get from you. And we also look to ensure that you have a customer support mechanism in place for the value-added services that you're delivering on top of the Cisco portfolio so that your customers can truly achieve the business value outcomes that they want to get from those pieces. We also look to ensure that we have technical capabilities for the individuals that are in the program. We'll leverage our DevNet certifications in order to achieve that. And Chloe will talk to you a little bit more about what those certifications are in a moment. We also look to make sure that our DevNet specialized partners contribute to our DevNet community. We have more than 500,000 members in this community today. The idea of having a DevNet specialized partner be able to share services or share content, share code with those partners to help establish and build this ecosystem is very important to us. We have 2 levels for this program, both specialized and advanced, and based on those really define the types of functions that a partner can do, whether it's a single domain technology for a specialized partner or multi-domain technologies for our advanced level partners. We open this program up to all of our existing partner ecosystem, as well as it opening it up to new types of software partners, and we'll explain more about that later in the session. Now, Chloe, can you explain to us a little bit more about the value of the career certifications and how they help our partners transform their career and be able to build capabilities on top of those?
Yeah, thanks, Chuck. As you mentioned, really, this program is rooted in the DevNet career certifications as a requirement for that demonstration of skills. I know a lot of you in the audience today are developers. That's why you're here. You recognize that opportunity at hand and want to continue to learn and to grow. So I really want to start with talking about Presidio, one of our first DevNet specialized partners. Presidio is a leading IT solutions provider. They're one of our largest Cisco partners. They focus on simplifying IT complexity, a word that we've heard already throughout this presentation, to be able to digitally transform the businesses that the customers that they're working in. They do this by developing, implementing, and managing cloud-ready, secure, and agile IT infrastructure. And I'm really excited to be talking to you about Presidio right now because they've been taking steps prior to this to get to this point. They've continued to be a leader in the space because they've recognized the opportunities, and really the employees within that company have taken steps to be able to move along this programmability journey to add value back to the company. So there's really 2 important aspects of this program. There's that business process side. There's also that technical competency and ability component. The technical abilities are just as important as the business process implementations. So we're going to listen over here with Jeff from Presidio to hear a little bit about his developer journey at Presidio.
Hey, my name is Jeff Levensaler, and this is my story. I started at Presidio about 5 years ago. I was one of about 100 collaboration engineers. Not only that, but every single one was super talented. A lot of them were CCIE, dual, triple CCIE. I was definitely a small fish in a big sea. When I heard about what DevNet was doing, I thought this would be a great way to differentiate myself instead of going the more traditional route. I attended every event near me and especially enjoyed the hackathons where it was just me and a few other people in a room with an idea to make something excellent. When I figured out how to do something, I would pay it forward. I would put it in a box, I would write a ton of examples, a lot of documentation, and then I would push it to GitHub and later to Code Exchange. Now, these contributions were the reason I was named one of the first 5 DevNet creators. This immediately got me recognized in my company, and I became a mid-sized fish. After winning a few company-wide coding contests and getting some great customer feedback on my automation efforts, I became one of 20 Presidio Distinguished Engineers. Now I'm an automation engineer. It isn't something I found online and applied for. It's something I made for myself, and it's a new role within Presidio. If any of this sounds good to you, check out DevNet and get involved. I couldn't thank DevNet enough to what it's done for me and for my company. Thank you.
Jeff, we are so glad that you have been a member contributing to the DevNet community, and we love to see that Presidio is able to drive results for our customers. I want to encourage everyone to check out the DevNet certifications info session that Ryan Rose and Anna Rubin that they presented. If you want to learn more, make sure to check that out. And there's also a vast array of learning partners that offer a one-to-many, now virtualized experience in order to get ramped up and do this learning. So now let's talk a little bit more about the specifics in the partner transformation realm. Chuck, I know you have a partner story that you want to share, so I'd love to hear more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Chloe. So the types of employee transformation or individual transformation that we heard about from Jeff is highly critical to this concept. What we also want to talk about, though, is how those individual contributions can be wrapped into a business process that a partner can use to actually make that part of their business. So I want to talk about our specialized partner, Miradot, and have Rickard tell us about what they do for being able to take those skills that they've learned through their DevNet learning and their DevNet certifications and actually develop solutions that their customers use today.
So a lot of our customers, they already have a fair idea about the potentials of their platform, what they can do with them, but they're not sure where to start. So we try to like demystify the whole automation concept, and together with the customer, like try to inspire guts, talk through where would be a feasible point to start and where their pain points are at. So a typical project for us would be to create like an ACI web front end to support maybe a migration project, something like that. So after a customer has explained their problems to us, we take them for a tour on the code exchange to look at like relevant examples for inspiration. And together with the customer, we're then going to try them out, like ideas for solutions. And after we see that those work, then we will start turning scripts into services for the customer. So we let our customers get access to the DevNet sandboxes that we're using to build the code and try to get them involved in what we're creating. So it's a perfect like shared environment to help them feel involved in the project. And we can also try out platforms that aren't already in the customer network. And sometimes we can't even be allowed access to the customer network. So in that case, it's particularly helpful with the sandboxes.
It is really great to hear from a partner's voice, such as Mirada, and how they're adding new services and capabilities both to their organization and then to offer those to their customers. And also something that I'm really excited about is how they've been able to leverage the specialization to create this differentiation and recognition in the market as they're a little bit smaller of a player. So that's a really great story to hear. So as Chuck mentioned in the beginning, this program is open to new kinds of partners, these non-traditional reselling partners. So Chuck, can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yes, absolutely. So we know that we have a very wide number of partners in our existing ecosystem today, and those partners have very deep relationships with our customers. They truly understand the Cisco products that are out there, but they may not be ready to adopt the programmability capabilities that these new customer demand and customer business outcomes require. The idea of this program to be able to take a non-traditional partner so we can do these partner-to-partner integrations is a very key aspect of this that helps us accelerate these new software stories and be able to deliver those services to the market. And an example of that is one of our newest specialized partners, a company called SoftServe. And I'm going to let John go ahead and describe what their services are and what they bring to the market for this.
Thanks, Chuck. For those of you that don't know, SoftServe is a world-class advisor and provider of software development skills. We've been in business for over 26 years, servicing some of the world's leading brands. In actual fact, Cisco has been a customer of ours for over 16 years, but we've never been able to take the relationship further. You see, unlike many of you, we don't have infrastructure and networking capabilities. But now with DevNet, we take the relationship to the next level. And what is it that we look for in a relationship? We look for a strong foundation. And as the world's leading provider of networking infrastructure, Cisco's DevNet program gives us an incredible base to work from. And what is it exactly that we do? We deliver business outcomes for our customers. First, we take our customers on our experience design process, really finding out what it is that their businesses need. Then we'll take a combination of technologies to help solve those problems. Maybe it's IoT, where we've worked with the world's leading retailers and oil and gas companies, amongst others. Potentially it's cloud, where we're premier partners with Google and AWS and gold partners with Microsoft, giving us deep and wide experience. Potentially it's application modernization, where we're helping companies scale to meet changing needs. Or it's using an open source platform, where we've delivered thousands of projects previously. Of course, it will involve data and data analytics, where we have a wide, deep knowledge base and using the Cisco platforms. But it's not a single piece of technology that will solve the problems and deliver the outcomes for the customers, but a combination of technologies delivered against an outcome-based model. That all sounds amazing, I hear you say, but how do I get into it? If you're a classic Cisco reseller, don't worry. The market opportunity is huge and you have not missed anything. Every single customer is turning to software to deliver outcomes for them, whether that be factory automation all the way through to customer enablement. If you're unsure of how to start, or simply don't want to get into software development, but you see an opportunity in your customer base, reach out to us. You'll have skills and relationships we don't have, and we're brilliant at delivering business outcomes. Together, we can drive new revenue opportunities for both of us and make very happy customers. There's an ocean of opportunity out there for all of us. Chuck, back to you.
So it was great to hear from John about kind of how this concept of a non-traditional partner can really help us enable business outcomes for our customers, both direct to customers from these software-only type of partners, as well as doing this integration of working together with other partners. And I got to say, Chloe, watching John there, it does kind of make me miss the beach and just kind of sitting around with palm trees and water. So that was very exciting. And really a good thing to see there. So really look forward to seeing how these partner-to-partner integrations can really help our customers take advantage of the software capabilities that we deliver through DevNet, leveraging the API capabilities of Cisco products and services. We really hope you enjoyed learning more about the DevNet specialization and the journey that you as an individual and you as a partner organization can take towards achieving that, and that you can see the direct impact of joining the Cisco developer ecosystem and becoming a specialized partner, and how that can really help you transform both your individual career as well as your organization and their business practices. We'd encourage you to take the next steps as far as being able to get into this program, first by starting to participate in the DevNet community. You can go to developer.cisco.com/start now and start to find learning materials that you can use to develop your career. We have offerings inside of that portal. We have our digital learning offerings, and we also have offerings delivered by our learning partners to help you grow. And as we learned from Jeff, really taking this seriously can help you transform and differentiate your career. And also, if you get one of your DevNet certifications in this calendar year, you can become a member of the prestigious Class of 2020 designation. After you've done that, build on those technical capabilities and deliver those and use those and leverage those inside of your organization to evolve your practices to really focus on programmability and automation so you can deliver those new services to your customers. And then as you're doing that, explore what the DevNet specialization can do for you, how you can leverage that to become part of our channel partner ecosystem and really be able to deliver those services, grow your business, and help transform your customers' use cases and businesses. Again, thank you very much. We wish you much luck on your journey towards your DevNet specialization. For more information, you can follow the links on this slide, and we really appreciate your time here, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the DevNet Create event. Thank you so much.
Hello, my Cisco partners. My name is Mohammed Abdel, and I am a part of the Global Partner Organization. I'd like to ask you to really invest some time to know DevNet. DevNet is a great platform for you to differentiate your services, your offers. This is what would make your solutions fit your customer demands. You should investigate and take a look at the specialization for partners that was just introduced. Take advantage of that. We love our partners. We want to make sure that you are taking advantage of everything that will make you different. DevNet will definitely help you do that. Thank you and good luck.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for viewing this presentation. Today, I'm here to talk to you about the Meraki Dashboard API as it relates to our Python library and Open API specification. So my name is Shay Chang, and I'm a solutions architect on the Cisco Meraki team, looking after our API and developer ecosystem as part of the product management team. And here at Meraki, we want to make things simple, as you may know, and that applies to our APIs as well. So what you're seeing here on my browser right now, which redirected from Meraki.io, is our developer hub. And this is the website where you can find tons of resources on how to use Meraki's APIs and get started with building your own solutions and cool ways to augment Meraki, whether it's for network programmability, to automate, or to configure and deploy thousands of sites, or for scalable monitoring and management across the board. There are many resources here at your fingertips. So specifically what I want to show you today is how our dashboard API Python library is built off of our v1 Open API specification. And just take a step back, if we look at our dashboard API documentation for version 1, what you see here is that with the v1 release from August of 2020, the structure has been streamlined on the left-hand side. And instead of having many sections as we did previously with v0, we now have consolidated into 10, as of today, general scopes, which are divided into how dashboard is structured with organizations, networks, and devices, and then 7 product-specific scopes today for each of the individual specific products. So to give you an example, for instance, if you wanted to configure group policies, right, in v1, because group policies are assigned to networks and span across multiple products, we find them under networks, we find them under configure, since they're part of configuration, and very quickly we see the API endpoints for you to control your group policy configuration. On the other hand, though, is let's say you wanted to look at how much interference or how congested is your RF spectrum for wireless. We'll find that API feature set under the wireless scope, since it's specific to wireless. And instead of configure, these are monitoring endpoints. And we see that there are quite a few endpoints for you to make API queries and requests if you want to collect information about the signal quality, as well as things like channel utilization. So high level, this is how the dashboard API v1 is structured. It gives you a way of hopefully finding the future, whether it's something we have today or something that is new that comes out after this recording, and allows you to very quickly get started with being able to make these API calls yourself. Now, how do you make these API calls, right? And what you can see here is that in our documentation, you can actually make the API call specifically right here in the browser by putting in your API key. We have one here already, which is from a Sandbox environment. And you can also take a look at the different templates that we have available. So these include things like curl from the command line, or if what you want to do is implement this in source code, we have our Python library templates available just by clicking on the Python library template here. So let me talk a little bit more about the Python library specifically, right? Because you can use any programming language. Python is not the only option here. And what we find is that most of our customers who are coming into the Mori API world are in fact using Python. It's one of the most popular languages. It's also very easy to get started. It's also the one language that Cisco DevNet is using very heavily across both the training and certification materials. And because of that, we have developed a Python library for use with Mori's dashboard API. And what you can find is that this Python library is available on GitHub and has a lot of features that make it very simple for you to get started and to consume when it comes to dashboard API. Specifically, right, things like logging, right? So this is where if you make an API request against dashboard API, that request is logged. What inputs were included in the request, as well as the output, whether it was successful or if you ran into an error, what sort of error was returned. So all of that is logged. And what that means for you is it's very easy for you to go back in and see if you ran a script, how much of that script completed, how much of it failed, and if it did fail in certain places, what were the errors. There are other convenience mechanisms included here as well, right? So things like automatic retries, especially for rate limit 429 errors, being able to use pagination automatically, right? So this is something that where you may have to do this manually by hand if you weren't using the Python library. But if you want to say get all of the clients or get all of the devices in a network, and you have to iterate through multiple pages, well, simply passing in one parameter into the Python library allows you to be able to make that call, function call once. And you'll see that shortly in a live demo. And then finally, from customers' input, we heard that it might be useful, right? That you may want to write up a script in Python, but not run it immediately or not make those network changes immediately because you want to wait until a maintenance window later. And we have a simulation mode in here that allows you to preview those calls first before any changes are made and push out to your dashboard organization. So let's actually show you how to get started with the Python library. And what I'll do here is I'm going to go ahead and open up my terminal window, drag it over. And the first thing you want to do is install it from the Python package index. So you can do that with pip. And you can see that I already have this installed on my end, right? So this is where if you have it installed, you can do a show Meraki. You can see that I have the version 1.1.0 B1 installed. And you can, of course, pass in the upgrade flag to install the latest version if you want to. So at this point, once I have this Python library installed, what I'll do is actually run a script from scratch, right? So what we'll do is I'm going to go ahead and open up my PyCharm IDE editor. And drag that window over as well. So brand new script. Just start from scratch here. And the first thing to do here is to import the Meraki library that we just installed. So one simple command, which imports all the functions as well as all of the exceptions that you may need to catch later on. And what we'll see here is if we go ahead and take that API key, right? So let's take that API key that we saw earlier from one of the templates. And this is a sandbox key that you can use. So one thing to note is you don't even have to be a Meraki customer to get started with Dashboard or our APIs. You can simply sign up for an account at dashboard.meraki.com, generate an API key, and start using that without having to necessarily buy any Meraki hardware or licenses. And similarly, we provide an API key like the one here that you see as a sandbox environment so that you can get started and test Meraki APIs without having to necessarily start your own org or account or have any actual live hardware. So in this case, I have my API key. And what I'll do is I'll instantiate this API class for Dashboard API, right? So this is essentially a client that allows us to connect to Dashboard API and make the calls here. And you can see there are many different options in the client. So things like whether you want to use a different base URL to take maybe advantage of a mega proxy, or to pass in a certificate, or to change your options around logging, or the simulation mode that I mentioned earlier. So these are all options that are available to you if you want to adjust and tweak these settings. Okay. And then once I have this dashboard client instantiated, the next thing I can do is to make calls to the API. So let's say I want to get a list of orgs, right? So let's get the list of orgs. You can see very quickly here, using the IDE, I'm able to, with a combination of tab keys and others, very quickly find the different functions and endpoints that I need. And furthermore, if you have a function, right, that requests or requires some parameters to be specified as inputs, if you hover over the function name, you would see that as well as a link that takes you to the documentation on the left-hand side of my browser. So very simple ways to, or quick ways to help you as you code together your scripts. Right, so let me just make this bigger, and also this can be focused on. So let's go ahead and run this code so far. Right, and what you see here are some of the logs that are available. In fact, we should have at this point a log file. I think that will get refreshed in a little bit. And these are simple output commands of that log as well. So if I take a look at the list of the orgs, we see, in fact, that we have a bunch of orgs that are returned, including one that is the DevNet Sandbox, right? So the DevNet Sandbox has an org ID of 549236. I'll save this at the top. And then the next thing I can do is get my list of networks. So I would need to pass in, as you can see, the organization ID, right? So here, what I'll do is I'll put in the org ID, which is the 549236 that we just got from the first output. And as an example of pagination, right, what you see here is the endpoint to get the networks of an org uses a per page parameter. So this per page parameter says, tell me how many results you want per page. By default, it's 1,000, but we can have as little as 3 if you want to do that. I'm not really sure why, but actually we will do that for the purpose of the demo, right? So I'll pass in per page equals to 3. And what you can see from making this call once is that we should now have some networks that are returned, and there are a total of 3 networks in that array, right? So for instance, the first network that's returned is one called always on. It's a combined network with appliance, switch, and wireless. And I want to show you the per page parameter here because what this allows you to do with the Python library is to very quickly specify things like the total pages parameter, right? So this is a convenience mechanism again. It's not part of Dashboard API. It's something we added. You can take advantage of the library and be able to do things very quickly without having to code some of this up yourself. So by passing in a parameter like 2 for total pages, what you'll now see is that we should have, if I spell networks correctly, we should have a total of 6 networks, right? Because that's 2 pages of 3. And similarly, if I want to get all of the pages, I can pass in -1 or the string all. And what you'll see is that now we need to make a few requests to get all of the inputs. And we have a total of 10 networks in the org. So very quickly, this is an example of just running the Python library and getting started with Meraki from the API perspective. I did want to mention how the Python library is in fact generated, right? Because what you can see here is that the Python library is inclusive, meaning it includes all of the features, all the endpoints that are available publicly in the Dashboard API. But how do we create it, right? And what we did here is we actually included a generator library. So if you did want to generate this yourself, you can certainly do that, right? The code here, there's some description in terms of how to run it. And what we're doing here is we're getting, or we are making the Python library and we're creating it from the Open API specification. And the Open API specification is actually the source of truth for a lot of the tools that you see, whether it's the Python library here or the documentation that we were looking at earlier, as well as things like our Postman collection. All these tools are released and generated from the Open API specification. And we actually have a link here on GitHub. So you can see that this is what the Open API specification looks like, formatted with a browser extension to make it more readable. And it, again, is a source of truth. So this is effectively one single JSON file that includes all of the details about every single Meraki Dashboard API endpoint, right? The path, its method, its input parameters, how to enumerate different types of inputs, and also sample responses, right? And it's very useful. So you may not be using the Open API spec here yourself for any tooling purposes, but the tools like the Python library that many customers are using are in fact generated from the Open API spec. So definitely take a look at the generator if you're interested more in how you can potentially use the Open API spec as a raw input into some of the tools that you may want to create yourself. One final example I want to point out, right, in terms of how the Open API spec is very useful in what we've done with Dashboard API V1 is this concept of configuration backups. So configuration backups are something that many Meraki customers have asked about for a long time. And we have this automation scripts repository on github.com/Meraki, where the backup solution here is open source and allows you to simply run the Python script using the Python library to backup configurations from your dashboard org. And how this was created was also based on not just the Open API spec, but also with our V1 synergies and enhancements, right? So what I mean by that is we take a look at all the different types of dashboard features for different things like appliances, networks, and wireless and switch. And what we've done with V1 is make it so structured in a way that the path and the endpoint operation name, so you'll notice that some of these endpoints, or all these endpoints, have an operation name. It's based on how the path and how the endpoint works, right? So what I mean by that is, if it's a wireless feature, right, it would have, something like wireless in its name. And this might sound really mundane, but this wasn't the case necessarily for V0. So in V1, we've definitely streamlined how not just the endpoints are collected, but how they are displayed and documented, and how the Open API works under the hood, so that we're able to take advantage of these things with higher level tools and things like the open source repositories that are made available. Just to give you an example of how you can take advantage of the open source demo here, one thing I want you to point out is we have a live demo that you can experience yourself, right? So this is the Mori API Demo platform. And what you do is, as shown here, just you need to sign up for a WebEx Teams account. Anybody can do so for free, and talk with this bot address and just ask for an API demo, okay? So what you'll see is something like my WebEx Teams window here on the right. You can just go ahead and start a demo. You can put in your customer's name or your event name if you're doing this for the customer. And again, anybody can run this within a few minutes. And what you'll see is that we now have a new room that's created where you can actually either connect to your existing dashboard org. So if you are a Meraki customer with an existing deployment, you can connect to your own data by putting in your API key. But if you don't want to do that, or because you are not yet a customer, you can create a new demo org, right? And this is where very quickly, right, I can have the option here to say create 2 sites, as well as to not only set up those networks in a brand new org, create some virtual devices as well, right? So this is where we'll add some of these virtual devices. They won't come online, of course, they're not Rio. But what we'll do is we'll add a Meraki security appliance, switch, access point, and camera, so full stacks to the 2 networks here. And once these networks are created, just to show you what that looks like, we'll be able to interact with the demo and run some of the API features that under the hood take advantage of both the Python library and the Open API spec, just by clicking on some buttons, right? So here you can see that we now have one network in Shanghai. There's actually the Meraki Shanghai office. And then there's also a second network in Sydney coming online. And if I refresh, right, you'll see that there's 2 networks. And this is all happening under the hood with dashboard API calls, of course. So once you get to this main menu, right, this is where you can really quickly, just by clicking on some of these buttons, be able to do things like setting up new configuration with new networks or webhook alerts, being able to monitor how many devices are up, down, being able to, for instance, do things like take snapshots of cameras. And if you don't have cameras that are online, right, in this case, I have virtual devices, what we'll do is we'll be able to pull data and cameras or other sources of information from the demo orgs that you see we have available as well. So just a quick way to experience some of this live. I highly encourage anybody watching this to try it out using the Meraki API Demo platform. It's a very simple way to get started with Meraki. And with that, I just want to say thank you so much for viewing, and have a great day.
Hi everyone, my name is Christopher van der Made and I'm a security developer advocate at Cisco DevNet. I'm speaking to you here from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. I focus mainly on cloud security, but basically I like everything in security. With me here I have Veer. Veer, what about you?
Hey everyone, I'm Christian Veer. I focus on everything security. I'm developer advocate like Christopher at Cisco DevNet. And my background is in Firepower. I used to be part of that team developing REST API on Firepower Management Center. And I look into all Cisco security technologies. My favorite would be like Firepower, ICE, mostly network security, AMP, which is endpoint security, and Umbrella, which is our DNS security product. So these are the things which I focus on. And Christopher, we both work at DevNet, and we are biased. We pretty much like everything what we have on DevNet. So do you have a favorite which you want to pick, like the favorite resource or tool on DevNet which you like?
Yeah, sure. Indeed, we are indeed biased, but I have to say that, for example, the code exchange with the associated automation exchange is one of my favorites. The reason why is because the code exchange really makes people come together, and it's really a community. So the code exchange is a big repository of all kinds of sample codes, and the automation exchange builds on top of that to add basically a use case on there. So they're ready to go. They're basically plug and play, completely explained how they should work. Anyone can post on the code exchange. It will be checked by a specialized team. So you do know that the stuff that is on there has pretty good quality already. In my previous life, I also liked it as a systems engineer. I also did CSEP, for example, the traineeship, where I was already sniffing for the newest samples that were on there. Also in CSEP, I had to do all kinds of certs like CCNA, CCNP, all kinds of certificates. What about you, Veer?
I totally agree with you, Christopher, on the automation exchange and code exchange, especially the community angle in it. Like it's a place to come and share and find stuff. So if you're working on something cool and you want to share with community, that's a great place to start. You can share your code with the community. Yes, I am pursuing certificate. I'm really excited about the DevNet certificate, which got launched in this year, and now it's available virtually as well. So I'm really excited about pursuing DevNet certs. And Christopher, you have done this preparation in past, so you have any pointers for me or anyone who's listening how to prepare for certs, and what certs you are pursuing yourself this year?
Yeah. Of course. So I've done many certs in the past. For example, as I mentioned during CSAP, my most recent one was CCNP Security, so the professional level. So what I really like is the Cisco Digital Learning tool. This just is a great tool. Some even have labs in them. So I would definitely always recommend doing the hands-on. Right now I'm studying for the DevNet certificate. I'm again using the Cisco Digital Learning tool, but I'm also using the DevNet sandboxes, which is a great way to get hands-on, basically with the APIs that we have. So Veer, I also heard there's another great way to learn about our APIs that we have, something called a DNE. Can you tell a little bit more about that?
Yeah, it's called Cisco like DevNet Express, and we have specialization in multiple technologies. So we have a specialization in security. So great place to go is developer.cisco.com/events, and over there you will find what is happening locally in your area. Now a lot of the DevNet Expresses are available virtually as well. So if you are interested, you can reach out to your area SCs, Cisco SCs, or our partners who can offer you this. This is a 2-day program. It's a learning as we go. I mean, we play and we learn. What I mean to say is that there is some instructions given to you, and you can build some concepts of Python, some concepts on REST API, and then we deep dive into technologies. Like we go in Firepower, we go in Umbrella, ICE, ThreatGrade, AMP, and SecureX, which is our new product. So so you basically, when you walk away after 2 days, you are confident to go and do small automation. So you can take up these challenges in your workplace where you can automate small stuff. So I will highly recommend to sort and search like in our site, which is happening next in your area. And since it's available virtual, you can pretty much join from anywhere those events. So I will welcome all of you to join us at developer.cisco.com. And we have great certification now. So join us on the certifications as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. So it's never a bad time. I got to turn down my main speakers here. Never a bad time to be thinking about security, especially at the code level. And Eric, I believe you have a recap kind of what's important to remember here and where we can go for more.
Yeah, I mean, there were just so many tools that they mentioned, so many resources out there. Again, I'm personally biased a bit to the Code Exchange and Automation Exchange because it's a great way for people to go and to just dive right in and try it out. But their shout out to the DevNet Express was great as well. We actually just did one last week around the globe where they ran them in multiple different geographies to kind of lead into this event, showing some of those security capabilities. And if you're interested in one and you couldn't make that, you can always check our events page to see more at developer.cisco.com/events to see which ones are coming up.
Got it. I know a lot of people have been hitting the lunch time frame in certain time zones and quickly getting there, and others, I'm starting to regret the pasta that I had a little bit earlier because we still have a ton of great information coming up. In fact, I think Mandy may be back with us as well. I hope I'm not making a mistake here. Mandy, are you back?
I am back. I'm so excited to be back with my America's host. Absolutely.
Excellent.
And I haven't made it to lunch yet. I've just been having coffee. So
yes, well, no, you've been working.
Yeah.
I think that's all. Well, I tell you what, so in more stuff that we have coming up, I'm going to wait just a bit longer to tease our very next segment. But in general, your impressions from the day, what's most important takeaway for you?
You know, I think that it's been great to see the interest and the places where people are diving in across all the technologies. Security, we just heard a lot about. I've been seeing people, follow on from things from the keynote. Been seeing a lot of people saying, hey, I've booked my first DevNet exam. I'm going to take this leap forward and try it. I've been seeing people find new resources in DevNet, in the Sandbox and the learning labs that they didn't know were there and that, they found through a talk. I've been seeing a lot of great feedback on our external presenters from our DevNet community, talking about, their stories with automation, things that they've been building. And I think it's my favorite thing about all these events is seeing the community really support each other, answer each other's questions, help each other find the information that they're looking for. And of course, our Demo Jam and our DevNet Creator Award winners, just the support from the community for everyone that presented and won one of those awards has been amazing to see and so well deserved. So congrats to all of them.
Yeah, well, it's, I love the fact you guys make this stuff available. And just as we move forward here, do you feel like your family gets bigger each time you do one of these events?
That is so true. I really do. It's always been that way in person. And, we're finding our way in how we build those connections virtually. And it's been great to do it across all the different time zones this time.
Well, guys, we've got all kinds of information for you at, I believe we've got, I'm not sure if this slide is up or not, but there's more information to be found where we can kind of keep all the offers together because it can be a lot to keep up with. And as Eric mentioned earlier, don't forget that later this week, everything is going to be online available for you to review again. But first mover advantage, that's what it's all about right now. But coming up next, we've got Allison Butler, I believe. We're going to go play in the Sandbox. And I just want to tell you that you need to pay close attention here because we have a surprise musical guest coming up in this next segment. Can't say anything more about it. Just pay close attention. The Sandbox is interesting regardless, even without music. But we expect to hear from you online. Let us know what you think. Did we pick the right musical guest? Is it the right theme? All those kind of things that are important to event planners we're going to want to hear back from you on. But for now, let's go play in the Sandbox with Allison.
Hi, my name is Allison Butler. Welcome to the DevNet Sandbox section at DevNet Create. I'm here to give you all updates on what we've been up to since the last Create. That was like a year and a half ago now. That's crazy. So just to give you an idea of some of the stuff that's been going on, we moved. We've got a whole bunch of new sandboxes for you all to play around in. I'm also going to do a feature on a couple of those sandboxes. And for anybody who's new to Sandbox, I will show you all how to get started. So my name is Allison Butler. I've been on the Sandbox team for about a year and a half now. My background is in software engineering. So I do a lot of new development work, as well as infrastructure automation. I manage a bunch of our open source applications, REST APIs, and that kind of thing. My favorite color is purple, so I was really excited when I got this slide deck that's like all purple. And my favorite animal is cats. So probably the biggest thing that we've been up to in the past year is that we moved. Don't worry, you can still find all of your favorite sandboxes at developer.cisco.com/sandbox. But all of the cool technology that powers the sandbox has been moved to a brand new data center. This was a really awesome opportunity for us to practice what we preach. We've implemented a whole bunch of different infrastructure and network as code things. So we've got NSO and NetBox powering most of our network. We've moved to Kubernetes for a lot of our applications managed by Cisco Container Platform. We have WebEx Teams bots that monitor and alert us on issues on a bunch of our infrastructure problems. Any issues we have with services or anything like that. We have Teams bots. We have GitLab that we use for container repositories and CI/CD. It's been a crazy year. We've been updating a whole lot of stuff, but it's been a really cool way for us to actually implement all of the cool stuff that we tell other people to do. We also have a whole bunch of new sandboxes that I'd like to show off. These are just a few of them. So we have brand new sandboxes like the multi-domain sandbox that combines a whole bunch of different types of Cisco technologies in one mega sandbox. So it's got ACI, it's got SD-WAN, Action Orchestrator, all to simulate what an actual environment would look like. We also have some old sandboxes that we've updated. For instance, SD-WAN. We've updated to the new 19.2. So we've got a whole bunch of new sandboxes for you all to go and check out and play with. We cover all kinds of technology, so from IoT with Cisco Edge Intelligence to networking with Cisco Modeling Labs. These are just a few of our sandboxes. We have a whole bunch more, so you should totally go check them out. So now I want to go in and do a little spotlight, because one of the other things we've been working on the past year is getting code repos and code exchange that work with our sandboxes. So I'd like to go through and feature a couple of these. So the first one I want to take a look at is Cisco SD-WAN. So this is a sandbox that we've had for a little while, but it's been updated to the most recent version. You can see that we now have Cisco Modeling Labs and a dev box in this sandbox, and there's a lot of stuff going on here. There are a whole bunch of devices within this topology, and you have access to these via credentials for most of the devices. So you can access most of them over SSH, but right now we're going to look at the HTTPS interface for vManage. So this is the SD-WAN dashboard. And we can see that we have a whole bunch of traffic coming in down here because we've actually got scripts running on our devices that mimic what an actual network would look like. We also have our sandbox covers across the world. We have in Ireland and in California. And you can also see a list of all of the devices here in the sandbox. So this is really cool. There's a lot of stuff going on here, but how do you get started with coding it? Well, I found a repository in Code Exchange. This one is going to allow me to use APIs to manage application-aware routing policies. So I've got a terminal booted up here. We'll go ahead and clone down this Git repository. And once we do that, we have to set up the Python environment and actually, so that we can actually like run the code. I'm doing all of this in Visual Studio Code because this is a really nice way to actually be able to see all of the files and have a nice terminal. So we can see that I've cloned down my repository. We'll go ahead and get a Python virtual environment set up. I have Python 2 installed by default, and it's just easier to manage if we put all this in a virtual environment. And then we can go ahead and install all of the requirements for this. Once I activate the virtual environment, we'll go ahead and pull all of my requirements. So this is all, as you can see, this is all out of the box from Code Exchange. I don't have to do really anything. All of the commands I need are right here. It's installing a whole bunch of stuff. And we can see this sandbox is actually made to work with so this code repository is made to actually work with the sandbox. So if I check the vManage login, we can see it's already set up to go directly to my sandbox. I don't have to make any changes to the credentials here. And looks like the repository, all of my requirements are done. We're going to be looking at this getting stats. So this should give us the same information that we were able to see in the dashboard. but using Python libraries instead. So I have all of the code for this that I've just gotten from Git. So this is a great place if I'm trying to learn for the first time how to use these APIs. I have this entire repository that I can use to start building off of. So let's go ahead and let's run this script. So we're going to be running a script that will get the statistics that are being shown between different devices. So for this, I need to enter a couple of IP addresses. Those are going to come from my vManage dashboard. So I can go ahead and punch these in here. We'll do from the central to a couple of the edge nodes. So we'll go for these two. And we can see that I have all of the information that is displayed in the dashboard right here. So these are all gotten over REST APIs. So all of the code used to to make the REST REST requests to format everything is all available for me to play around with, so I can see what somebody else has done, and then I can even use this as a starting point for my own repositories and for my own projects. So we can do this for any of the nodes that I want to check. We can see all of the different traffic that's come between them. So if we look now, we'll do between the DC and another one of the edge nodes. And there we go. We have all of the statistics that I can get through the dashboard. I'm also able to access via the REST APIs. And I can see everything that's going on because I was able to clone the code repo for free from Code Exchange. So all of this has been pre-written for me, and I can go through and make modifications if I need to. And this is just a really good learning resource because this can be an overwhelming thing when you're first looking at it. There's a lot going on in this sandbox. So that was the first demo that I wanted to show. So the next one is I also wanted to show off Cisco Modeling Labs. This is a relatively new sandbox that we've put together. Cisco Modeling Labs is something we use pretty extensively when planning our data center move, and it's a really powerful tool. So I wanted to show off how easy it is to get started with Cisco, with the sandbox and Code Exchange. So here I have my Cisco Modeling Labs reservation. This one is a lot simpler than the other one. This just has Cisco Modeling Labs and a def box. It comes with a topology already preloaded, but you're able to load your own as well. So this is the Cisco Modeling Labs UI. So we can see I've already got my topology. This one comes with a lab. It's already started. But what do we do? Like, how do I don't know how to use this one over code via the REST APIs. So I went to Code Exchange and I found another repo. So I'm going to go ahead and clone this one as well. We'll pull all of the code from GitHub. And then we'll have to go set up the environment for this one as well. These are all using Python virtual environments because otherwise the dependencies get really, really messy. So we'll start my virtual environment and then go and install a whole bunch of requirements for this guy too. All right, so while those are installing, we can see that there's going to be a text file that has all of my credentials. I have to get into the right directory first, and then we will see that there's a text file with all of my credentials in them. And we'll be able to see right now, those are all generic values. I don't have any specific information here. So we'll go ahead, we'll have to put in the correct credentials for my sandbox, which I can pull straight from the sandbox page. And so I got my address, my username, and my password. Got to make sure you type that password right. Passwords are really hard. All right, there we go. And we can double check and make sure that my credentials match up what they should be, and they do. So let's go ahead. There's a few scripts in this repository. Let's go ahead and run hello.cml.py. This should theoretically pull a list of all of the labs that I have currently. And we can see that it pulls back a single lab because that's all I've got installed right now. So if we look, there's a few other scripts. There's even a test topology in here. So let's go ahead and import that test topology to see what that does. We'll call it create demo. And my response is 200, so it looks like it worked. So now if I run hello CML again, we should see that I have 2 labs. One of them is only defined on core. The other one, that's the one that I just made. And we can see that that's also reflected in my CML UI. So there's a few more scripts in here. We're going to run auth.py now to get a JSON web token that I can use to authenticate against the API. I'm going to pull this web token over into the Swagger definition. So Swagger gives a UI for basically all of the REST calls that we can do for CML. So I'm authenticating with my JSON web token, and then we're going to drop down here and find the lab ID for my lab. So I'm doing that by just getting the lab's endpoint. We can see I have 2 IDs here. Mine is going to be the second one. So I'm going to copy that ID. And then let's go ahead and see what the state is. We've seen before that it was defined on core, so let's just verify that here. Yeah, we get defined on core as my response body. So now let's go ahead and start my lab via API. So I'm going to paste my ID in here and execute this endpoint, and we can see that it was successful. So now if I go and I check the state, we should see that my state is now started, which it is, meaning that everything worked. Let's go ahead and we'll go ahead and just clean up the lab before we're done here. So I'm going to go ahead and stop this lab using the stop endpoint. And we can see here, before I go and stop it, things are coming on. We can see that I've got one of those has a big green dot. Let's go ahead and stop it, and then we'll also wipe the lab so that we make sure everything is cleaned up before I run the last script, which is going to be to delete it. So we can see my lab is now stopped. Before I can delete it, I also have to go and wipe the lab so that everything is back to the presets. So we'll go ahead and we'll wipe it. Success. And we should be, if I go back to the state, we should now be back to defined on core. So now let's go back to the repo and we'll run this last script, which will delete my lab. So I'll go ahead and run the script. It's going to ask me for the ID, but I've already got that in my clipboard. So we'll go ahead and execute that, and we get a response 200. Now, oops, lab has been deleted. So yeah, I was able to do all of that just using the APIs and the code that I found from Code Exchange. All of this is available for free for you to go and find and do yourself. Everything that I've done here, you can do as well. It's super easy to get started. So if this is your first time with DevNet Sandbox, welcome. We're super excited to have all of you. So you can go to developer.cisco.com/sandbox. That's our homepage on the DevNet page. If you click that Get Started with Sandbox button, you'll be taken to our full catalog where you can browse 70-something different labs. We span a whole range of different Cisco technologies, open source technology, and it's all available for you to use for experimentation, for personal learning, for messing around if you just don't have a dev environment that you can play with. You can break stuff in ours and we'll just clean it right up and you don't have to worry about it. You can also find all of the code repos that I featured here, as well as a whole bunch more on our Code Exchange page. These repos are curated, meaning that we look over them before we publish them, and they span all kinds of Cisco technologies. They provide a great place to come and learn something new or to provide a jumping off point for your own projects. So that's what we've been up to over the last year and a half at DevNet Sandbox. We've got some great new content for you all. We've got a brand new data center to help things run more smoothly, and we look forward to working with you in future. Thank you.
All right, you're gonna love this one. Here we go.
To study for my DevNet certifications, not having access
access to a lab was giving me palpitations. Then you showed me instant access of DevNet Sandbox. I tried it out and in seconds it blew off me spark socks. Yeah, DevNet Sandbox, you helped me get my dev fix on. I fell in love with all the ways you helped me get hands on. Yeah, DevNet Sandbox, you helped me integrate apps in seconds. I think I'm in danger of becoming addicted to your reservations. I needed a place to try out samples from Code Exchange, and having no place to deploy them was driving me insane. And then you showed me all the awesome features of DevNet Sandbox. I was automating device deployment and skilling up on the DevOps. Yeah, DevNet Sandbox, you helped me get my dev fix on. I fell in love with all the ways you helped me get hands on. Yeah, DevNet Sandbox, you helped me integrate apps in seconds. I think I'm in danger of becoming addicted to your reservation.
Get on that. Future #1 right there.
Jeez. So just try getting that out of your head after. How can you not love a good musical segment? I hope you all enjoyed that. It drives the learning when you can get that kind of thing in. But we got a lot of more information coming up, a lot of good stuff. In fact, just in preparation, I'm very excited about the next couple of segments. First, I want to ask Eric about Code Exchange and other stuff we need to be prepared for coming up in the next segment.
Absolutely. Well, first off, that was awesome from Tom Davies. Definitely check out the link that they shared at the end. He's got a number of musical numbers that he's worked on with the entire Sandbox team. Great set of folks over there. Yeah, coming up soon in a couple of sessions, we're going to talk a little bit more about Code Exchange, show some examples of putting it into practice and where you might be able to leverage that inside of your business. And I'm sorry, Rob, I got to ask, you're distracting me here. I can't stay on focus. What's with the hat?
Oh, the hat. Well, I saw in our show flow notes here, we've got the country segments coming up next. And so I just wanted to be ready because I love me some country.
Rob, I think we might have to talk a little bit about that.
Is it the hat? Do I need wait a second. I'm in Texas. We always have plenty of hats. That one's that's my winter hat just now coming out of the closet.
I'm not sure that's quite what we have in store there, Rob.
Well, hold on. Actually, now that you mention it, so country. So when we say Latin America, is that what we meant by the country, not just country?
Yeah. I think that's what we're going for. We're looking for some great content coming out of Latin America. Some of our creators down there, some of our SCs.
We weren't talking musical genre, Rob. I know that was confusing with like the musical number and then the country segment, but that's
so much input, so many things.
People from actual countries all over the world that are here presenting at DevNet Create. Well, I mean, it's an understandable mistake, but I'm glad you brought your hat anyway.
That completely makes sense. And of course, I knew exactly what's going on and that I studied everything that Janelle and Dioria and everybody have been preparing for me. I'm a professional. Eric, did you tell us we got Code Exchange coming up right after this? We've got Monica Acosta covering Latin America and a huge ton of updates you're going to want to stay tuned for there. But just to make sure I didn't miss something, Eric, were you saying something about Code Exchange maybe that I cut you off?
Yeah. Sorry, I did get a little distracted there. So if you check out, I think they're sharing the slide, or if not, maybe they can pull it up. But at cs.co/create2020 offer, there's a number of promos running. One of them is you can actually get your own very own Code Exchange contributor shirt, which is a limited edition. It's only for the first set of people to get those submissions in. So you'll hear from Florian in a few minutes what you can do to get prepared, what kind of content we have out there, and what kind of code samples. but this is going to go very quickly. We've just in the past 24 hours seen a huge spike of submissions of people sharing their code with the community. So if you're interested in getting that very custom and limited edition swag, I would definitely check it out sooner than later.
Okay, so we need to go to that web URL. Do not keep texting you. Do not keep texting. Who was it? Janelle. Mandy has been getting direct messages on Twitter. They're not your source for the shirts, people. Yes, they're popular. So do what you got to do. If there's stuff you got to study first, then do that. But continue to pay attention no matter what you do, because coming up next, again, it's Monica Acosta covering Latin America. And then right after that, Florian, going to be covering Code Exchange. I think I got that right. Yes, Code Exchange. I get that mixed up with Sandbox sometimes. Either way, a lot of information. I'm going to continue to study, try to figure out what's coming next, make sure that we have all the details squared away, because that's the promise we make to you. Let's go to Monica.
Hello, everybody. Greetings from LATAM. I'm so excited to tell you about how all the work from LATAM has been doing so far. We're going to start with Mexico and all the work that have been done from COVID and how we react in terms to attend medical patients and family, in terms to be faster respond with collaboration teams and programmability.
Cisco Televisita y Teleconsulta. Una iniciativa por México. En estos momentos sin precedentes, Cisco está presente para apoyar a la comunidad y a todo el ecosistema médico que hoy enfrenta grandes retos. En este sentido, hemos creado una iniciativa de solidaridad para las familias, los pacientes y los doctores. Esta solución tecnológica ubicua facilitará la interacción paciente-doctor familiar a través de comunicación en video y voz con un solo dispositivo conectado a Internet y sin necesidad de instalar nada. A través de un mecanismo seguro e intuitivo, se permite que los familiares y pacientes egresados se comuniquen con el cuerpo médico del hospital sin necesidad de estar físicamente, protegiendo de esta forma a todo el personal y familiares, manteniendo así la sana distancia. Con este aplicativo se logra la comunicación en 4 importantes direcciones. Médico-médico. Comunicación interna entre el cuerpo médico a través de mensajes de texto, llamadas, videos y la transferencia de archivos de forma segura y fácil. Médico familiar. El médico desde el hospital y el familiar del paciente desde su casa podrán comunicarse a través de voz o video para conocer cada detalle sobre la situación médica del paciente. Paciente familiar. El paciente podrá hablar con sus familiares a través de voz o video, permitiendo así acercarlos de una forma segura. Pacientes egresados médicos. Aquellos pacientes que hayan sido dados de alta podrán seguir manteniendo comunicación con la finalidad de continuar con sus diagnósticos. En Cisco, siempre nos hemos comprometido para ofrecer lo mejor de nosotros. Y hoy más que nunca, nuestra tecnología está permitiendo unir a la distancia a las familias y transferir conocimiento entre los médicos y las instituciones de salud. Hoy contribuimos a buscar un México sano, pero sobre todo, familias felices y tranquilas de poder estar cerca y unidas.
Good that you're enjoying Mexico video. Let's move to Kansas, where we're going to see about the Partner Innovation Challenge that has been happening and how the partners are moving in terms to create innovation solutions using programmability and the rest of the Cisco products.
Hi everyone, my name is Sergio Sicard. I am a Partner Systems Engineer Team Lead in Cisco Latin America. And today I want to share with you experience that we have with our partners in the region, try to develop good practices around programmability. So since the launch of DevNet a couple of years ago, we've been trying to educate ourselves and our partner community around DevNet practices, mainly to develop code and to develop software over Cisco infrastructure. However, the reality is that most of us, I'm not saying is the complete case, but most of us are networking engineers with little or no background in programmability. So it represents a challenge because it's not that we can't develop software, is that we first are not used to the software itself, but also we are not aware of everything around software development that's needed in order to produce code, to produce a solution that can be eventually commercialized under a brand or something to generate income. So we focus on specific topics that our partners need. First, we understand that our typically network engineer is not aware of tools such Python or APIs or programming code or all those things that are around programmability or the technical stuff. But also we notice that our partners are not aware of what's needed to develop software in terms of how to identify a problem, how to identify a market opportunity, and how to operate and eventually generate income from an application that can be developed over Cisco infrastructure. So we decided to develop a challenge. We challenge our partner community to present us a software solution in a period of 12 weeks. We help them during that time, and we provide them several tools. We run a DevNet Express. We had sessions every week with experts from Cisco, taught them things like agile technologies, design thinking, how to monetize solutions, how operate solutions like that. Obviously, we went deep in code, specifically with Cisco infrastructure. So we challenged several partners, and in the end, 5 partners responded to the challenge. We'll cover those later. But basically, these are the pillars that on which we invited our partners to participate. First, to understand the DevNet framework. Second, to help with a software solution that actually helps to solve this some social distancing problem that we have. Then move with forward software development, to create a culture of innovation, to find new ways of generate income, and to understand, articulate the value of intellectual property. So 5 partners participated in this challenge. Actually, these are the deliverables that we ask our partners to identify the problem, to identify market opportunity, to show us an application, develop a mock-up or prototype, and the plan on how to operate and monetize this solution. So 5 partners responded to this initiative from 5 different countries: Ecuador, Peru, Panama, Costa Rica, and Honduras in Latin America. And here are some examples of what they present. And this is not rocket science solutions, it's simple solutions to simple problems, but very practical. And we think they have a good potential to be eventually commercialized. So the first one is a solution that aims to help daycares. We know that we have these little kids and small daycares, and of course these facilities have no IT knowledge or no IT staff to support them. So this application it's developed thinking on these daycares and how parents can interact with the daycare. So it's a chatbot based on WebEx Teams that can provide automatic responses about schedules, activities, grades, etc., information relevant to their kids using WebEx Teams. The second one is an application aimed to solve a high utilization of a healthcare system that of course collapsed at the beginning of the pandemics, integrating an existing appointment system with WebEx meetings in order to makes more agile the process of getting an appointment with the doctor on a specialized person or a specialized personnel. And last, this is a very sophisticated chatbot that one of our partners in Central America came, that's developed over third-party chat applications and interacts with artificial intelligence third-party recognition. So text recognition. Basically, what it does, it provides information about COVID-19 and health information, and then, if needed, directs the end user to a medical or specialized personnel if they need to solve more detailed inquiries from end users. So, in the end, what we did here, it's a way to go beyond the code itself. It's not just about code. Code, of course, is a very important part of it, but we went beyond code. We went try to educate our partners in problem definition, in market opportunity, in how to monetize. The idea is that we, as a sales engineers and as a developing engineers, as a delivery engineers, can have the tools to provide a solution that can eventually be commercialized as a software product, as a software offer. So I hope you enjoy it. This is nice experience. I think our partners learn a lot, and I can provide more information if needed. So thank you very much, and keep creating. Thank you.
Finally, we're going to MCO when the guys from Brazil, Chile, and Argentina have been working so hard in terms of programmability and also participate in ACI Challenge inside Cisco in terms to move innovation solutions to the customers.
Hello, my name is Flavio. I'm from Brazil. I'd like to give you guys 3 updates about what is going on here. So first one, I'd like to give you an update about the DevNet certifications. I'm really glad about what happened with the DevNet certifications here in Brazil, where, you know, Cisco SEs, but also partners and customers engaged in this process of getting certified. We do have people in Brazil that were certified the first day. We also have people in the DevNet 500 group, but more important than that, I believe the local community recognized the value of the DevNet certifications. You know, the content of the exams and the materials are really relevant. And this will gonna keep us, you know, having more and more people certified. This is an important content and evolution for the workforce locally here. So really glad with the results of the DevNet certifications. The second topic that I'd like to bring to you guys' attention is the DevNet ecosystem development. Monica mentioned about partner challenge. We call it Brazil Innovation Challenge. This is just one of the initiatives that we are doing to develop more and more the ecosystem. But more important than that, I think the ecosystem is realizing, you know, they can differentiate with DevNet capabilities and also monetize on top of Cisco solutions with that. And just to give you a single example, we have a partner that developed a solution on top of DNA Center, DNA Spaces, and WebEx Teams for a hospital. With the focus to make the process of, you know, moving patients in and out of a hospital more efficient. And the results were really important for the hospital business. So they were able to do more surgeries per day in a single hospital, 3 extra surgeries per day, as well as improve in average in 45 minutes in the process of the patient's discharge. Okay, so I think it's, you know, the DevNet ecosystem is realizing how powerful DevNet can be. And these are real success cases that we have in front of us coming in more and more common. So the last thing that I'd like to bring to your attention coming from Brazil is about, you know, new technology, something that I believe can be used more and more. It's about, you know, capabilities of, you know, processing images. In this case, this is a project called Social Distance in our internal innovation challenge here at Cisco, where we used Meraki vision cameras and also this Python module called OpenCV, Open Computer Vision. And one of the aspects of this project was how can we check if a person was using PPE, in this case, face masks. So really interesting tool. You can train your own model. You can use existing models. So powerful thing. And the latest capabilities of the Meraki MEV with the, you know, new snapshot capabilities, streaming capabilities, I believe it's powerful. So I'd like to bring this to your attention, so you can also check it out and, you know, do a cool project with that. So that's it from now. I'm glad to be here in DevNet Create again, this time virtual, but I'm hoping to see you guys in person really soon. Thanks. Have a great event.
So that's all the work amazing done from LATAM. I think there is a lot of things moving forward. A lot of partners and a lot of customers have taken a look in terms how can programmability type leverage huge solutions to their customers. So I'm expecting to have a lot of more innovation products and solutions on the market from the following next year. Thank you very much for attending.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the introduction to Code Exchange with a bit of a more deep dive. So I would like to tell you what is it, how can you do it, and how can you specifically get value out of Code Exchange. I would like to tell you a bit about myself. My name is Florian. I'm a developer advocate at Cisco DevNet, and I have a software and networking background. I'm based in Germany, in Frankfurt, and my focus is actually IoT. So I'm focusing more on the IoT perspective, network programmability, and AI and ML. So maybe you know about this, you're browsing around on developercisco.com. Maybe you've used as well a lot of the videos, the challenges. Maybe you've also did some self-guided learning labs there. And you're thinking right now, okay, now I really want to start doing some code. Or maybe you already did some code and maybe you're already a code guru there and started to work on some projects, right? But maybe you've encountered some problems there or some challenges in the end. You're starting and you have this empty window. So you need to start somewhere. And it's usually, I know, maybe you know it, maybe you feel it, it's difficult to start with an empty editor page. So sometimes it's really good to just focus there or like to get some code, modify it and start with some template out there. And this is exactly what the DevNet Code Exchange is about. Let's also get some other, or in general, some general challenges there. So what we have here is on the left side, some code, and then also on the right side, some code. And from the beginning, like in a couple of seconds, you don't know what is a good code. Like you maybe see some documentation, but then is it official code? Do you use it? Like how is it exactly? And this is basically why Code Exchange is coming in. So it will help you to find the right source code. So you can filter some programming language. You can filter the source code with some really cool technologies there. There will be also some, you can see some steering or like some ranking system there, what gets you visible for good projects or good repositories which are out there. And the whole Code Exchange repositories or like collection of repository will help you of identifying what are authentic source code repos or like, you know, just some weekend projects, like maybe just some scripts are in there, but they won't help you further that much. And then building a community around open source projects. So this is also what this whole community aspect is about, is basically to getting and bringing people together with the same mind or with basically the same goal, but with different approaches there, and work together on one big project there. And later on, I will have some examples with this one as well there. So this is DevNet Code Exchange. So this is basically, you can reach it under developercisco.com/code exchange. And I would like to get more into a deep dive here, how you can use the Cisco Code Exchange. So we are here at the classic at the DevNet homepage, developercisco.com, and you can access Code Exchange simply by clicking this icon here. So here at the start page, you click on Code Exchange, and you can already see that you can look for some code. You have featured repositories already there, or you can, for example, find repositories by product categories. And usually I would like to start with a classic DNA center one. So for example, if I would like to get to know more about the APIs of the Cisco DNA Center, I just search it here, like click on the Cisco DNA Center. Then I see several repositories here. If I would like, I can select some languages out there. So basically, I only would like to do something in Go, or I only would like to do something in Java or C# and so on. But this time, I will just go for the Python one. And then you can also select or filter the results by technology. So if you're only collaboration focused with WebEx, you can go for collaboration. If you're only focused with networking, like classic networking with iOS XE or so, then you go for this networking technology tab here. Since I already see my repository where I would like to go, this is the DNA top 5. So these are some really cool, simple getting started scripts for the Cisco DNA Center API. So let's click on this repository here. And now we are at the page, the specific DNA Center top 5 repository page. So what can we find here? So we find here the description name, so basically the header, description, and then as well on the right side here, some meta information. So who is the owner of this repository? Who are the contributors here? What are the categories like networking, programming languages, and then what is the license of this repository? And what's more important is like you have a documentation here. So every Cisco DevNet repository, like what we have here in our code exchange, has a really good documentation out there which can get you started. So what you see here, you can see like at one side, there are some really cool scripts there. So for example, this is the network device.py Python script, which will show all of the networking devices in the inventory of the Cisco DNA Center. Then we have the interface device PI. So these are all shows all the interfaces connected to a specific device. And you can already see how you can use the device, this specific script, which is also as an example written here. And now, what if you would like to dive more into this one? So you would like to get started there. And I remind you the empty editor window basically here. So I go on GitHub. So every repository is synced and linked basically to a GitHub repository. GitHub, if you're not familiar with, it's like a cloud-hosted Git service where you can store your code with a free account there, and others as well can basically commit to your code, like work together. You can work together with anybody in the world basically on your specific project here. And if you would like to see more about the code, or like we would like to dive right into this one, we just click here on the Python script and then go right into this one in the Python one. I will zoom a bit more here, and you can see here, it is a really nice Python script where you basically see, you will get the single device API from this REST API URL. And you can, I won't go into detail more, but you can see here, this is basically how it is done. And now I would like to go back here and say, okay, so how basically, like you would like to go with this one. So you would like to get the devices there. So how can you do this? You can basically simply copy paste it. So you can just copy the script and paste it in your editor, or like this is the power of Git and of the GitHub service here as well. You can just clone the whole repository here to your desktop. And you can use exactly these files which are in here as well. So let's do this. I will copy here the link to this GitHub. And now I am in the, as you can see here, now I am actually in my command line on my MacBook. And I will just do a git clone command and paste the website, or the address of this repository in there. Then I click in, and then as you can see, it's cloning. It's cloning all the script there. So I will just change the directory to this DNA top 5 here. And then I will check what are the files which are in there. And you can see here, with just one command, you have already all the scripts down on your laptop there. And now let's do also a fun part and open it in our empty editor, which won't be that empty anymore. So as you can see here, we have an open window. It's an empty one. And now let's get started. So we just open here one of what we just downloaded here, the DNA Center Top 5. We have all the scripts already ready, downloaded here. We just open it and voila, we have it already here at home, basically in our editor. You can of course open it, open other files as well here, and directly start working here. So if you would like to, when we go back to our script, if you would like to change something here, or you would like to add something here, you just go here, write some other code, and there you go. And of course, you can run it directly here in the browser and test it. And as you can see here, yes, no module is installed, so I need to set it up a bit. But anyways, you can definitely work straight ahead from the Code Exchange repo, from the template, what basically the community gives you, and definitely gets you start working in an accelerated way. When we go back now to the Code Exchange, we actually have also other really cool bigger projects out there. So for example, and this is right here, WebEx Teams SDK. So this is also featured here. You can see 98 stars as well. You just click on there and you can already see as well, this is basically the open source project of the WebEx Teams SDK. So if you would like to know more about this, or you would like to contribute as well, or you would like to get behind the scenes view, basically, you can definitely go as well here via Code Exchange in order to see how the WebEx Teams SDK is being built, and especially how you can use it as well here. Also similar to this one, if we go back, we would like to look for some SD-WAN action here. So lately, it's more and more requests are coming up. And again, you can check, for example, the language. So again, I would like to have some Python action with SD-WAN. And there are also some really cool repositories out there. So basically here contains the Python SDK for Cisco SD-WAN. You have also here some vManage APIs. So basically some examples for the vManage APIs for application-aware routing policies. Also some SD-WAN templates there. Also with some examples with the SD-WAN REST API of vManage. So basically you have a really cool repository out there what you can use. So at first, definitely select what kind of API you would like to see, or like what kind of request or what kind of goal you have. And then you simply click on the specific API or a specific repository there. And then you can definitely see the documentation. Is this what you're looking for? What are the current functions as well? How can you use basically the source code there, or the scripts which are available there? Information about the requirements, how you can set it up, and then usually what we also put in there are the outputs. So basically, what is the outputs, and the outputs of this specific script would be the device list, or the template list, for example, or some session monitoring. So as you can see here, if you would like to know more again about this one, about the scripts and look behind it, or look at the source code basically, you can again go on the synced GitHub repository there, and you can here already see the Python scripts of, okay, how can you basically do these commands? How can you also expand it? And more importantly as well, you can already see the updates there. So is it a more recent project? Is it an older project there? And we can definitely see this is a more recent project here. So when we go back to the Cisco Code Exchange, I hope you know what this is all about, that you can definitely take a look, just search it, explore the repositories via the languages, via the technologies where you're in, also via the product categories here as well, that you can find here some really good starting points and you don't need to start with an empty editor window. And now maybe you would like to, or maybe you ask yourself, so who is actually contributing to these really cool repositories or like to this really cool library? And it's a simple answer. It's you. It's developers, it's partners, it's customers, it's Cisco employees. It's everybody basically can contribute to this code exchange. And it's simple as that. So when you have a DevNet account for free, you have a right button here, which is submit. So when you click here, you can actually submit your project what you host on GitHub to this DevNet Code Exchange. So you can, for example, insert your repo URL here, also click in what kind of technologies this repo covers basically. If you have, of course, the permission there, if you're a Cisco employee or not, and then you can submit it. There's just one thing there, is basically the requirements. They're like just not a lot of requirements, but just some is definitely, it needs to be relevant, of course, like to the Cisco technologies. It needs to be publicly available on GitHub and licensed as well under an open source license. So, for example, MIT license, Apache license. I wouldn't worry that much about it. Basically, if you can put it on the Apache or MIT license, that's totally fine. It's a classic open source license there. And then we have as well a Cisco sample code license here as well. So when we open this one, we can actually see that what we created with legal here as well. We created a Cisco sample code license, what you can use. So if you're unsure, or basically if you're a Cisco employee and unsure, also just use the Cisco sample code license, and then you're good to go to share it also on the DevNet Code Exchange. And then this is not done yet. So like from your side, this is done, but in order to ensure the quality, or in order to ensure that actually we have a quality code and the quality repos out there, our engineering team is actually checking if the documentation is correct. If, for example, the code works. So basically, not everybody can basically submit it, but not everybody's project gets automatically published. So we have, of course, some guidelines there and some requirements, what needs to be done. So basically, a good documentation needs to be out there. The code needs to run, so without any problems, basically, by our support engineers. And then, of course, it needs to be licensed in, like I said, in open source license or in a Cisco sample code license there. So we have also a dashboard for you. So here you see the admin dashboard. So basically, you can check what kind of commitments you have. So what kind of submissions you have, what kind of submissions were already approved. And then which are supplied, are declined, or for example, if somebody contacted you about please change some of this, or like please add some documentation there. So with that being said, this is a really good overview of the DevNet Code Exchange, but there's one thing I would still like to cover. We have a cool code exchange challenge, which I really would like to share. So when you have a code just lying around there and you just have it for yourself, this is not a good stuff for the community. So if you would like to share your code, get your name out there, and also give something back to the community, we are definitely would like to thank you for that with a special edition shirt. So basically, if you would like to win a special shirt, just get your code out there, go to Code Exchange, submit it, and get it approved as fast as possible, because the first 100 approved and published submissions, they win a special edition shirt. So if you'd like to know more about this, what kind of rules there are and how you get the shirt, just go to developer.cisco.com/codeexchange. We have all the information there, and definitely get your code out there, give something back to the community, and I wish you all the best to win this really cool t-shirt. With that being said, I hope you learned something here. Go get your code to Code Exchange. Happy DevNet Create. Thank you very much.
All right, I kind of like that from Flo. Happy DevNet Create to all of you. 'Tis the season. I love that. Love that. Love that. So Eric and Mandy are back with me. And Mandy, I wanted to ask you about, we had Monica Acosta covering LATAM there. I forget the gentleman that was speaking, but they had a bunch of different announcements. But I'm just curious, overall, DevNet as an international movement, because it really does feel like a movement. I'm just curious how that's grown, because it feels like it's always been there from the get-go, but I could be remembering it wrong.
No, you're right. It's always been there from the beginning, except it has accelerated in the way that the community has stepped in and helped grow it within their own cities, their own regions. I mean, from the beginning, our second ever DevNet zone at Cisco Live was in Milan. So we did the one in San Francisco, and then right after that, in our first year, we did the one in Milan. And since then, we've been able to have DevNet zones, at every Europe event, Australia event, LATAM event. And then DevNet Express has been a place where we've really been able to reach more countries, because people who couldn't make it to a Cisco Live, they could have a DevNet Express event in their city, in their town. And we've reached about, I think, over 64 different countries through DevNet Express with in-person events. And now with virtual, we had the first DevNet virtual event with Cisco Live, DevNet Day. And we had people attend from, I think, over 200 countries and territories or something like that, which was amazing. And then DevNet Create, which we've had in all 3 regions. And DevNet Create, every year we have people ask us, can we have a European version of DevNet Create? Can we have one in APJC? And, this year it's virtual. That's a little bit different, but it's also amazing because we are able to be in more places and really bring in that community. We even have one of my favorite hashtags is DevNet Africa, which is a whole movement of people helping each other learn about DevNet, learning about networking, learning about programmability, all across Africa. And that's been a great community to see as well.
Well, I was thinking about the fact that obviously the more engagement that you guys see around the world is going to inform when we go back to physical events and we're looking at that mix. I'm sure that is going to weigh into it. And so it's important, obviously, for the community to still stay engaged throughout this. But to be honest, I feel like we're starting to get more than we would have expected here. And I'm also always so impressed with, being born in the US and only speak one language, to others who speak multiple languages and they're learning coding, which, as far as I can tell, very English specific in a lot of ways. And it's just incredible what's being accomplished, because the thinking is so much fresher and different often as well when there's just different experiences coming in.
It's great. And we've really been, asking the community to help us how we can help everyone in more regions learn and go down this journey. Cisco has a mission around an inclusive future for all, and we really believe that. And we think that events like this, help us do that. It's open to more people than it would ever be if we all had to be within the same 4 walls.
Well, Eric, I meant to give you more time. We got to this. We still got a good 30 seconds or so. Tell me about why security is important from a DevNet perspective as a setup to where we're going next.
Absolutely. So I will refer back just quickly. There are challenges. Florian mentioned one, the Code Exchange Challenge, but one of the other ones that's been running throughout the day is the Secure Code Warrior Challenge. And I'm really excited because we're getting joined by Matthias Madhu next, the CTO of Secure Code Warrior, who's going to talk a bit about why it's not just a matter of wrapping up your applications in some security wrapper and calling it a day. There's much more fundamental reasons why something like Secure Code Warrior and the challenge that they brought today helps you understand everything else you're hearing across this event and how to start incorporating security into your coding decisions. So I'm pretty excited to hear about that.
And did we decide? I didn't listen closely. Is it Matthias or you said Matthias?
Yeah, I believe it was Matthias.
Matthias? Okay, we'll go with Matthias. Either way, this dude is exciting. You guys are really going to enjoy this segment. I got a sneak peek at it. There's lots of good learning here, some good opinions that are going to pay off. Let's take a look now.
Good day, everybody. My name is Matthias Madhu. And for the next 20 minutes, I would like to talk about AppSec is dead, long live DevSecOps. I'm Matthias Madhu. I'm the CTO and co-founder of Secure Code Warrior. My background, well, I have a background in static analysis, where it was really good in finding problems in code. And actually with that knowledge, I thought, hey, gee, static analysis is really good in finding problems in code, but ultimately, it is all too easy today to find problems in code because nobody tells the developers how to write secure code in the first place. So with that knowledge, we started Secure Code Warrior, and our objective is really like, hey, if you're serious about building secure code, if you say, hey, my applications, I would like to ship them with confidence, you should think about Secure Code Warrior to let us help you in helping your developers writing secure code. So today, I would like to talk about a couple things. I would like to talk about like, hey, why are we still on Earth talking about building secure applications? Isn't that, in the nature of all developers, isn't that done yet? Then what is an application security person doing today? And as a reference to my title, like what should he be doing? Then I would like to jump into DevOps and more specifically like, hey, DevSecOps, how can we put the security into development? And I would like to do that on a way with culture, automation, measurement, and sharing. And ultimately, I would like to come to the conclusion. So first things first, why on earth are we still talking about building secure applications? Isn't that, the normal thing to do? Going back in time, if you look at some of the failures that we had, then I would say the Ariane 5 rocket is one of the most famous failures. Why? Well, not only 7 billion was lost, but also 10 years of work was lost. So when they had to self-detonate the rocket a good 30 seconds after the launch, they couldn't just drop 7 billion on top of the same team and have the same rocket the next day. No, it took 10 years of work to construct that entire rocket. Technically, the mistake that they've made was, a very unfortunate one. They tried to cram a 64-bit float into a 16-bit integer. That caused an overflow. And for performance reasons, they actually suppressed the error handling. And that caused the rocket to failure. Why am I saying something like that? Because something good came out of this particular failure. What NASA did ultimately is they invested in their program. And what they did was they bumped up every line of code that goes into a rocket. The amount they're spending in 2001 was $1,000 per line of code, where the average in the industry was around $50. So they said, hey, you know what? Let's not make that mistake anymore. Let's do enough validation up front. Let's make sure that what goes into the rocket is really safe, is secure, and we're not going to go into such a catastrophic failure. When we were actually decorating our office, well, I found this XKCD. And this XKCD is an interesting one. It's about SQL injection. But the most interesting part was actually at the back, where it said, hey, you know what? Merry Christmas from my manager, Jacob, at the time. And that was signed 2008. So that's 12 years ago. 12 years ago, we were already talking about SQL injection. Well, guess what? That was not new at the time. It was already 10 years old. So the problem, SQL injection, is 22 years old, and all too often we still run into the same problems. If you look at the wiki page on SQL injection, somebody was updating that with all the public disclosures that where SQL injection was the problem, and he actually gave up. He gave up because there's like just too many. So 22 years old, and you may wonder, like, is that still a problem, and why is that still a problem? And as my good friend Jim Barksdale, former CEO of Netscape, would say, if we have all our opinions, then let's go with mine. Luckily today we have some data, so you don't have to go with my opinions. And yes, Cisco says that, hey, SQL injection is still a problem. 1 in 3 newly scanned applications still has SQL injection over the past 5 years. The joke goes that 2 out of 3 do not have a database, and that's why they do not have SQL injection. We're writing more and more code. In total, we write an additional 111 billion lines of code every year. We all have the title software developer. We all want to make and create new features. Nobody in the organization has the title software deleter. It takes 30 times more money to fix problems late in the development cycle than actually when you're writing code. The joke goes that we actually only fix 1 in 30 problems in our code today. So think about that. If you spend your money up front, you get way more value out of that money than actually waiting until the end of the cycle. And the average cost of a breach, it's just a lot of money. To give you one example why we're still here, why we're still talking about things like SQL injection, and by the way, this is not a talk about SQL injection whatsoever, but just to give one code example here, this is an explanation of why we are still having that problem today. There's concatenation in this query, and if parameter 1 and 2, well, if the pen testers come back and they scream loud and say, oh my God, parameter 1 and parameter 2 are vulnerable to SQL injection, well, then instantly the developers are enabled and they have to really fix parameter 1 and 2 because we are vulnerable. It's open and people can download and do whatever with our database that they want. If parameter 3, you know what, if a static analysis solution comes back and say, maybe potentially if all the stars align, and maybe one day parameter 3 will be vulnerable to SQL injection, what quite often happens in an organization is that they start a fight between the QA, the security, and the developers to figure out if parameter 3 is really a problem. And only if it's really, really a problem today, then we're going to ask the developers to fix that. You can see, you know, it's not beneficial for the culture in an organization. And quite often knowing the answer is completely irrelevant because fixing it is quite often so simple that we should just do it. But that is the reality today. And last but not least, if none of our tools and none of our hackers and none of our people outside of our organization can prove that parameter 4 is a problem today, well, guess what? We're not going to fix that because our code works. So please do not touch the code that is working. It works. Nobody has figured out if it's a problem or not. So just leave it like that. Well, there's still the copy-paste problem. So if you take this piece of code and a junior tomorrow copies the code and it uses the code in another part of the software, well, it may just be that parameter 4 over there will be vulnerable. Or if your junior person actually changes the code tomorrow and he makes a new path in your application, parameter 4 can become vulnerable to SQL injection. Or, you know what? We are not always 100% confident that parameter 4 is not a problem. It's not because of our tools and none of our white hat hackers were able to find that or spot that as a problem, that it is not a problem. So you can see this is how we tackle application security today. And this is why we're still 22 years after the first discovery of SQL injection are talking about SQL injection. To put that in perspective into an organization, well, first of all, an organization knows about problems in their code, which are the black bugs in there. They know about the code, they know about the problems in code, and they ask a developer, fix them, fix the security problems. And we give the developer nothing. We give them a clean and empty sheet, and we ask them to fix the problems. Well, what happens, of course, is, well, he fixes a couple of the problems, which are the red lines in there. So he's going to fix, he's going to fix a couple, but ultimately he's going to not fix them all because they're just too many. And why is he not going to fix all of them? Well, first of all, there's only one application security person per 100 developers. So on average, one person has to guide 100 people in writing secure code. Think about 100 people. Have you met 100 people today? Do you know 100 people? Have you spoken to 100 people this month? Imagine being the guy that is responsible to make sure that these 100 people write secure code day in, day out on a day-to-day basis. And as I said, you know, there's a ton of overhead. It's 30 times more expensive. So by the end of the day, that is the reason why not everything gets fixed. We write more code. Remember, 111 billion lines of code? Well, a developer can introduce 700 different categories of problems because that is what some static analysis solutions are finding. And last but not least, well, we keep on writing code and the tools are imperfect and our people are imperfect by finding problems. So there's still the bugs that nobody knows of. So I intentionally used the infinite loop over here because this is a never-ending story and this particular infinite loop we really have to stop. So let's have a look at the software security person or AppSec person. What is he doing today? 1 in 100 developers. So of course, you can see what he's doing today. He has a lot of overhead by trying to build a team, by trying to figure out like, hey, how can I get into, what type of person can I get into my team? And the people that then landed the team, they constantly find the same problems over and over and over again. In red is actually what he should be doing. He should be thinking about like, hey, you know what? How can I scale this particular program? How can I guide all these developers in my organization? So he should be really thinking about the hard problems, the forward-looking problems, and not the simple stuff like SQL injection. The good thing about application security today is, you know what? They have money, because in organizations, they recognize that application security is very, very important. But that does not mean that it will solve the problem, right? Because, you know, as my friend Notorious B.I.G. would say, more money is more problems. Because you know what? With more money, we also write more code, and with more code comes new vulnerabilities. So how can we actually get out of this? How can we move forward and make application security something better, you know? And I think the way we move forward from AppSec to more of a DevSecOps way is really by moving from these breakers that are currently application security, breakers that do not understand code, or quite often do not understand the code behind what they're breaking. Well, I think tomorrow they will have to understand the code, and they will have to work together with the developers in fixing the code. So my proposal over here is application security is really, they have to move and become very, very close to the developer. And that means they really have to understand the code. So creating secure code today, how can we create secure code today? Sure, we're all moving on from waterfall, and we're doing agile and DevOps and whatever you're going to call it today. Bottom line, code goes into production more often, more frequent. So how can security keep up? Well, one way that we can do for security to keep up is, work with the developers and ask them to work harder and faster and do a second job, which is essentially security. Well, that is not what we want to do. We want to make sure that they work smarter. We want to make sure that from a security perspective, we help them embedding security into their day-to-day job, into what they're doing on a day-to-day basis. How can we do that? I did a quick search, and I was looking for the pillars of DevOps, because if you want to integrate security into DevOps, well, you have to know what the pillars of success are for DevOps. And one thing that I found is that nobody really seems to know what the pillars of success are for DevOps, which gives me, it's somewhere between 3 and 11 pillars. That is what people land on. That gave me the freedom to look into these pillars. And one thing that came very close to what I see in the field is something called COMS or CALMS. And I would like to skip the lean for today, but essentially what they say is, you know, DevOps, if you want to move to DevOps, you have to change the culture because it becomes everybody's job. You have to build more and more automation in what you're doing. You have to measure what you're doing, and you have to share as much information as possible. And over there, I would like to say smart sharing. So I found that very interesting, and I thought, like, hey, how can we get security into the culture, into the automation, into the measurement, and into the sharing? So the way I see that working is, first of all, with culture, it's everybody's job to write secure applications. And today, it's all too often, if something breaks down, they point fingers at the developer and they say it's the developer's fault. Sure, he was the one that wrote the code, but was he given enough time to upskill himself and learn about writing secure code by management? Or was it just, you know, they were given a timeline, they were given a very strict deadline, essentially, by which the code had to be delivered, and there was no way to do anything else then but to write this feature? So quite often that is overseen. You know, they point fingers at the developer, but was he given sufficient time? And it requires the entire company to rally around writing secure applications, writing secure code, and ship them with confidence. That doesn't mean the developer gets a free ride. You know, that doesn't mean that if he is given time, he should just learn and make sure he is upskilled. The way I see this is it's a back and forth between making something that is interesting enough for a developer to absorb that information. So what I see lately is the developers become more and more powerful in organizations. They have plenty of job opportunities. So the way we have to approach them and the way we have to make sure that developers are kind of keen to learn about security is make something that fits their world. And what fits their world is quite often developers like like games, they like hands-on stuff, they like to do things, they are super creative. So it would be good if, from a security perspective, we actually think about a good and interesting way, hands-on, to tell these developers how to write secure code. So from a tooling perspective, from a learning perspective, we have to make something that triggers the developer. At the same time, a developer should also understand that, writing secure code will make him very popular in a lot of different ways. Because a correlation that I see in the field is a good developer is quite often a security savvy developer. And there's a very good reason for that. When you start writing code, all you do is you figure out how the syntax works. Once you become, a junior, you can start working on functions and methods and everything, and you're trying to figure out how things work together. And it's ultimately when you really master the code that you realize, like, gee, there's people misusing my code. Like, oh my God, how do they do that? And that's essentially security. A simple example, if you want to learn about things, a lot of people prefer tools like Duolingo over classroom training. Automation, how can you build in security tests into what they're doing today, which is automation? Maybe one thing to highlight over here is I really like the coffee test. One thing you want to do is you do not want to slow down the developers. So all your security tests need to fit in the time that you actually take a coffee, which is quite often 5 minutes. And if that's not the case, you should parallelize your tests, or you should actually push them to a nightly build. So automation, make sure that security fits into the automated blocks that are already in place. Measurement, quite often people measure the wrong thing. Security or application security is not about finding as many problems as possible. That does not help you to the end, which is ship code reliably and fast. That does not help. What you should measure is things like, hey, if there is a failure, how fast can we get the developers back up, and how fast can we get our solutions back up and running? That is something we should measure. So quite often we measure the wrong things in application security. We have to measure things that contribute to the end goal, which is shipping code with confidence. And maybe a last thing over here is sharing, or smart sharing, as I call it. Quite often, what happens is when a bug or a problem, a security problem gets fixed, well, the day you close that bug in the bug tracking system, that information is gone, okay? And what I'm highly advocating for is tools that capture that information where you are, so in the IDE, for example, and you redistribute that information to your peers. And in real time, it actually gives information to your peers. When they are going to make that same mistake, something pops up and say, oh, don't do that because Joe already, fixed a very similar problem, and this is how Joe actually fixed it. So over here, I'm sharing that piece of information on how to not introduce that problem in the first place. So talking about Joe, how can we help Joe from a secure code warrior perspective? When Joe is an engineer and he wants to learn about writing secure code, well, first of all, with Secure Code Warrior, we want to make the developers superheroes. We really want to give them the tools and the means to actually write secure code from the start. And the way we do that is we want to make sure that we give you hands-on learning modules that you go in there in the language and framework of your choice. So if you're a Java EE developer, we will be able to give you Java challenges so that you learn about writing secure code. And we actually have plenty of these modules. Today, we actually have more than 5,000 modules, training modules, in 40 different languages and frameworks that you can take on and that you can train yourself in on how to not make these mistakes. And I think that is a really good way forward if you want to upskill yourself, because there's a correlation between good developers and security savvy developers. So if you want to take a shortcut to become a really good developer, well, I would highly recommend to check out the platform. With that, I hope you learned something today, and thank you very much for attending this talk.
All right. So I don't think any of us pronounced his name correctly, but either way, what a fantastic session. And it reminds me of something. There was a quote in there, Eric. He said, a good developer is a secure developer. I know you've got a background in security, but it just reminds me that when I think of security in my background, I think of firewalls and physical devices and ports and things of this nature. And that's really not what we're talking about here. In fact, it's a little bit different, but it's also integrated. What is your take on it?
Yeah, no, it's a great call out. So, I mean, I've been doing security for 20 plus years now, and it's very much changed. So back then it was very much about, let's just put some blocks and ports on the firewall, put one at the edge of your network, and you're done. And with things like the multi-cloud and applications and the way that we've shifted to microservices, so much has changed that application has to be baked in from the beginning into the application. Security has to be baked into the application to make it truly secure. And so that's really what it's all about, is teaching good coding practices. And that's why I really like this challenge, and I like Secure Code Warrior, because it gives you some tips about avoiding common pitfalls. And you know, a while back in my career, I actually got an opportunity to do penetration testing, and I loved it because I got to try and figure out how the coders might have thought about things and then how to break the logic that they had thought through. So this challenge actually gives you a lot of that thinking. It'll talk you through things like SQL injection and how to anticipate what they might try and do and all of the ways they can try and break what you wrote. And then you can try and think backwards. How do I make sure that no matter what they send at me, my application is ready to handle it? So it's really changing the landscape of the industry. Security professionals, security engineers are not just someone that knows how to write an access list. It's someone that knows how to look at code and identify things. And hopefully that's all of your developers. So it shouldn't just be that one person in the corner that makes sure that the code is ready and secure. It should be everyone on the team should be somewhat of a security coder.
It feels like one of those things, you know, in the same way that you can, as you're learning to code, to use the general term, you can code in an organized manner that others can follow up on. You can annotate it, whatever the right terminology is, you know, and do things that are considered the right way, because things can work even when they're done sloppily. But I feel like security is the same way. It's like, take the time to do it right, start building from that standpoint, and it just becomes second nature. It's not something you should have to think about very actively, because a lot of the things can be, it's the very basics, as he was saying. SQL injection's been around forever. So with that, before we run out of time, Mandy, I'm hoping you can clear up a few acronyms for me. I've heard AE, that's A and the E, and then CE, and then I've heard ABC.
Yes, yes.
What's going on?
So happy to help. You know, a lot of times we like to talk in shorthand, but I want to go through, these are several different tools that you can use within the community. So Code Exchange, which you've been hearing a lot about today with the T-shirt challenge and people writing code. Code Exchange is a place where you can share any kind of code that uses a Cisco platform. It could be a small utility script or some tools that you've pulled together that help people you know, use a certain API, or just an example. It's very broad. It's really there to help the community with anything that they can go in and use. Sometimes I talk about it like the Zappos of sample code. I want, you know, black boots in size 7. I want Python scripts for NXOS. I can go in and find the code I'm looking for. And then Automation Exchange is like a next level where we're looking at a full automation use case. And you have the code, the sandbox, maybe Cisco Modeling Labs topology together. And it has a fuller description of the use case, maybe a video that helps you get going, as well as the code that you can actually run. And then ABC is our automation boot camp. And that is a new offer that we have in our learning area. And this is for companies who are really trying to transform their teams. And they want to take a group through an immersive training with hands-on labs, you know, self-study materials leading up to certification, as well as customized use cases using things like automation, things from Automation Exchange. So hope that cleared it up for you, Rob.
Yeah, no, that really did. And I just want to say, okay, just a couple of seconds left. Next up, I'm a big fan of Stuart Clark. We don't have makeup these days as we're working from home, so this is the best I could do because I don't do accents, but I'm a big fan of the big evil beard.
Hello, this is Stuart Clark, Developer Advocate for Cisco DevNet. In this session, we're going to look at Automation Exchange, which is a shared code repository for network automation. We're going to look at how to get started with Automation Exchange to find the very best use cases for network automation. To access Automation Exchange, simply open a browser and go to developer.cisco.com/network-automation. You can log into Automation Exchange using your DevNet account. If you haven't got a DevNet account, it's easy to sign up for and it's free too. Once you've logged in, you'll be presented with two options: to view all use cases or share use cases. We'll jump into those in just a second, but for now I want to scoot down on the main page and show you all of the information on here to help you actually navigate through Automation Exchange as you're using it. The first part that we see is discovering multi-domain network automation, and here we're looking at an ecosystem. This talks about the languages such as Ansible, Puppet, Terraform, or custom workflow. These are typically things that we see in our Net DevOps tool chest today and our workflows that engineers are using. Underneath of this, we have the Cisco infrastructure. Here, this is a great way to look at use cases based on the Cisco platform that you're interested in working with, such as DNA Center, SD-WAN, ACI, Crosswork, NSO, Firepower, or Umbrella. So not only can you look at it via the categories of the platform itself, but you can look at it via also say campus or branch, data center, service provider, or security, typically where you'd expect to find some of these Cisco platforms. Next down, we have the methodologies. If we start on the far left hand side, we see the walk methodology that we spoke about before. And then underneath of this, we see a use case which is attached to the walk methodology. We can navigate over to the run next to it, and then we can see another use case which is associated with the run methodology. And then finally, if we go over to the fly, we see an example use case which is attached to the fly methodology too. If you scoot right down to the bottom of the page while navigating on one of these tabs, you can see another additional two use cases that are referred to of that methodology. Or if you wanted to see every case which was linked to the fly methodology, you could simply click see all, and that will take you to all of the fly use cases. Let's scoot right back up to the top of the page again, and let's look at an automation use case. If we click on view all use cases, this will open up a separate tab. Here we can specify the stage, the scenario, the life cycle, the domain, or the product. If we start with the stage, this is our walk, run, fly area, and here we can specify which methodology we want to look at. This would list all the methodologies linked to walk, or to run, or to fly. Next, we could look at the scenario. The scenario could be telemetry or insights, cross-domain automation or monitoring, or something like automation at scale, and there's a few others that are linked in there as well. Next is the life cycle. So this is our day 0, day 1, day 2, etc. Then there's a domain where you might typically find this. So say you were looking for use cases around campus or branch, data center, service provider, cloud, IoT or security, you could specify one of these and look at all of those. And then we go into the product. Here, as we spoke of before, you can look at all the use cases based on the product. So you can see all of the use cases here that are attached to the Cisco Meraki product, or Cisco DNA Center, or even SD-WAN. There's around 12 different products listed in there for you to look at. And of course, we can mix and match these across to drill down into all of these use cases. So let's look at this one, for example. If we go down into the stage, and then we look at, say, the life cycle and look at day 1, we can see all of our use cases in here. We could perhaps change this and change this into walk. And then look at the use cases as well. We look at day 0, we'll change this to run in day 0, for example. Now let's open one of these up. Say we wanted to look at automate network configurations with Napalm and Click libraries. You simply click on this and it opens up the page which should tell you all about it. You'll see on the right hand side the Cisco products that can be used using this case example, and here we've got IOS XE, Nexus and XR. In this scenario, this is considered automation at scale. In the life cycle, it's actually covered by a number of life cycles, meaning this particular use case could be used to install, provision, configure, optimize, or even manage as well. The stage that it is at is run, where we're going to set policy across our network. And the technologies that are going to be used are Python and REST API. This is particularly useful if, let's say, you are using Python or Golang or Ansible as your code. You could change it up and select which language you wanted to use in your use case. In the top, you'll see a brief overview of what this library or what this use case can be used for. And this is just a brief overview. For a more detailed look, we look into description. And the description should really outline for us what we expect to see throughout this use case and what problems we offer to solve. You'll see underneath this the objectives and some of the requirements as well. If this was a platform specific one, you would see a version, say for iOS XE or Nexus or something, or if you were using DNA Center or SD-WAN, you might see the version that it was expected to be able to run to be able to leverage these features on your device. If we go up a little bit further, you'll see that a little tab here that says see this on Code Exchange. So let's say, for example, this code is for you and this use case is for you, and this will help you solve one of your network automation challenges. We can click on the Code Exchange link and this will take us over to Cisco Code Exchange, where we can actually get that code and download it and run it. What you'll find in Code Exchange is a little bit more of a technical overview of what this code will do, how to install it, and examples of how to run it. If we go back over to Automation Exchange, on the other tab that we have is Share a Use Case. This is where folks at Cisco, members of the community, have submitted use cases which you will find in Automation Exchange. And as we mentioned before, this is 100% community driven, so I encourage you, if you've got a great use case, to submit it into Automation Exchange. Submitting something is really simple. Just complete the mandatory fields which have a star next to them, such as the title, the inline technology, and the use case description. When you enter a use case description, this is written in Markdown, so you can add in images and links to other things such as GitHub, DevNet sandboxes, Code Exchange, etc., or other online documents. Once you've completed the description, then you put your use case into a category. Here you can select one of the categories. If none of these apply, you could always select Other. You can then select the domain for which this would fall into, whether this would fall into campus or branch, data center, service provider, IoT, security or collaboration, etc. Next, you can select the product, and you can select the product this applies to. In the last example, we saw that use case you could use it on iOS XE, XR and Nexus, so you can select as many products as you wish. Then you'd select the stage. Again, in this case, you could select more than one stage, but typically I only assign this into one stage. Then there's the additional information. Things like Code Exchange. If you have a repo with some code in that runs against a use case, this is a great place to put it. A link to a sandbox. A lot of the use cases have links to Sandbox, which makes it super handy, because you sometimes don't want to be testing new code in a production environment, and you might not have a dev environment to be testing your code. The other thing that you can put underneath here is a business benefit and impact for business requirement, what problem you believe this is going to solve. There's a couple of additional things at the bottom, such as white paper, customer quote. If you've got a video demo, that's great. Just insert the video demo link into here, and this will be inserted into the main description body above. And then right at the bottom, there's additional notes. When you're submitting your code, I strongly advise you to put something in additional notes saying why this would be a good use case to have in Automation Exchange. This helps the process when your code or your use case is reviewed and ready to be made live into the production environment. Thank you for joining me for this session. I hope you enjoyed the rest of all of the sessions we've got lined up for you at DevNet Create this year.
Hello, I'm Andrew from the DevCX Learning Team. The DevNet Automation Bootcamp is an immersive training for teams of up to 12. Cisco experts meet with your team to understand your progress in the automation journey, so we can tailor training that will transform your team and your business. Our DevNet instructors recommend self-paced prerequisites to level set your team and prepare you for the training. Then you receive 5 days of instructor-led training to meet your needs. The next step is to participate in a 4-day deep dive lab led by dev advocates to build your skills, confidence, and to learn best practices. After the lab, you get follow-up office hours with your dev advocate for the next 2 weeks. Contact us to find out which bootcamp is the best for you.
I almost forgot to come off mute myself. Just channeling back to previous things I've done wrong. Okay, so let's make sure we all have this straight. We've got the Automation Bootcamp, ABC. So we just heard about that there. Good to take advantage of. We've got the Automation Exchange. These are all actually good to take advantage of. But the Automation Exchange and the Code Exchange, these are all highly interactive things that you should be taking advantage of right away. But as we trickle on through this day here, charging through, I should say, Eric, what kind of updates would you want to provide here?
Sure. So like I mentioned before, we've seen a ton of people already submitting stuff into Code Exchange. So love that. Love seeing the community all build behind it. Now you heard about Automation Exchange. So once you get published and once you're in there, we would encourage you to consider, is it a use case? Does it fit a bigger problem? In which case, how about rolling it into Automation Exchange too? It's a much more small but very impactful set of code. So we'd love to see you all contribute there as well. But the other stuff we have going on, we want to reiterate, remember, we have the certification offer. Make sure you're taking advantage of that. It's limited time. It's like you're at a real event where we usually offer some in-person testing, except this time you're getting a 25% discount on any of the DevNet exams. So check out the link, go get yourself one reserved and go in and give it a shot. See what the exam is all about. Hopefully we've given you enough of the skills you need during these days to at least get you primed and started. So go ahead and look forward to that. And then we also want to talk about the challenges. The challenges are going on still. We've had tons and tons of people going through them. So keep getting in there if you haven't yet. There's a little bit of time left for the ones for today. And then the mega challenge goes on for a little while longer if you want to take on something bigger.
Perfect. All right. Yeah, guys, remember, as much as it feels like 2020 will never end, it will end. And if you're not certified, then you will not be able to say, honestly, at least, that you were certified in 2020 and that you're part of that class. It's only one time to be in this class, man. And it's the year that we probably will never forget. I do want to ask real quick, I don't mean to cause a run on more things, but I've heard something about a plush Devi.
Oh, yes.
Devi, am I saying that? Devi, D-E-V.
Devi. Yeah, absolutely. So Devi is our robot, little mascot for DevNet. You may have seen him in his airplane. And these have been super fun. I think many of our speakers have been able to, get their hands on some of these Devis. I am excited to finally have one. I haven't had one until recently. So he's going to go on my little shelf right behind me and hang out with us the rest of the day. Okay.
Now, so that's a physical manifestation, because I think, so Devi, could you explain a little bit more about how I first started becoming aware of the bot interaction through WebEx Teams and the WebEx app? How did all this come about?
So, yeah, it's one of those things where many different ideas go into kind of the creative process of bringing something like together, many from the community. We've always written a lot of different bots with WebEx Teams to help out with different workflows, different things like that. That got us talking about bots in general. And some of our amazing DevNet designers came up with this little guy, Devi, and he's been with us at all of our events. He's traveled around the world to physical events, virtual events, all those different pieces. So we're super excited to have him. And it's the funnest thing is seeing the community, bring him into different things that they're doing, and having Devi even respond on Twitter is pretty cool.
Yeah, you can interact with Devi. And I believe Celia usually is the puppet master behind a lot of these things, but I know that a lot of things are also automated as well, because there's almost nothing we can't automate. Real quick, we're about to go next to, and it pains me to say this, Jeff Dubois. Let's see some of the stuff he asked us to say about him. He said he's charismatic, he is a great interviewer, good looking. I could go on and on. This is getting a little bit much. There's too much to read here, but Jeff Dubois is back and he does have a couple of good interviews. So let's go there now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jeff Dubois. I'm a technical solutions architect here at Cisco Systems. And let me tell you, there are a ton of amazing innovations coming out of the Americas right now. But one example I thought would be really fun to share with you is something called Project Brahma. So I'd like to introduce you to Tim Miller, who will be telling you all about this. Welcome, Tim.
Hey, thanks, Jeff. Thanks for having us, and appreciate having the opportunity to talk about Project Brahma. My name is Tim Miller. I'm a data center technical solutions architect with Global Virtual Engineering, and I'm representing my team of Mike Finch and Tyson Scott. All of us are data center TSAs.
Awesome. So welcome. Please tell us a little bit about your idea and what inspired Project Brahma.
Sure. When we deal with our customers in their data center networks, they're typically onboarding with ACI and evolving their data center to use a different type of paradigm in managing their network. Since this is primarily a developer community, and you may not be familiar with ACI, this is our application-centric infrastructure solution for data center networking. And so it provides an automation framework to configure your network device elements automatically on your behalf using higher level constructs we call policies and intent. And another key element of ACI is that it is implicitly denying all traffic flows until you explicitly permit them. And so that permits cool things like microsegmentation.
So in your opinion, what are some of the big challenges you guys have when deploying ACI, and how does your project make these deployments easier?
So when we talk about the big challenges with ACI, typically customers are not ready for that big jump into microsegmentation and the application-centric approach to their network. So they typically want to enter in with what we call the network-centric model, where we're defining all these policies to behave like their traditional network. So there are VLANs, there's gateways to those VLANs and so forth, and all like a traditional network, all the devices in a given VLAN can talk to each other. And so we call that the network-centric approach. And when they want to build this out, we then have to start defining policies to replicate the command line that they're used to. So we have interface selectors and switch selectors and all these policies to map to switches themselves, the domains they're connecting to, whether that be virtualization so that we can automate VM configurations, or to physical ports, configuring the trunks and so forth. And that by far is just a single port, but now we have to do this for every single port, every single device on the network, every single leaf in the fabric, and the policies continue to grow as you're building out your fabric. And at the end of the day, you could end up looking like me with no hair, with all the analysis paralysis that tends to hit.
So if I hear you correctly, not only is this already complicated on a device-by-device basis, but when you add in the scale of dozens to potentially hundreds of devices, this can quickly become really overwhelming.
That's exactly right. But the good news is it's repeatable, and so it lends itself very well to automation if you know how to leverage the API that we have available on ACI.
Can we take a quick look at what you built?
So we built something called Project Brahma, and the primary goal was to just simplify all of that. We didn't want to overwhelm the customer with all these design choices, so we are, on their behalf, in the background, building out a lot of these policies using best practices. So things like naming the interface Ethernet 1/1. All of those policies have to be defined for every single interface, but that's something very programmable. And having an easy-to-use workflow to make this all work is important as well. And without further ado, we can actually jump over into the demo and take a look at it. So this is the interface for Brahma. As you can see, we've got a workflow, a kickoff workflow for the global configuration. So we define the company's name, and this will actually map to the tenant and so forth, and some best practice settings that we have by default enabled. And if you've got a good reason, you can just disable them with a click of the button. Out-of-band management configuration, the simple IP addresses that you need to know, in-band management as well. Now, this one's actually very important because there are a lot of policies that for that access control that are required in addition to just assigning IP addresses. Because this is in-band and in the fabric, we need these contracts, as they're called in ACI, to permit traffic to come in and out. And so As you can see, the network engineer just cares about the things they care about, and we handle the rest with best practice policies. Same thing with network NTP servers. And similar story with the SNMP configuration. Again, this screen is the information they know and love, have to provide, but behind the scenes, all those access control policies are put in place as well. And finally, many customers deploy their leafs in pairs as VPC pairs for redundancy and high availability. We simply have a mechanism to click a link button and define the pair. And when you're all said and done, you hit the save button and you're ready to go.
Wow, this is really impressive. So how did you build all of this, and how did DevNet help you get there?
That's a great question. The good news is there's a lot of resources, because when you first start looking at programming ACI, there's a lot of foreign concepts that network engineers may not be familiar with, like models and management information trees and things like that. But DevNet has a wonderful set of resources available. You can see here the simple Google search, DevNet ACI, and you get to the ACI resources available at developer.cisco.com. And then there's furthermore, you get that information on what those models are, how to use the REST APIs, and so forth. And so it's a great way to just dive in, learn more, and then translate that into actual Python code like we've done in the background.
Wow, so you basically built a SaaS-enabled ACI simplification model. This is so cool. Is there a link where you can share your code for people that might want to dig a little deeper and look at what you've done here?
Absolutely. We've got our code available on GitHub. It's under the Cisco SE repository that is publicly available for all of our customers to leverage. And it's github.com/CiscoSE/Project Brahma.
Thank you so much, Tim.
My pleasure. Happy to be here and glad to evangelize what we're doing with programmability in ACI.
All right, moving on. I have another really cool innovation I'm super excited to share with you. I'd like to introduce you to William Nellis and his idea for a WebEx Teams bot for good. Welcome, William.
Hi, Jeff. How are you today?
Really good. So very briefly, what is WebEx Teams bot for good?
Well, the WebEx Teams bot for good is called the Daily Positive, and it's a very simple WebEx bot for spreading positivity into a WebEx room every day.
Nice. So what inspired you to do this? I mean, what drove this whole idea?
Well, I mean, coronavirus hit, right? So I'd already been studying for DevNet, and I'd been familiar with some of the capabilities around that. And, you know, me and my family were on vacation in Texas when spring break happened. And when we came back, it was all coronavirus all the time. Bad news. There was shortages at the store of, you know, basics like toilet paper. So things like that started to manifest in my life, and it was really dragging me down. So I realized I needed to personally increase the amount of positivity that surrounded me and my family. And I realized I wouldn't really mind having a simple Teams room with just positive stuff. And I realized the code for it would be super easy. It aligned 100% with what I was learning in the DevNet associate curriculum, to be able to take a quote from a list of positive quotes and post it into a room every morning at 9 a.m. And the coding for it was really simple.
Huh. I mean, sometimes the devil's in the details though, right? So even though things may seem simple, sometimes it can be a little tricky. Where did you kind of build up the skills to apply all of this?
Yeah, the reason it was actually easy to accomplish was because of what we were learning in the DevNet associate curriculum. So what we've seen at Cisco is a lot of our customers are increasing and adopting automation, and we're being driven as the SE and SA community to help them on that journey to achieve competitive advantage. So we have all of our products have automation capabilities built in, and what our leadership did is they said, we need you guys to understand this. The API is the new CLI, and so we want you to go get your DevNet associate certification. So with that, we were going and we were studying about WebEx Teams bots and doing some of that thing. And I started to explore and play with them as just part of the curriculum. And we use a lot of these within Cisco to automate business functions already. So there's already tons of bots. But so I didn't see necessarily a use case for what I was learning right away. And then I had a very personal one. I was working on some automation stuff with, say, I got a bearded dragon, and we were concerned about the temperature in his cage. So we were setting up some of these IoT sensors, which are Arduino based, to be able to monitor the temperature in his cage and be able to notify us when it went too high. And I was concerned about it because I was wondering, maybe I got to write an actual app to be able to do this. And I realized WebEx Team would be natural for that. So I've got these sensors set up for my garage door opener as well as my bearded dragon cage. And all it does is it posts a message into WebEx Teams. And the really good use case about that is I can get a notification on my phone whenever my garage door opens or not. So with that, I'd already had a personal use case for these modules, and it really was just applying, this idea of doing a WebEx Teams bot for good into a Raspberry Pi. So phase 1 was on a Raspberry Pi. That worked really well. I shared it with a few people. They shared it with a few people. Within 2 or 3 months, we had 150 users of it, and that all spread by word of mouth.
Wow. I love, first of all, that you use programmability to make your life and your pet's life better by keeping track of the temperature for your pet as well as your garage door being open. That's so cool. But then also I love that you then applied it to make some type of positive impact for people. And it's cool how quickly the popularity grew. What was next kind of in the evolution of this project?
Yeah, so it grew pretty significantly. So after a few months, I had a couple hundred users, and right about now we've got about 286. And this bot just goes and it posts a very simple positive message into a room every day. And there's not a lot of crosstalk. There's not a lot of other stuff that goes in there. It's completely opt-in. If you want to get a positive message every morning at 9 a.m. that just shows up, you can get one. It just shows up in WebEx Teams with all your other work stuff. So what was happening was I had a few instances where the Raspberry Pi got tired. I was doing some other stuff on it and it didn't show up. And I actually had people reaching out to me like, hey, where's my daily positive? Then I upgraded my Meraki infrastructure because of the work at home stuff. I had to work at home a lot more. I had my kids at home doing stuff. So I had to upgrade my Wi-Fi. And when I did that, the Raspberry Pi went offline for a day or two because it had some built-in settings that just didn't migrate over right away. And more people were reaching out to me. So I decided I need to get out of the business of hosting this on my Raspberry Pi and move it to the cloud. And so with that, I picked GCP because I had another use case that I was working on within GCP at the time. And I went ahead and I basically took the function and ported it over to Google Cloud Platform. And all it is a very simple Google Cloud function, which uses mostly the exact same code that ran on my Raspberry Pi, with the exception of it cannot do the WebEx Team SDK. So I had to do very minor modifications to the script. And all it does is it's got, say, 80 quotes in a file. It goes through, it picks out a quote, and it sends it to WebEx Team every morning using a bot ID. And all that you need to do to be able to schedule that is use the Google Cloud Scheduler that's available that looks basically just like Crontab did on my Raspberry Pi. So I have a scheduler function that kicks us off every morning at 9 a.m. and it calls the function, and we all end up getting these very positive messages into WebEx Teams. I
love it. And I also love that you addressed a single point of failure, which was, your Raspberry Pi, maybe, becoming unplugged or something. And I love that you actually ported your app right into the cloud where it would have a whole suite of high resiliency benefits. This is also probably great for people who have built their own apps and might want to look at your code for some ideas about, if I want to move my app to the cloud, what steps did William take to accomplish that? So is there a link where you could maybe share your code, or where people could maybe dig deeper if they wanted to learn more?
Absolutely. I've written 2 blogs on this, and I've also shared the code on GitHub, and we'll provide those links absolutely as part of DevNet Create.
Awesome. So maybe you just inspired me. I can maybe make a WebEx bot that tells a daily dad joke.
Absolutely. That's some feedback we've gotten.
Awesome, William. Well, I can't thank you enough. This is so cool. I really appreciate you taking the time to share what you've built here. I think a lot of people are going to be inspired by it. Thank you.
You bet.
Okay, Jeff Dubois, I don't know if you need to be submitting ideas for the bots on my kids might say you're just as uncomfortable as I am with your humor, but I do like the idea of automating some happiness. I think I could use a bit more of that. Want to make sure we're staying up on the news, and I think we got a couple of different things. Mandy, I wonder if you could walk us through a couple of updates.
Absolutely. So one of the things that we're really excited to bring to everyone at this DevNet Create are our new workforce transformation packages. And these are something that we've had our customers, our partners, different people on different teams ask for. And this is when you want to take a whole team and really help them move more towards DevOps, more towards automation. And so this package is really sort of a playbook, a map that you can follow, a package of those things together. It includes our DevNet Associate Study Group, so being part of a led study group with an 8-week plan. It includes a DevNet Automation Bootcamp, which is like an immersive learning, hands-on, 2-week learning exercise with time to ask questions of our experts and things like that. And then also our Cisco digital learning subscriptions. So that's what gives you access to all the self-study, online, digital learning that the teams can use to skill up on whatever products, platforms, topics they're trying to get into. And you can get all of this at cs.co/skillup is where you can find more about this offer.
Excellent.
The next thing that we have, I think we have some more that are coming up as well.
Please keep going.
Yep. The next one is...
Let's move the slide, guys, if we can. Yeah, there we go.
All right. The next one are all of our Create challenges. So there are stickers that you can download. This has been an ask in this time of digital events. People want to be able to get stickers, and we're not in a place together where we can give them out. So you can download stickers yourself. We have badges that you can add to your digital profile showing that you've been a part of DevNet Create, that you're doing some of the challenges as well. We've got the Secure Code Warrior Challenge and the Capture the Flag Challenge. These you've both heard about earlier. We heard from Secure Code Warrior. These are really exciting. These are going on all day in different ways to try out your skills. And we also have the Cisco DevNet Store, where for a limited time, Cisco Store has some really cool DevNet t-shirts, some different kinds of Yetis, and things that you can get your hands on there.
The merch. We all need more merch. All right, so, there's another slide here real quick.
Yeah, this is just a place where you can, one URL you can head to and find out about all the different things we have going on during Create, from challenges to different offers to things that you and your team can use. So go check out cs.co/create2020 offer. That gets you all the information, one easy URL.
Perfect. Thanks. Perfect. Thank you, Mandy. I appreciate that. Eric, I think we've got Casey Bleeker coming up. I love that. I love that name. But when I think Bleeker, I think cloud. Is that the right assumption to go with?
That is absolutely correct. You got that right. I do want to give one more shout out though before is we have one more thing that we're offering this year is now digital badges. So we have them for the Code Exchange contributors, which is an awesome opportunity. I already have mine showing in my profile. And then also for attending the event, you can actually have one show up as well. So wanted to get that out. But yes, Casey is coming up. He's going to talk a little bit about the cloud, and the bigger picture of the cloud is no longer just this place where you're going to go move your workload and be done with it. The cloud is much more than that. It's a mindset. It's a way to approach the way that you're doing your applications and the way you handle the scale of data and devices and all of this sprawl that we're now seeing. So it's no longer just a, yes, I'm going to go to the cloud. You need to think a lot more consciously about how you approach it. So it's some great insight from their work at IGNW.
Perfect. Well, guys, coming up next, again, as Eric says, we're talking cloud. Before he said we were talking security. They both, Mandy and Eric, gave you some great ideas for letting your geek flag fly. But right now, let's get our Bleak Geek on. Casey.
Hi, my name is Casey Bleeker, and I'm the Director of Cloud Advocacy and Enablement at IGNW. I'm incredibly excited today to be part of the DevNet Create Lightning Talks and to speak with you about how cloud is a pattern and not a place. This is a trend that I get to speak with a lot of technical leaders in customer accounts, in partners, various members of the Cisco ecosystem. And we've seen that cloud really as a pattern is a huge driver, and it's not intrinsically tied to a place. A little bit about me, I love whitewater river rafting. I'm big into 3D printing and CNC projects, kind of like the woodwork behind me. Homebrewing is one of my biggest hobbies, and I'm a contributing member to a number of open source bioinformatics projects for big data. So, but you may be wondering, okay, why the hell am I here talking to you about cloud as a pattern? Well, as the Director of Cloud Advocacy and Enablement at IGNW for the last year, I've been managing our Google ecosystem and get to talk with a lot of customers about their cloud strategy. And prior to that, I was actually at Cisco. So I'm excited to be able to map the conversations that I've had with customers back to the Cisco products and solutions and the types of things that we help customers adopt in the Cisco portfolio. And prior to that, I was in our customer and VAR ecosystems in Microsoft and Cisco for about 10 years. So very excited to share with you some of the learnings that I've seen and that IGNW has seen over the past year around cloud as a pattern and really not a place. To get started, I want to talk a little bit about the digital velocity challenges that software developers, that businesses with digital practices have. And that's really every business today. This industry as a whole is changing. And there's three main things that we can tie that back to. The first is really that data and devices, they've exploded. We've heard for decades that at some point there will be more devices on the planet than people. Well, that's now happened. We've always heard about automation being required or eventually becoming a mandatory component of our network and infrastructure management. Well, that's now true. And we used to imagine that as a glowing orb, or at least I did, of a glowing orb in my data center that would automate and magically orchestrate everything. Well, it's really just a set of tools and processes that automatically configure and follow actions based off rules. And that means that we can start to have a very reliable and repeatable environment. That's what businesses require. But there is still complexity there. And so all of our customers, whether it's my internal advocates and IT stakeholders as a software developer or as a Cisco partner helping customers consume and use Cisco products, they all need help transacting and managing this massive explosion of data and devices through automation. We also have a major trend in the industry that is very valuable, but it is also a challenge, and that is, how do I manage all the open source and open API components from all the products that I'm consuming in the market? Cisco has really led this space. You just have to look at the developer portal on DevNet and you compare that to anybody else in the ecosystem, and you can see Cisco has invested and leads the space in having open APIs across all of their products. But for customers, this means that they may have a challenge where now they have dozens, maybe hundreds of software components, from commercial off-the-shelf software, open source software, in-house developed applications and scripts. And those things are all integrated into their software delivery platforms, their CI/CD tools. And that is really what they consider their platform. No longer, when I speak with customers, do they tell me I'm an Oracle shop, I'm a VMware shop, I'm a Cisco shop. Now their platform is the tools and processes they've built in-house. And when they want to consume and use something that's incredibly valuable from Cisco, they need to know, how does it integrate into that platform? Who's going to help support that? And that's up to us in the DevNet ecosystem to help with that support and that integration. Another major trend that we're seeing in the industry is cloud native. And this is really what I'll spend the bulk of my time today talking about is these trends around cloud native, how customers are adopting new patterns that really help massively accelerate their software delivery, but it also adds some complexity that they need to know how to manage. In totality, these three items enable customers to be able to build all of their own digital capabilities themselves. And they really need our help to know what are the building blocks and components that they'll leverage and use. To talk a little bit about cloud native as a pattern and this cloud native construct, I want to introduce that in the context of kind of the history of cloud adoption. If we think about very legacy data center systems, maybe even all the way back to mainframes, when a software developer needed compute resources or storage, they would maybe open an IT help desk ticket and infrastructure would be shipped. And it maybe take days, weeks, months. And when public cloud came out, now the developer could have those resources instantaneously. The reality is they needed that to remain competitive, to get their software out into the ecosystem as quickly as possible. But the challenge was the IT team lost visibility to what workloads had moved to the public cloud. The business didn't have cost control. Software developers actually didn't have visibility to what all other developers were having. And many businesses started to get concerned about having vendor lock-in and being intrinsically tied to a platform that they had very little ability to move away from. Well, those developers didn't have an option of moving back to a legacy system because they had now had a taste of that agility, and the market was now demanding that they move software development at that pace that cloud could deliver. And so now what we've seen is there's the evolution of a new pattern, cloud native. And this is really a set of patterns and practices that you can adopt that mean that you can adopt these cloud values, the ability to move at speed, the agility in any environment, in any place. So many customers today moving from legacy systems, software developers, they don't realize it, but they're already making the jump from a legacy system directly to cloud native patterns that allow them to adopt those in any place. So we need to educate them as an ecosystem that one of those places is in a Cisco ecosystem, in a Cisco software-defined data center. And for customers already in the public cloud, they're now refactoring their applications to follow these cloud native patterns. So cloud really becomes this pattern and not a specific place. I want to walk through some of the components that make cloud a pattern, and it's all these cloud native constructs. One of the major ones is really microservices. It's that software developers are now working on much smaller components, and they're building applications with APIs. Each one of their individual microservices is now loosely coupled. This means that I can start to develop just individual components, and I can update just small components at a time. And that allows faster iteration. And you know that you're not on microservices. You know that you're on a monolith if you have a specific update date, if you have versions of your software and you're releasing on a month or quarterly or annual basis. Microservices let you move much faster. They also can be individually packaged into what we call containers. And to not get into any of the technical details, containers really just allow my business and my software developers portability. It means that I can run that microservice in any public cloud or my own private data center, and I can scale them as needed on demand. Well, DevOps evolved out of this as a culture of when my software developers hand me a microservice or a container, how does my IT operations team manage that delivery at scale? And the answer is that they've built a set of patterns and cultures and processes to use automation tools like CI/CD, continuous integration and continuous delivery. And that's really the source of truth of where applications will be deployed and what infrastructure is required to be able to run and manage those applications at scale. This pattern now leads to a process that means I can deploy and deliver software at scale rapidly and agilely. Now, not just on a quarter or monthly basis, but every hour, every minute, every second, I can deploy new software and new infrastructure in an automated fashion. And that means that I'm no longer tied to a specific place either. This agility can be delivered in an on-premise environment as well. Well, this cloud native pattern is here to stay. By 2023, IDC says that over 500 million digital apps and services will be deployed using this pattern of cloud native approaches. And by 2025, nearly 2/3 of all enterprises will be prolific software producers. We're already seeing this happen because over 50% of small business, corporate, and enterprise accounts today, they're deploying their software more than once per day. And by the end of 2020, it'll be more than once per hour. So rapid software development and automation is already here. And cloud native as a pattern is what's taken over the industry. Well, as developers, DevNet and the ecosystem that we've built, we have the ability to take all the Cisco products and map it to the automation products that developers are using and show how Cisco can be that cloud native endpoint, how a software defined data center with all of the automation products and software products from Cisco can be managed by a single pane of glass and a single automation framework. And all the tools that software developers would normally deploy in a public cloud environment can now run in an on-premise environment. We can also integrate that to build hybrid cloud environments so that these workloads become portable. Container orchestration and multi-cluster service meshes allow us to move these workloads between really any endpoint. And that means that we can start to use the cloud purely as a scaling engine. And many businesses would prefer to run their workloads in a fixed CapEx expenditure in their own premise data center. I want to share one simple success story that we've had. We helped one of the largest retailers in the United States. They were struggling because they had compute distributed out to all of their retail locations, and it was aging, and their software developers didn't know how to manage and deploy applications to it all at scale. But they couldn't move all those workloads to the public cloud, and they frankly didn't want to because they had a need for compliance, speed, security. They didn't have the complex or available SD-WAN connections to each site, and they wanted to maintain uptime if they lost connectivity. Well, their developers were already using things, they were already developing in Google Cloud, using their CI/CD automation for deployment of their workloads in Google Cloud. And they were strongly considering moving all of those workloads there and sacrificing their compliance and speed and security. Well, we showed them how the same tools they were using in automation with DevNet Ecosystem Exchange resources, which I've linked to here, could manage their Hyperflex environment, manage their ACI environment, manage CCP and Cloud Center, and really abstract the infrastructure complexity away so that it looked like a cloud native endpoint. My favorite quote from this was that the developers at the end said, we couldn't tell when we were deploying to Google Cloud versus a Cisco Hyperflex endpoint because it was still a cloud native process and it was part of that automation pipeline. And they weren't concerned about the underlying products. That's really the power that the ecosystem exchange and DevNet as an ecosystem has for our customers and for folks that are really trying to figure out how to adopt cloud native as a pattern and not be intrinsically tied to a specific place. Thank you so much for taking the time today to listen to my talk. I hope you find that cloud as a pattern really helps you scale your business challenges for both yourself and maybe your customers. And definitely thinking about it, not intrinsically tied to a place, leads to some net new outcomes that DevNet and Cisco are bringing to the industry. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Hello, Devi fans. I'm here with someone very special. You know who he is. He made 3D Devi. David, tell me about this 3D Devi that you made.
Hi, everyone. Here is 3D Devi. I show you. Devi is here. The idea Devi I have when I was in Cisco Live Cancun in DevNet Zone, I want a special sticker, a sticker of DeviBot. So I get an idea. I said I want a real DeviBot. DeviBot is here. DeviBot is based in Raspberry Pi and Python scripting. So that's it.
Very cool.
Yes. Some days before the DevNet Day, I talking with my brother. My brother designed the 3D, and we print the body.
So, are you going to make more Devis?
We working on new body that right now I don't have the circuits. I don't have another Raspberry Pi, but I need to buy other Raspberry Pi, other display, and I can make some more DeviBots.
Thank you for your creativity, especially during these times when we're spending a lot of days at home. We really appreciate it. And please remind our audience where you're joining from.
I'm from Ecuador. I live in Quito. I'm working as a Cisco partner. I'm a system engineer, designing different projects about networking, wireless, and right now I'm working hard to learn programmability, improve my skills in Python, improve my skills in API integrations, and Devi is my own lab. Thank you, Sylvia.
I'm really excited to be talking to Rodrigo. I think you have been to other events, right? You have a Cisco DevNet t-shirt.
Yeah, I have this t-shirt with my colleagues here in Cisco on São Paulo office. There is a specific event here that's learning more about DevNet Day. So I got this t-shirt from the guys.
There are a lot of events and projects going on in Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, just to make some projects inside my company in order to give you more facilities inside of the programmability, in order to make some deploy or to speed up the deploy on the environment, because sometimes there is a rollout and need to install a lot of the devices in the customer's environment. So there is some developed codes that needs to identify a different components on the customer structure and make it the correct script or to deploy the correct script on the environment. So there is some deploy or some develop that I made on the GitHub. And at this moment, I have a specific code on the Exchange, code Exchange on the developer of Cisco. That it's the same. So I'm trying to get a better script to make this.
So what for people who are getting started, how would you recommend that they get started with DevNet?
Yeah, I believe that it's the better points that to start your journey to getting developer.cisco.com, because there is a lot of the labs or information or something like that. And for me, I learned much of the talks with Hank Preston about the video, about the networking 101. So there is a lot of the video that help people to start your journey. So for me, it's good. And if someone asks for me, I always say start on the developers.cisco, and you getting lots of the talks there. So that's good.
That's fantastic. Well, thank you for being so active on sharing and engaging with the community. I always see your name when we have announcements or when there are conversations happening, and it makes me smile because I know, great, Brazil is represented.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you remember, but you sent a lot of the sticker for me.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
Then I have, I have a lot of this. So I appreciate.
I'm glad we could do that, because it's like, we're in the real world. Sometimes we don't get to see each other, but I'm so glad that you got those. So yes, I pay attention. I take a look when people are tweeting about DevNet, sharing something on LinkedIn, and that's how I came across this video where Jonas was so excited telling us about an upcoming event.
My name is Jonas Fraga. I live in Brazil and working in a Cisco partnered company. About the video in LinkedIn, I was invited by Gabriela from Cisco Community in Portuguese to deliver an event about DevNet, because she knows recently that I have taken the DevNet Associate certification. And I have posted a lot of things about certification, and she was interested in interviewing me and talk to me. And hey, can you do it a little event when I talk about DevNet or something else about it? I'd say, yeah, that will be great. So she asked me to make a little video to invite people to join this event, and I thought it was really great. It's a great experience. It's a really great experience that anyone should do it, because as a standard engineer, it's really hard to see something in development in the world. So we are using to type comments and set up devices, but we're not usually to programming things. I can see a movement in past of years, companies wanting to acquire an enterprise solution to get a real and reliable information and connect them to other systems that attend that business. That's a really good movement in the market, and I think DevNet Created helps a lot to achieve that.
Now, you know that Brazil is big, and I appreciate all the work that you're doing. I know that there are more people that we can welcome in the community in Brazil. Now, from the student side, from the business side, it's different getting started. And of course, there's the certifications. What is your advice for people who maybe are afraid to take that first step?
If anyone are afraid to take the step, listen to your heart. If you think you might be excited to do it, just do it. Don't be afraid to learn something new. That's totally normal. You have to face that fear and follow your heart. That's my advice, because take a leap. It's not easy because you are asking yourselves all the time. Maybe I'm good as programmer as I was in collaboration solutions, for example, but don't be afraid about that. Forget that. Just take a learn. If you are excited learning about that, go for it. That's what advice.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm super excited to see you here. And yes, proof that when you use the hashtag DevNet, I will see it. Thanks again, Jonas.
My pleasure, Sylvia. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, not only did I learn more about some of the Devi creations, at least from the 3D printing side, now I've got a really good idea of how Sylvia has so many followers on social media. She is a machine. And if I could just say, in case she's listening, quit sending me stickers. You can send me whatever you want, especially the digital ones. Those are great. Eric, I was worried you weren't going to make it back from lunch just in time. I'm hoping you got everything out of your teeth. It's hard to tell via this resolution here, but I hope lunch was good. And what do you got for us?
I did my best. Hopefully I'm coming to you food free. No, I just wanted to pause for a few minutes and thank everyone. I know that Susie also did in the keynote, but it's important to give a shout out. We were really excited to bring this to you back in the spring. And because of the way things worked out, we had to postpone. We had a huge group of speakers that were all so passionate about this that they were willing to redo everything, get prepared for a completely different format. We had folks that were scheduled to do workshops that were able to quickly pivot and change to something that would work in a digital format. So we love everyone that helped share all of this great info with the community. We wouldn't be here without you all. So it's really important to us that you all want to give back, and we love that, and we thank you for it. We are looking forward to when we get ready for the next one. We're hoping you bring the same passion. Hopefully we'll be able to get back to a place where we can do some more of the hands-on as well, but keep the ideas coming. Chuck said this morning about crazy ideas. Bring them to us. Bring us your crazy ideas and figure out what we can do to push the boundaries in the next DevNet Create as well.
Perfect. Hey,
yes. So that was a perfect lead in with Eric thanking the speakers. The speakers make the event so amazing, and they've all been in the chat rooms. You can actually interact with them. We also did something fun. We asked our speakers some questions about, what inspires them, what tools are they using, how did they get started in their career? And we have some of these different, responses and questions and conversations that we're going to play throughout this afternoon. And the next one, I'd like to start with one of these questions. The next one is by an incredible speaker, Jemima. She's a front-end developer for Telesoftus. And we asked her, what has really inspired her in her career? How did she get her start being a developer? How did she get started in her current role? And what really motivates her? So we're going to hear her answer this amazing question, and then we're going to come back and head into her actual presentation.
Who inspired me in my career? Well, when I was first starting out, when I first got into coding and everything, I attended this conference or meetup thing, and there they had this female speaker. She was this girl, and she was talking about this Android application that she built. I think it was like a Yoruba watch. It was like a watch that could maybe translate things in a particular language. And anyway, I just thought it was so cool because I was in the audience and there weren't many girls in the audience. But then I'm seeing this female speaker and she looks like me, and she's talking about these amazing things that she's done. And I think that was the moment I really realized that I can do this. Like, this is a place where I can do cool stuff, and then going on and then meeting even more amazing female speakers who'll be getting like worldwide recognition, coming from the same place that I'm coming from and looking like me. People like Ire or Moi or Ada or Gift or Edith Young, like it was just like a constant inspiration, constantly seeing women who look like you in the tech space doing amazing things. So yeah, I think like every Black woman has been an inspiration for my career.
Thank you so much. I think that's the most inspiring answer to that question. And I also realize that power of seeing someone who looks like you, who you can relate to in a certain career. It just gives you that extra push. So we're really excited to have Jemima here speaking at DevNet Create, sharing some of what she's been building, and hopefully she can help, inspire some more people to go down the path. So I'm really excited to present her topic. Her topic is around understanding accessible UX. And she has a really important point, which is that you are not your user. And it's easy to fall into this space of designing for yourself and people like you. But that very act is going to exclude some people from having a good experience with what you're building. And so she's bringing this to us to talk about some simple things you can do to keep in mind as you're developing your applications, with things all the way from content to layout to user interaction to navigation. And Eric, I want to throw it over to you for a moment, because your team really did a lot of work in helping figure out how in DevNet Create we bring together all these different topics, everything from network automation to talks like this about accessible UX. And I think that's one of the really special things about Create is, the breadth that we cover. So if you can talk for a minute about, how we design for that breadth, how we try to bring that mix together and Create.
Absolutely. No, I think I agree with you. That's one of the best things about Create. One of the things I enjoy the most about helping go through and select the content is we get such diverse topics and ideas that are very different from, say, what you might see in the DevNet Zone at Cisco Live. We have great content there as well, but it's very much focused on automating infrastructure. Here we can really break those bounds and go into things like IoT or user experience or how to actually deploy applications. We take on a lot of different angles so that those of you that are focused on development can actually have a lot more insights from a lot of different people that are doing different things in the space, because it's not a one-size-fits-all kind of a role we see.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And I always am very inspired by a lot of the different things we hear at Create. And what I find is that it sometimes gives me this new set of Legos in my toolkit, which helps me get inspired about a new project that I'm going to go and build, or something maybe outside of my normal space of work that I learn about and then bring back in, and it kind of takes it to that next level. So I'm really looking forward to this talk. I'm ready to be inspired by Jemima and for her to inspire all of you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for tuning in today. My name is Jemima, and I'm going to be talking to you about understanding accessible UX. I am a self-taught front-end developer and school-taught systems engineer from Lagos, Nigeria, currently working at Telesoftis in Lithuania. You can find me online everywhere at Jemima Abu. So yeah, let's get right into it. User experience encompasses all aspects of the end user's interaction with the company, its services, and its products. What this basically means is when you have a product, right? Let's say you have a website or you have like this little gadget you built, you have an Echo device or whatever, how your user interacts with it, how easily they're able to use this product, how easily they're able to understand the need of this product is what user experience is. Great user experience is when a product is usable, it looks good, and it's easy to use. So now, usability, let's say you have a phone, right? You have a mobile phone and it doesn't have any buttons. You can't turn it on. That product is useless. Like, even if the phone has the greatest camera quality and it has like the highest RAM and everything, as long as people can't use that product, then it's useless. Now, the design aspect, how good does that phone look? Imagine if everyone's phone was shaped like a huge cube. That'd be weird. That'd be really weird. But yeah, that is part of the UX as well. And then finally, the accessibility aspect. That means, how are people able to use your product? If I take your phone and I put it on, but for some reason the screen is completely blank, that product isn't accessible to me. That means I can't use that product as a user. So think of it like, you may think that your sighted users are able to see everything on the phone, right? But what about your non-sighted users? What about people who have visual disabilities? To them, not putting in the certain correct measures in place is pretty much the same thing as handing them a blank phone and expecting them to understand how it works. So yeah, in this talk, we're basically just going to be going through some guidelines of accessibility to understand how to produce more accessible user experience, okay? Now, accessibility in design allows users of diverse abilities to navigate, understand, and use this interface that you have created. So accessibility is basically a feature that makes your product usable. Let's think of it like that. Now, there are multiple areas to consider in accessibility, but one thing you need to keep in mind is that there are so many people in the world that you have to keep in mind when you're designing for. According to the World Health Organization, there are literally 1 billion people who have some sort of disability. Now, this can be attention deficit disorder, or they're visually impaired, or they're colorblind, or they can't, they have like, those things where your nerve muscles don't work. I forgot the name. But the point is, there are people who don't use things the way you use things. And then not even just like people who don't use things the way you use things. Think of people who have slow internet, or people who are older, or people who are using their phones in broad daylight. All these things matter when you're building a product. So now we're just going to go into the principles of accessible design real quick and kind of understand where we're heading from. So now, what is the principle of accessible design? There's this quote, it's kind of funny. It's like, when UX doesn't consider all users, should it be known as some user experience or sucks? Basically, what that means is that if your user experience does not consider everyone that's using your product, then it sucks. So yes, there are 4 main principles of accessible design that we're going to go into, and they are for your product, basically, to have high standards of accessibility. Let's say it like that. These designs are created by the Web Content Accessibility group, the people who are in charge of the World Wide Web, basically. So we're going to go into each of them briefly, and then we're going to go into the guidelines of each of these principles, and it'll be fun. Okay, so now, what is perceivable? What does it mean for a product to be perceivable? This basically means that the user must be able to perceive your content in more than one sense. If you have a video on your screen, how can people understand what is being shown on that screen? You should have the point of sight, right? Like, they should be able to see the video, but then also, what about people who can't see? Can they hear what's going on in that video? Do you have auto-generated captions that provide information for people who can't hear but can't see? So these are all the things you have to think about when you're providing content. How perceivable is this content? Now, operable is basically just like literally how things are used, how can people operate this device that you have? Think of it like having a door that doesn't have a handle. How's anybody going to open the door, So things like that. Understandable, the information you're trying to pass across must be understandable. Imagine if you went to a website and it was in a completely different language that you didn't speak, and there was no way for you to translate that language. The website isn't doing much for you. So that's pretty much what it means for your content to be understandable. And then finally, robust. When you have robust content, that means it can, let's say, it can work across different technologies, let's say like that. So if someone is using a screen reader, or somebody is using their keyboard, or somebody is using a tablet, all of that information must still be able to be accessed from all of these different technologies that are being used. All right, so that's it for the principles. And now we're going to go straight into the guidelines and then move on from there. So now, what are some guidelines for designing for accessibility? What are literal, like, specific steps you can follow to make sure the products you're building or the user experience you're creating is accessible? The first thing, and this is the most important thing, you have to keep in mind that you are not your user. I feel like there is this, personally speaking, I'm not a UX designer. I am a front-end developer. So a lot of times my job is just to convert the designs to code. But there's this idea that people have, like, when you're creating user stories and stuff, like, you may not think diversely enough. You're thinking, oh, we're creating this for, like, let's say, working people. What about working people who rely on assistive technologies? What about working people who live in a different country, or working people who have slower internet? You are not your user, so you cannot create products that are centered around who you are and who the people are. You have to create products that apply to everyone. So yeah, I think if there's one thing to take from this talk, it's just like literally you're not your user. So yeah, let's get into it. Each guideline is broken down into the principle they fall under. So it's just kind of easier to remember. I think there are, 13 in total. So we'll just go through each of them real quick. So now, for the perceivable guideline, for the perceivable principle, the first guideline is to provide text alternatives. This usually applies to content. When you're creating content, you need to understand that not all text is going to be read. Some text needs to be translated. Some text needs to be zoomed in on. Some text needs to be read out loud by screen readers. So you need to provide a way for your text to be assimilated by everyone. And this applies to all the media on your page. If you're passing across an image and that image contains information that people need access to, you need to provide a way for people who can't see that image to also understand the information within it. So whenever you're thinking of creating text content or non-text content, just always think of the alternatives. People who are looking at your page differently, how would they be able to view that content? Now, time-based media. Time-based media is anything on the site that it's relative to time, so things like videos or audio or things that it changes its inputs by itself without the user interacting with it. You need to keep in mind how people use your site, and you need to provide a way for them to also access time-based media. So say you have a video on a site that is kind of on autoplay, right? So now someone using a screen reader, for example, may not necessarily be able to tell when that video starts playing, or they will not be able to control it, or the video will be speaking above their screen reader. So there are a lot of things that fall into place when you are creating media on the screen, and you want to make the process kind of seamless. You don't want things that break up people's attention span on your page. You want your content to be adaptable. You want a way to provide your information without losing information. So if you have like a smaller screen, or you have a larger screen, or the information is going to be in print, or somebody's using a screen reader, you want to make sure that they can always access the same information. You're not losing information at any point of translation. And you want your context to be distinguishable. So this applies to design principles, things like having high contrast, or things like breaking down your paragraph so they are not too long and people lose attention in the middle of it. Avoiding using images where you could use text, things like that. Avoiding having pop-ups or triggers that break up the flow of the page. So hopefully that makes sense. So those are it for the perceivable guidelines. We're going to move on to the operable guidelines. So the first thing is that you want your content to be keyboard accessible. Whenever you create anything on a page, you want to make sure that thing is keyboard accessible. What that means is that don't just think of sites that are going to be navigated using a mouse. Think of sites that are going to be tabbed through. Think of sites that are going to be tapped on. So don't just think of your site as something that people would scroll down and scroll up easily without losing information. There's this thing that people do sometimes when, like, if you scroll a page a little, then it kind of just zooms up the whole page and moves to the next section. That may look fancy to you, but somebody who is literally just trying to tab through the next point of the paragraph they are reading, you have made them lose that information, and now there's no way for them to access it because you're moving stuff so much. So yeah. Then provide enough time for your users to read your context. This literally just means that provide enough time for your users to read your context. If you're going to use anything that is time-based, anything that is related to user scrolling or user navigation, make sure you are not making the reader hurry up. Make sure you're not making them scroll really fast so they can see what they need, or scroll really slow so they can get everything. Just like avoid using moving or scrolling or that thing where you like slide the text. What is it called? A marquee. Yeah, I'm so glad those things went out of fashion. So yeah, avoid using things like this. And then think of your users who are sensitive to movement. People who can suffer from seizures or physical reactions to, let's say, flashing lights or really fast moving text. You don't want to give your users those kind of reactions. So think of that. For any animation that's going to be triggered, provide a way to turn off animation. That's another very important one, because a lot of times people may not be able to focus so much. So you kind of want to be able to control that. Make sure your content is navigable. Such a funny navigable. I don't know if that's how that word is pronounced, but yeah. Make sure that your users can always know where they are on your page at any time. So for a designer, this would mean things like including outlines on the page whenever the user tabs through the page, or including skip content for people who don't want to tab through a whole list of navigation tabs and they just want to go straight to the content, And then finally, input modalities. Make sure your web page is operable by other input devices like pointers or okay, I don't know if you guys have ever turned on the accessibility features on your phone, but accessibility features on the phones, they work differently than the way you scroll. So on phones, it requires 2 fingers. to scroll, and then you need to double tap links to actually click them. So now, if you don't keep those points in mind when you're designing for a phone, you may create a way that, let's say, you have a second effect that happens when somebody double taps. That's going to be really annoying. Somebody who is already needing to double tap because now they have to tap 4 times. So just think about things like that when you're creating your pages. And then we have understandable. You want your data to be predictable. Let your context be consistent. Let information be presented in the way that people expect it to be presented. For example, if I click on a button, I expect something to happen. If I click on a link, I expect it to take me to a page. What I'm not going to do is put an image on my screen that redirects people to a page, unless it's very clear that that image serves as a link. Hopefully that makes sense. Let your designs work in understandable manners. Let it be readable. Set default languages of your web pages. This is such an important fact to me ever since I moved to a new country where they speak a language I don't speak. And a lot of times I go to certain websites and they are in that language. And because the language of that website is set to English, there's no way for me to translate it. So I have to start highlighting text and literally doing manual translation. So please set the default languages of your site. And then input assistance. What this means is that for people who are typing things, a lot of times there's this thing that people do, like if an input typed wrongly, you just put like a red border. If my screen is set to black and white, I have no way of knowing that that was an error. So make your error messages obvious. Put a red border, put text there telling people what they need to do to fix that error. So yeah. And then finally, robust. Like I just said with this one, make sure that your product is compatible with all forms of technologies, current and future and past, just make sure. It's like when you're building sites and you make sure they are cross-browser compatible, make sure they're assistive technology compatible. Now we have some tools that I personally use for testing my sites for accessibility. So this also applies to the design perspective as well as the developer perspective. You want to test it manually. Do your hidden contents get focused? That's if you have a modal in your page, does that modal ever take the focus and then remove it from the main screen? Is there anything that's mouse operable and doesn't get keyboard focused? If I'm tabbing through the page, is there anything that I don't focus on? Are there custom controls or widgets that cannot be operated with keyboard use? Like, can I press enter on things and make them work, basically? So yeah, and then also there are more points. Turning off your images and seeing if your alt text properly describe the captions. Do your images and your videos have captions? Does your audio, does your audio have like a transcription file? Use a screen reader, manually use a screen reader on your site and see how it works. If there was no color, literally, you can set a CSS filter or a Photoshop filter to turn off all the color on your site and see if it still makes sense. And then finally, there are some tools that you can also use for testing your site after it's been built. Personally, I use the Web Accessibility Evaluation tool. These are also some other tools that you can check out there. And yeah, good design happens when you view your design from many perspectives or lenses. Even if it's not possible for you to understand how other people see the sites, then get other people to tell you how they see your sites. Because people ignore design that ignores people. And this is the last point I have to make. If you build a site that is not accessible or you're building a product that can be used by everyone, it's not a great product and people aren't going to want to use it. So yes, that's about it from me. I hope you enjoyed the talk. I do have a list of more resources you can check out in case you want to read up more on accessibility. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me on jemimaabu.com or you can message me on Twitter or LinkedIn at jemimaabu and I'd be glad to answer them. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference and have a wonderful day. Bye.
All right. Am I live already? I thought we were going to come into a bumper or something there. Either way, I'm going to pretend that we're live and just keep talking until someone tells me differently. I hope everybody's taking notes on that section and reach out to her to get those materials because that was a load of great stuff. It reminds me of something that is so hard to do, and I'm only thinking of writing from a narrative standpoint, which is how do we avoid that expertise bias? We understand what we wrote. It makes complete sense when we read it, and it's hard to step out of that and say, is someone else going to be able to not just read it, but in this case, interact, work with it, take it further? That was very cool. Big fan suddenly now of Jemima. Thank you so much for that one. Eric, trying to figure out what you've got around your neck because I don't think you had that on before.
That's very astute of you. No, I heard rumor from some of our other channels that are going on that the one and only Hank Preston was kind of trying to show us up a little bit. He was building his own badge as he went throughout the day. It's still going on right now if you've been flipping back and forth. So I had to go ahead and I dug out my old lanyard, my paracord lanyard from DevNet Create a few years ago, and I made myself one as well. I'm not as much of an artist as Hank maybe, as you can see, but I figured that way in case I pass anyone in the halls and they don't know who I am, they can know by just looking at my lanyard.
I can't figure Hank out because he produces a prodigious amount of content and yet still has time for humor, even if it's not very good humor. I mean, let's be honest. It's stretching it sometimes. I'd like to say, because I don't know if they would have mentioned on his channel, but happy birthday, Hank. I understand it's your birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. We love our Hank. I've co-hosted with him multiple times. And in fact, he is known as the person that I most rely on as my, like when we're at live events, and if I need someone who can just talk without any setup whatsoever, well, Eric and Mandy are now on that list, quite frankly, because they've both can handle really horrible tosses from me. But Hank can just turn it on in a second and provide outstanding value no matter what the situation. Anyway, so hopefully everybody that's been on his channel is enjoying it. I'm sure they are. Happy birthday, Hank. Thank you for continuing to create and push Eric's buttons. I think that's awesome. I wonder, Mandy, if you could set up for us. I was confused on my notes because I know there's been a lot of focus in the community and in media around challenges with the post office, and I understand this has something to do with Postman. I don't know. Could you set us up for this next one?
Yes, absolutely. And Rob, this is another moment, I think, like with the country music where you got your signals crossed a little bit, maybe.
What do you mean?
So Postman does not have anything to do with the post office. It is an amazing API tool, which developers everywhere love and use as a quick way to get started using APIs, to test APIs, to mock APIs. It's just an incredible tool set. And we use it in basically every DevNet workshop.
Wait.
It's
I have to ask you,
our...
if you mock an API, are you making fun of it?
No. Although that might be a good like Monty Python skit.
I just had to break your record. You're doing so well.
No, but you're mocking it up. It's like a test API, which is really useful. So, but I'm really excited to welcome and introduce our next speaker, Ken Lane. Ken Lane is someone I have known in the API community for a number of years. He's written about API practice and strategy at a site called the API Evangelist for years and years and years. He is an absolute influence to this whole industry. And he has hosted amazing events himself. He's currently the chief evangelist at Postman. And we're really excited to have him here today at DevNet Create, talking about some of the latest trends in the API space and some of things like mocking APIs and testing APIs and different ways to get your design up front right with your APIs and tooling that you can use. We use Postman a lot in DevNet. One of the things that you will find is that for almost all of our platforms, we offer Postman collections, which is the fastest way for our developers to get started making API calls. And it's something that Eric and his team, everybody's been working on really hard. So I'm excited to see this presentation from Ken Lane.
Welcome to finding out what some of the hot trends are right now in APIs. I've got 5 big trends that I'm going to talk about. But first, who am I? Why am I here? My name is Ken Lane. I'm the chief evangelist for Postman. Some people also know me as the API evangelist. I've had a blog covering the technology, the business, and the politics of APIs for the last decade. And last year, I'm rolling over exactly 1 year, I joined Postman to help continue and build on that work. But really my role is to light the fire under the imagination of our customers and would-be customers when it comes to what's possible across the API lifecycle. So I study pretty detailed ways how API providers are designing, defining, and delivering and supporting their APIs. So I'm here to just kind of give you a high level view of 5 big API trends that we're seeing as we look at our customers. So Postman has 12 million users, and we're just about to publish our State of API report, which is a look into what a good section of our customers are doing when it comes to their APIs. So what I've done is I've looked through that and I've pulled out some of the interesting trends that I think y'all might learn from when it comes to APIs. And so I'm going to look at an open API driven lifecycle, API test automation, API integration automation, which is a different purpose, but some of the same tools. And then we're going to talk about API governance and how serverless API is impacting the API lifecycle. So one of the biggest trends, and I would say this is one that has a lot of legs, a lot of deep roots because it's been growing for some time now. But there's a renewed movement right now around the specification, formerly known as Swagger, but the specification now is part of the Linux Foundation, and it's called Open API. And Open API is a machine and human readable specification for describing what your API does. I've got a little snippet here on the right hand side of a user API, but what the Open API does is it allows API providers to describe the details of each API request and what developers and consumers can expect when that response of that API comes back. So it describes the surface area of the API and really allows us to get on the same page when it comes to what an API does. And it provides a contract that is technical, but also reflects the business goals and the business objectives. And it provides a contract that you can share with other developers and increasingly other non-developers and business stakeholders, and allowing them to kind of level set when it comes to what an API does. Now, why do we do this? You have this machine readable contract. Well, I'm going to walk you through a little bit of how this contract can be used across the API lifecycle and actually make API providers and consumers' lives a lot easier. So the first reason why people are using Swagger or Open API as a specification is it provides always up-to-date documentation. So documentation for APIs is one of the biggest pain points that developers face when it comes to understanding what an API does, how it works. And because we have the surface area of that API described as a Open API documentation, we can produce really attractive, consistent API documentation that describes every path, every parameter, whether it's a header, a query parameter, and then really go into details on what the contents of those responses will be when you actually make an API call. And then you can really describe the status codes that get returned as part of each API response, what errors you can expect. And then there's examples that are in there that really help show what's possible, so that when a developer or non-developer lands on API documentation, they can scan it, they can read it in detail and actually understand the moving parts and pieces and see examples of that in action. And it really helps onboard developers and make their life a lot easier when it comes to putting APIs to work. So API documentation is essential for onboarding developers. And this is the primary reason we see not just tech companies, but mainstream companies adopting open APIs as specification, because it's really streamlining and helping them deliver more consistent API documentation for their users. The second stop along the API lifecycle where these API definitions are being applied is for mocking an API. So because we have all the details of the request and the responses, we have examples of what each request and response should look like. We can actually mock that and actually provide a working representation of an API Now, it's not complete. It doesn't have all of the details that an API will have when it's in production, but you can get pretty close and you can really include sample data. And this really changes how developers approach the overall software development lifecycle when it comes to APIs. They're able to actually mock it before they start writing any code, taking that open API definition and mocking all the details, and then using that as part of the development process, or using it just for testing and being able to test certain outcomes and make sure that tests are functional and doing what they should be doing. But ultimately, this really helps change the conversation when it comes to designing an API and being able to iterate upon that design in a much quicker way. So teams are creating an open API definition and that they feel is complete enough, but they really need to get other eyeballs on it from other stakeholders, whether business or developers. They're able to publish documentation and then a mock, and then share that mock server with other developers and say, is this what you're looking for? Does this work? And then developers can say, no, we need this parameter, this should be changed to that, and actually make tweaks on the design of this contract. And so this really helps teams iterate upon the design of an API, make changes in a much safer environment than it would be if you actually wrote code and deployed this to production. So mocking APIs actually saves you time, saves you money, and really puts that open API contract to work in a way that actually helps you deliver a better API in a shorter period of time. Now, once teams get their open API contract, they've iterated upon it, they've got docs, they've got these mocks, they've got everyone on the team, all the stakeholders in agreement about what this API should do. Then they're able to start generating tests that actually validate the JSON being returned as part of each response or being provided as part of each request. Checking that there's proper status codes and consistent HTTP status codes being returned, that the schema, the data actually that's part of the API response is valid against the API contract. So the open API acts as a contract and has all the details. We want to validate that with each API request, and writing tests that do that is how we validate those contracts. But then these APIs are also going to be dependent on other systems and other APIs. So we also want to do integration testing, and you can auto-generate a lot of those tests based upon these open API definitions. And then we can use each of those API calls in what's considered workflow testing, which allow us to actually mimic specific business processes. So for example, we have an API that allows us to add a product to a shopping cart. We have the ability to then check out of that cart and actually apply our billing information, and then send an email and an invoice once that order is complete. So those are 4 or 5 different API calls that need to be made. We can actually define a test that works all the way through that workflow and actually tests all of those, because we have each of those APIs defined as an open API that allows us to automate a lot of that creation and definition of those workflows. But ultimately, really, API testing or open API driven testing is about defining contracts and then validating those contracts that they're still working. So all of this, when we're looking at adopting open API, creating docs, we create mock representations, and then we've created tests. And all of this is considered to be part of an API first approach to delivering APIs, because again, we haven't written code. All we've been doing is defining open APIs, generating docs, generating mocks, and then we're validating those contracts. Now we can hand those contracts off to a development team to actually be developing those. And then our tests that we developed as part of this process should just work and validate those deployments once they're in production. So that kind of shows the overall life cycle of how Open API is changing how teams build APIs. And it's not just about APIs for docs. It's much more. There's other stops along the API lifecycle, like performance and security testing, code generation. There's many other ways you can put that open API to work, but docs, mocks, and testing are the core three that are part of an API first lifecycle that we see a growing number of our users. It's approaching 50% of our Postman users who responded to our State of the API survey are approaching the delivery of APIs using an API first approach with Open API at the center. So this has really dramatically shifted over the last 5 years and is a pretty serious trend that is changing how businesses are delivering their APIs. I showed how you can create tests from the Open API, but API test automation and making testing much more efficient, much more consistent, and then automated across enterprise operations is the next trend that we're seeing grow dramatically across our customer base. So what is testing automation? We talked a little bit about the types of contracts. We're going to be doing contract testing. We're going to be doing integration testing, like how do these APIs work together when they're dependent on other APIs? And then we talked about workflows, like the shopping cart order workflow. But workflow tests are very much about making sure that APIs are meeting business requirements and actually aren't just each individual API working. It's actually these APIs in a certain order meeting a specific business objective is working, and it works consistently. We can schedule that and know that it's always up and working as expected. And then we talked a little bit about performance. You can test the performance of these APIs. And then there's a growing number of security vendors and tooling makers that are emerging to help provide the ability to scan, to lock down, secure, and find vulnerabilities in APIs. And being able to do this across the growing number of APIs is proving to be a challenge. And so automation is a pretty important part of this, because we have most organizations have hundreds or thousands of APIs behind the web, mobile apps that they're building. And being able to secure those with just a human workforce is just not possible. So automating how we secure our APIs and we test our APIs is pretty important. But one of I would say the fastest growth areas in the last year when it comes to API testing and overall automation is what's considered governance. So it's not just an individual API that we're testing for contracts, for integrations and performance and security, and it's fit with an overall workflow. It's what's the design of that API? Is it consistent with other teams? Are we using our parameters and building schemas in a consistent way? So when you use APIs across different teams or different orgs, that they behave similarly and they act in some of the consistent ways. And so governance is about testing how those APIs come together, how they're designed, how they're developed, and how they're delivered. We'll talk a little bit more about governance in a little bit as a trend, because it is the fastest growing area. So we talked about how we have these different types of tests: contract, integration, performance, security. The automation portion of that is pretty critical. And there's three main ways in which we see teams automating these tests that are being built around APIs. Runners, which is a quick way to run a single contract test, security test. A human being or a developer can say, I want to run against this API. So manual execution of these tests. The second main way is using monitors, which allow you to schedule these runs on a schedule that to run the test to make sure it's being met on an hourly, every 4 hours, daily, weekly. API developers can find the schedule that works for them. and then running those monitors from multiple regions, understanding where your customers are at and what they're looking for, and trying to find a quick way to make sure their needs are being met. And then the third is within pipelines and being able to actually execute those as part of a CI/CD pipeline and running the contract integration, security, performance, and governance tests at the pipeline level. Now, all of this tooling, all of these approaches are being used in other ways beyond just testing, and they're being used to integrate with different APIs. So the same type of tooling and approaches, rather than testing the outcomes of the API, they're actually being used to move our bits and bytes around the internet. So when something happens on Twitter, we can put it into a spreadsheet. When something happens on a forum, we can add a support ticket to our central support system. So there's some essential ingredients in this integration automation, and having machine readable definitions such as collections that describe what are we integrating with, how are we doing it. And then environments are providing us with different ways for actually applying those integrations. So different types of users are involved, different types of accounts. Say we're integrating with Twitter and we may have a business account. We may have an account for a specific department. Environments allow us to switch those accounts while using the same integration collection and be a little bit more efficient in how we actually define these integrations. The collections allow us to organize those and have those available, and then teams can reuse them with environments, apply different authentication to them, and then script and automate around that. So when you pull that integration data from Twitter, you can then script filtering out only the data you need before you then pass it off to another system. So these collections and environments, coupled with authentication and scripting, are allowing for a new approach to how we integrate with APIs and how we automate that. Think services like If This Then That and Zapier, but in a much more distributed way, using common open source tools and scripting languages like JavaScript. And then again, just like with automation, testing automation, we're able to run those manually, we're able to schedule them using monitors, and we're able to integrate them in the pipeline. And this is really the key to automation and helping us scale how we're moving our business bits and bytes around the internet. Allows us to use many different SaaS applications in much more efficient ways. And then I mentioned how governance is kind of the trend within a trend when it comes to testing. And API governance is about helping reduce the friction and the chaos that exists across our operations, and allows us to be much more efficient in how we deliver APIs. I talked about how governance is about design, but really ultimately, when it comes to training, guidance, and governance, helping developers consistently deploy, manage, test, monitor, and support their APIs, and then providing a robust set of reporting that teams can use and management and leadership can use to understand what's happening across teams. But all of this is about defining consistent behavior, what teams should be doing when they deliver APIs, and then automating it so that you can report on that and scale that across teams. And so the last kind of trend that we're seeing in the Postman platform is teams going for an entirely different approach to delivering their APIs using a new serverless approach. So serverless is kind of caught fire lately across cloud providers. It's a quick way to write code, deploy code, and scale code. And this is being used to change the API lifecycle and change how teams are delivering APIs, making them more simple, scalable, and only paying for what you use. So if that API is not being called, you're not paying for its usage. And I would say that business implication is really one of the biggest changes to the lifecycle. But you can do this in multiple programming languages: Go, Python, PHP, JavaScript. Pick your language, you can do it. It's delivering compute as well as database storage behind your APIs, and then it seamlessly integrates with your gateway. So serverless APIs are really changing how we approach the API lifecycle and really shifting the landscape when it comes to how we deploy APIs and make them available. And then using an API first process that's open API driven, we're able to rapidly iterate and deliver APIs in a much quicker way. And a serverless approach really allows you to realize your multi-cloud vision, delivering APIs consistently across AWS, Google Cloud, and Azure and other platforms, and really helps you be more resilient in your API lifecycle. Hopefully all of this helps you think about the API lifecycle in some different ways, and thanks for having me.
All right. So I was just reminded of one of the things that I've always loved about working around technologists and just the people that I get to meet at Cisco or otherwise, is that there's so many people with multiple talents, a lot of which we never even get to experience or interact with until we get to know somebody, you know, because we only see how they present. And Eric, I was not aware that you were an artist, but I understand you have a drawing or something you want to share with us.
A drawing? I don't know about that.
I was just kidding. I understand there is a drawing going on. I was hoping you could say.
Yes. All right. I see. One of those wired cross situations again. We seem to keep having those, Rob. We're going to have to connect a little bit, I think.
I will study harder.
Yeah, no. We wanted to make sure we call out those of you that haven't had a chance yet. Go check out. If you go sign up or log in to DevNet, you can go sign up for our drawing we're doing. There's some good prizes being given away. I believe they're putting that info up on the screen now. If not, then they will be sending it to the Q&A panel. And that includes for all of you that I believe some of you might have just joined us a little bit ago from some of the other channels. I know they're starting to wind down and come back in. So those of you that might have caught a little bit of that last session, I do want to give a call out. You know, Postman is one of those tools that if you haven't used it, I've never done a training where we haven't used Postman at least once. And because it's so integral to everything that we do, we've actually gone and worked with Postman to publish collections for a vast majority of the products that we have out there. So if you're just trying to get started on any of our platforms, you can go out to Postman, hit the Explore button, search on Cisco, and you can find collections that you can pull right into Postman natively and go hit, say, the sandbox for your favorite platform and see how to interact with it real time, just as you're getting comfortable with the APIs of the platform and trying to understand what you might want to do with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have not been down this road maybe ever, or at least not in quite some time. But if you go do the beginner trainings on DevNet, you're going to get involved with Postman right from the first one, I believe it is. It is an indispensable tool that just keeps getting better. And Mandy, I was going to ask you, for one, I want you to set up a couple of these videos coming up. But before we get into that, in case you don't have that all exactly right now, but you were talking a little bit about the trends that Ken was talking about within Postman and how those are important to understand and be aware of.
Yes, it was a great presentation by Ken, and so many important ideas are there. And they're things that we see being discussed in our community, you know, in the industry, all of the things around test automation. We talked about mocking the APIs and having that as part of our test automation. It's incredibly important, and it really helps the whole API industry and everyone creating APIs get to this next level of how we can be building the right APIs from the beginning. He talked about using the design of the APIs, the description, and getting feedback from business stakeholders, from developers, from all those different pieces. That's something that we work on in DevNet as well. So it was great to hear him talk through that. This next section, we ask our speakers some of these questions. We heard Jemima talk about what inspires her. We also asked Ken a few questions that we're going to share with you. He's going to talk about what's his favorite DevNet tool and how that connects in. And then also he has some really great advice that I think he shares in a very fantastic and authentic way. So we're excited to have him share that with us. So Rob, that's what's coming up next.
Okay.
Is we're going to hear a little bit more from Ken, just answering those questions. Such a good presenter. We just had to have a little bit
I'm
more.
glad you guys did this. And if there was one takeaway lesson from anyone watching this too, is that the more you interact with this particular group, the more they might want to help promote you and give you a stage upon which you can share your wisdom. Obviously, you need to be sharing within these exchanges and within all these tool sets, but you might end up on a video. Let's take a look.
My favorite DevNet tooling is, I'm biased because I work at Postman, but it is the Postman collections that you guys have in the Postman network and as part of the DevNet ecosystem. So the Postman collections allow you to get up and running using Cisco APIs much quicker without a lot of friction. And so I'm pretty dependent on those collections to actually make sense of what Cisco is doing and the value that the different devices and software provides. The one piece of advice that I learned a long time ago that I hold on to and I try to share is treat everybody like they matter. I learned doing APIs and work for a record label a long time ago that the person who's the janitor today could be the CEO in 6 months. So treat everyone equally because you never know when someone's going to become your boss and you want to be treated fairly.
Well, Mandy, I'm curious if you agree with that. Treat everyone like you want to be treated. Is that really good advice?
I think it's really good advice, Rob.
Okay, all right.
I think it's really good. And I can say that I think Ken brings that to all of his work. And so it's also authentic advice from him. So really glad to have him share that with our community here today.
Is our special guest that we've got coming on here in a little while, is that a surprise or is that something we can openly talk about? Probably something I should ask you offline, huh?
I think
it's
I think we can talk about it. I think we can talk. Oh,
and
yeah.
I forgot her name. Do you mind refreshing? Who is it?
It's Susie Wee's going to be coming back to join us for the closing.
Excellent.
Yeah, if you were taking notes. So
yes, well, I am taking notes. I'm just not reading.
Yeah, we're starting to reach that point in the day where many of the channels are coming back together. We opened together. We're also going to close together. And this is a special closing because it's not just closing for the Americas track, but it's closing for all of DevNet Create that we've been here together. So Susie will be back and joining us for that.
Okay, well, perfect. Hey, Eric, I had this in my notes, and I don't think we had a chance to talk about it earlier, but one of the acquisitions that Cisco, I think it's been a completed acquisition. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the things that had come up recently was this, was ThousandEyes. And this notion that now we have visibility well beyond our own networks and how that's beginning to be incorporated. How is that kind of thing working into DevNet, and how does that play together?
Absolutely. So ThousandEyes, it is completed, and yeah, we're very excited about it. It's been a pretty whirlwind for them, so it's something that we're still building up a lot on, but it's really, really helpful, I think, to the developer audience, and we're really excited to see that they did perform that acquisition. Because what it does is it gives us a level of visibility and awareness of the global infrastructure that there was really no other way to achieve the same level of insights into the overall working. So we talked earlier when Casey Bleeker was talking about cloud. Well, suddenly when we have cloud and you're multi-cloud and you have all of your workloads running in all these different places, the ability to understand the traffic as it might flow across the internet. Normally people just assume once it hits the internet, it's all lost and it's all best effort. But ThousandEyes can actually give a lot of extra visibility as to what's happening on the internet, so you can really make informed decisions. Mm-hmm. And so that's why I'm really excited. We're actually, our last session of the day, before we get back to Susie, is going to be talking about ThousandEyes and how they view the developer audience and what resources they bring to bear for developers that are trying to grapple with how to handle applications in a modern era with all of these complex SD-WAN and everything else at play. How do you really make sure that you're able to deliver reliable and predictable applications to your users and make sure they're getting what they need?
Well, before we go to that segment, Mandy, I think you had some notes on ThousandEyes.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you didn't get to see the keynote this morning, we had Todd Nightingale and Jitu Patel, our engineering leaders in Cisco, both in the keynote. We had a great section there where Todd and Susie and Jitu talked about ThousandEyes and App Dynamics and a lot of things around this observability monitoring space. So go back and check out that recording if you have some time.
Yeah, no, that is some good stuff. And I forgot just how much I really enjoyed both Todd and G2 and the way that they spoke in detail about their organization's important partnership, if you will, with DevNet. But let's get more into ThousandEyes with Ashlock. Hans Ashlock right now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining. This DevNet Create Tech Talk is called Cloud Native Monitoring Beyond the Cluster. Today, I want to take a practical, kind of semi-hands-on look at all the stuff outside your Cloud Native's app environment that plays a huge role in the overall performance of your application and most importantly, how end users experience it. My name is Hans. I've been messing around with cloud and network automation stuff for over 20 years. It's great to be part of DevNet this time around. I've had the pleasure of doing some stuff with DevNet in the past, and it's just awesome to see how much DevNet has done to really create a true developer culture within Cisco. Just a quick note, and sort of in the spirit of collaboration, I do want to make as much code from today available on either GitHub or the DevNet Code Exchange. As ThousandEyes, we're excited to be the new kids on the block here at Cisco. I think that this is probably the first time that ThousandEyes has been involved in a DevNet like this. So because of that, I am gonna walk through some practical stuff on how to use ThousandEyes, and you can kind of do some of this stuff yourself as well. If you need a trial with ThousandEyes, you can sign up at thousandeyes.com. And again, I'll try and make as much code available as I can. So what do we mean by beyond the cluster? The answer is relatively simple. Yesterday the craze was, cloud native and Kubernetes, right? And it still is for really important reasons. But today you hear the topic the edge a lot, and a topic is hot when Gartner has a new term, and when that new term is pronounced SASE, right? So I'm sure a lot of you have heard that term, Secure Access Edge. Recently had this great quote, ran across this great quote from Kelsey Hightower that I think is really timely and captures a lot of what I want to talk about and work through today. And this is his quote that he put up about a week ago, which is if you're stuck on-prem and starting to feel like you missed out on the cloud native movement, just start calling it edge and consider your digital transformation complete. So obviously there's some humorous cynicism there, but it also touches on the reality of where businesses are at when it comes to cloud native. And the reality is that it's kind of easy to think about like cloud native as this, sort of island in and of itself, right? And while this thing here, this Kubernetes app with a bunch of services and stuff is by no means simple. That's why we have observability and open tracing and all this stuff that's going on in CNCF around observability, and it's such a big deal these days. The reality is your cloud native app and your application of the future is probably something more like this, with a bunch of external services, a host of external services that sit between you and your customers. So your CDN providers, cloud web application firewalls, and DDoS mitigation services, and smart DNS, and everything in between. And then on the back end, there's kind of another edge that is the growing number of cloud API and cloud-based services that our applications depend on. So anything from messaging like Twilio, or payment services, and API gateways, and identity management, and all the other services that your application depend on that isn't part of that cloud native microservices that you've developed. Even services that are legacy applications or services, or databases that might still be running on a data center. These all make up what really is your application. So while observability deals with, for the most part, the core application, I want to take a hands-on look at all the external stuff and look at three kind of key gaps and how we can address them. One is between the user and the edge. The other is from the user to kind of exercise backend services with browser transactions. And then the third is your application to those cloud services or your on-prem applications. So for called Boutique, this is based on the Google Microservices Demo app. It's running on Google GKE Kubernetes. We have 2 actual CDNs, Fastly and Cloudflare, that are fronting the application, and then a number of backend API services that are being used with our backend services, Twilio and Stripe, and an API gateway that we're using for processing payments. So this is all up and running, and like I said, I'll try and make as much code available as possible. So let's jump in and look practically at how we can set up monitoring to address these different gaps and vantage points and see beyond the cluster. So the first one is global, your global user footprint to your application edge and the origin. And so the goal here is that we want to look at our global user footprint. That could be customers, it could be employees, to your service front door. That is your edge. And we want to do this from as many global locations as possible so we can get a real world picture of how that edge is performing wherever your users are connecting from. And so how do we do this in ThousandEyes? We can jump over and take a look in ThousandEyes. So I'm going to jump to our test settings in ThousandEyes. If you've never seen ThousandEyes, this is your first time, I'll give you a small overview of setting up some of these tests. So we're in ThousandEyes, we're under our boutique environment. I have 3 tests that I've set up. One to each of our CDNs, Cloudflare and Fastly, and then one to our directly to our origin server. And I'm doing this by targeting different URLs. So we have different domain names that target each of the CDN specifically, and then the origin. You know, typically you would probably use a DNS service to do some smart intelligence to figure out if you have a multi-CDN deployment, what CDN you'd want to route external traffic to. But in this case, we're targeting our different CDNs and our origin directly, so we can see all of that performance and information from the end user to that front door. And so really quickly, how is this set up in ThousandEyes? We create a new test, and we're going to create what we call a page load test, which is sort of at the top of the application stack. We're going to generate synthetic traffic to our application front door. The target URL is this boutique, Acme Corporation, and then this specific URL is going to be targeting Cloudflare. The other 2 URLs are going to be targeting Fastly and Origin. So we set up this test. We're just using 4 agents. These are our global vantage points. We're using 1 in London and 3 in North America. There's a lot that we could choose from if we really wanted to. Across every continent and every country, so we've got a lot of different options for visibility depending on what kind of scope and breadth we want. But for this, we just set up 4 of these so we can get a general sense of what things look like. The other thing, if you're not familiar with ThousandEyes, that I just want to call out is that in addition to the sort of application level tests that we're generating, if you think in terms of application stack, we're also generating HTTP, network, and BGP tests. So we've got these tests running, and I want to look really quickly at what do we see now that we have these tests set up from the outside in. What kind of thing can we see? I've got these tests configured, and they've been running for a number of days now, and I'm capturing data so I can kind of go back in time, sort of like a replay recorder here, and I can see all of the metrics and data that we're capturing. And I want to look at page load times because that's one of the most important metrics in terms of understanding how end users are really experiencing our site. So what do I see that from the data that we're capturing that it looks like there's something going on that was happening on the 27th, just a couple days ago, and we're looking from the vantage point of our London location, and we're looking at Cloudflare. Now, if we look over at Fastly, and our test to the origin, we don't see this spike in page load times. So it looks like there's something that is going on with our London vantage point to Cloudflare. So immediately we can see a lot of really interesting information about how our different providers are behaving from different locations around the world. From here, I can jump down and look at some of the different layers of data that we're capturing. I can look at the server, HTTP server metrics. I can see that there's some increase in server response time. And ultimately, I can drill all the way down and look at our network metrics, as well as the end-to-end path visualization from our vantage point. So I want to look at this London, England vantage point and zoom in on that and see if we can see anything. Sure enough, there's a significant amount of network latency. We're going from around 1 millisecond on average to in excess of 200 or 300 milliseconds of network latency. And our path visualization tells us that this network latency is actually coming from the peering between the UK Internet Exchange and Cloudflare. So in just a matter of seconds or minutes, I've been able to take our vantage points that we have set up and identify some real world issues that are impacting our digital experience. And that was a real world event that was happening. I didn't fabricate any of that. So the next thing that we want to look at is what additional insight can we get by setting up browser transactions. Browser transactions allow us to exercise the actual website and perform things like adding things to the cart and maybe ordering an item. So that's what we have set up. And the goal there is to get deeper insights into what backend services are being exercised when we perform those actions. From here, we have a number of tests set up in ThousandEyes. And just like the page load test, it's exactly the same, except that we're actually running some transaction scripts here that are adding an item to our cart and then actually making an order purchase. And so if we look at those views, I've got this set up already so that we can take a look at something that we've found in the real world. We can track this back-end order time, and we can see that that during the 29th for a couple hours, just yesterday, there was a significant decrease in the performance of that back-end service. And that's not something that we would be able to see just by running an HTTP or a page load test. So that really tells us a lot about the behavior of our application from different locations. Now, from there, what we want to do is we really want to drill down even further. I can look down in the network test and the HTTP server test. I'm not going to do that because I know that there's no network issues that are causing this on the front end. Those tests wouldn't show it because, again, those tests are hitting the front door. And what we're seeing is the behavior of the backend service. So to get that additional insight, I need to shift from sort of an outside-in visibility to testing from the cluster itself to those backend services. And to do this, I'm going to deploy ThousandEyes agent onto the Kubernetes cluster itself. And I'm not going to talk through the details of how to do that. ThousandEyes doesn't have a real formal recommendation on what deployment type to use, but the ThousandEyes agents can be deployed as Docker containers. And so I'm deploying this on this Kubernetes cluster as a stateful stet, so that it persists over time, and it's on the same node as the service that I want to monitor, which is our backend payments service. Once we have that set up, I set up a number of tests to our backend services, our payments API gateway, Stripe, and Twilio as well. And once we have those tests set up, I can jump into that same view to see kind of the timeline view of those metrics. And from there, I can see, and I've actually got all these API tests set up. So I've got one test that's targeting our API gateway. I've got one that's targeting Stripe API, and another that's targeting Twilla's API. And I can look at all that data kind of aggregated together. And there is a significant increase in HTTP server response time. And that, if I look at kind of the overview here, it's clearly coming from our payments API service. So our average response time for some of these other cloud services is, around 400, 500 milliseconds. But our response time for our payments API gateway is over 2 seconds. Now that I have this ThousandEyes agent deployed within the cluster, I can drill down to get more insights and to see if, in fact, this is something like a network issue. So if I do that, I drill down into the network layer test and look at the path visualization. I can actually see if I select that API server, the latency is coming from an increase in network latency. So what we're seeing is network degradation on the back end, maybe in the internet. Looks like here it has to do, there's network loss hitting our API server, which is hosted in Amazon. And that network latency is causing server response time delays. And ultimately, that is causing the end user to experience that as a degraded performance on the application. So we've gone from the external user, from global vantage points, hitting our application front end all the way to the back end and to the back end cloud API services, and seen how something like network latency can actually spiral and trigger a degradation in performance that is experienced by the user. And not only that, we've been able to quickly identify exactly where those issues are occurring, even if those issues are located somewhere out in the internet, which we would not have been able to detect with something that might have just been doing observability in the cluster itself. So that's a great example of why it's so important to get that kind of visibility, even for something like a cloud native application. There's a lot of dependency on these external services. Now, just kind of as a bonus, one other thing that we can do is, now that this ThousandEyes agent is running in our cluster, we can set up tests to the CDN edge nodes themselves that are targeting our origin server. And this is something that is maybe a little bit more of a science experiment, but in the spirit of DevNet, I think I'll put this code up, and it's something to play with. But some simple scripting, and we can go parse our HTTP logs and actually figure out where those IP addresses are coming from, and set up tests targeting those CDN endpoints. So to wrap up, with all of this together, what might we want to do next? One obvious thing is to set up, some dashboards and reports that provide, kind of a high-level overview of your global application performance. And then I mentioned some APM tools. Another clear next step would be to integrate some of this information with a tool like AppDynamics that's doing some of the more deep application monitoring at the cloud native and in the data center to get full end-to-end visibility of the application. So I hope this was insightful and provided a practical view into how to address all of the challenges that you might see outside the cluster. If you have any questions, just message me on Twitter or find out what I'm doing on GitHub. And again, we'll make as much code available there or on DevNet Create. And I hope you enjoy all the rest of the great talks and learning resources that are available. Thanks.
All right. So thank you so much to Hans there, and welcome back to all the other channels. If I didn't get a chance to say at this point, I think everybody is finished with their individual sessions and hope you found it all extremely valuable. And I teased that we were going to have a very special guest. And of course, I forgot her name, and Mandy reminded me. And so as I look at my notes now, I realize it's Susie Wee. Please welcome Susie Wee to the broadcast. How you doing, Susie?
Hi there, Rob. It's great to see you. Thanks for remembering my name.
I know I can't really forget, but I can.
I'm just kidding.
It's been a theme today. Anyway, I'm going to turn it over to you because I think you've got some closing points you want to make.
Yeah, no, I just want to thank everybody. I mean, it's been a tremendous day, a tremendous 21 hours, with DevNet Create around the globe. And I know that you've all been active. There's lots of APIs going on, lots of talks, lots of start nows, lots of advanced topics. We had a lot of fun. So Mandy, tell me about some of what you've heard out there as well.
It's been, like you said, an amazing 21 hours. I think I stayed up way too late last night, and I've been I'm having a great time today. One of the things that's been really exciting to see is that some of the traditions that we have with our in-person events have found a new way of existing in our virtual events, which is really exciting. And one of those is, if anyone's been to a DevNet Zone, you know that getting a selfie with Susie is a big part of the DevNet Zone. And there's lots of selfies with Susie that take place there. And what's so great is people have found a way to do this in our virtual events as well, where they're taking selfies with the virtual screen, and they're getting selfies with Susie, with Chuck Robbins, with Todd Nightingale and G2, and all kinds of members of the DevNet community. So we have a couple of those selfies with Susie that we would like to share. We're just going to run through a couple of those slides that we saw from social media, and there's a lot more out there. So we'll just kind of advance through these rather quickly, and you can see some of the talks throughout the day that have been there. So we can go to the next one. So here's another one, selfie with Susie, and it's so great to see everybody from different locations, all over the world being able to do this. So fantastic. Now I'm going to turn it back over to you, Susie, to talk some about our partners.
Oh, thank you, Mandy. Oh, and thank you all for taking the selfies. You know that I love taking selfies with you. We got a great view together, and then I'll turn on those recursive selfies. So I'll do that recursive selfie with your selfies and get those on now after the event. So let me also thank our DevNet Specialized partners. So, we know that a number of our partners have made it to that next level of DevNet specializations. So congratulations to Miradot, to Presidio, to NetCloud. Congratulations to our first advanced DevNet Specialized partner, WWT. So we really appreciate all that you're doing to invest in here. And we know that, you are all very active in the DevNet community and then showing it with the practices that you're offering to your customers. Also on the next slide is that, Mandy, we've had a lot of highlights today and a lot of fun, over these times. So automation was a key theme, so some of the question, so the real question ought to be what's not possible, what's not possible with everything that you all do. And I know that I'm motivated by all of you. So when I see you learning your new skills, when I see you coming together as a community, I used to think DevNet was about people learning skills and empowering them through what they learn. But it's also about innovation and about what you guys do together as we form a community and work together to solve through these. So amazing work. Go ahead, Mandy.
Yeah, there were so many great moments throughout the day. Like you said, the video where the community really got to say what they are finding possible with automation was really exciting, as well as the video that showed, how our community started with our CCIEs and built forward through to the DevNet class of 2020. So many great comments from people that really connected with that video, wanted to see it, wanted the direct links. A lot of great requests around that.
Yeah, and if I could jump in on that, as we created that video, like that story, we went through every word in that. And I just want to tell you that, from the bottom of my heart, from the DevNet team's heart, that's what we believe. So, the way that those CCIEs of 1993 just created the whole world of IP networking and putting businesses online was key. And we feel like we're at that same kind of point of inflection in the industry now with the DevNet certifications, as we move to a programmable infrastructure. And we just think it's amazing to have all of us joining in here together in this world of applications meeting infrastructure.
Yes, that was definitely a highlight and a theme that has shown up in so many of the questions, so many of the comments that we've seen. A few of the other highlights, we have a new member of the DevNet team, Duan, who has joined, and he has been a member of our community forever, but today he's officially part of the team, and this was his first event, and that was a really great thing for the community, so we wanted to give a shout out to him. Susie, I don't know if you want to say anything there.
Yeah, no, it's so great. I mean, so, we work together so actively in the community. We appreciate our community members, like Duan, and, we will be expanding, his community, with the DevNet community, just ensure that we're all working together to push forward and empower more people, create more jobs, really, really get us going. And there he has Chuck, as he took his selfie with Chuck. And, it was a big thing to have Chuck Robbins come in. He planned to join us at the in-person DevNet Create that we wanted to have, back in March. And he made a point to come back and really talk to all of you. And I hope that you could all understand that he has just been, such an important person in supporting DevNet. The reason being because he understands what you all can do. He understands the community. He understands our partner ecosystem. He understands the importance of programmability and how important this is all to just innovating into our future together.
Yeah. It's been fantastic to see Chuck in the keynote this morning. And like you said, we were so excited he was going to be here in person. We're glad he could join the virtual version as well. A couple other things that came up today. We had a special musical guest. At DevNet Day, Cisco Live, we had Tom and Hank's amazing Sandbox rap battle. And for DevNet Create, Tom went even further. He recorded a whole song with amazing lyrics about Sandbox, and super clever, super talented. It's been a big hit throughout the day with people asking to rewatch it. And I think it's just raised the bar on, the musical talent that we're going to see it create.
And that's what I love about the DevNet community is just, we have so many skills. Like, who knew that we had, not only coding skills and everything there, but musical skills.
Absolutely. We actually saw some of our Amir host as well, Julio Gomez, also did some music for us. So a lot of fun stuff throughout all the tracks. And then, Devi has been zooming around the planet in his little airplane, and he's been sort of the thread that has tied together this virtual event, and people have been sending him all kinds of fun shout outs and things throughout the day. And then we even had people presenting from this beautiful beach where one of our partners was presenting from, and that got a lot of attention and call outs today as well.
John King from SoftServe, so, making us very jealous with palm trees in the background, crashing waves, but still pushing forward, working on his code, programmability, building up their partners based on DevNet. So way to balance work and fun.
Yeah, and we've had some great, milestones reached. We crossed over that 1 million streaming minutes that were watched during the event, which was amazing to see. And we've been seeing people joining from countries literally all over the world. I think 245 different countries and territories have joined in to create and watched a lot of what the community's been building. So those are some of the highlights from today, as well as some of the things we're going to continue to talk about.
So Mandy, we also had the Secure Code Warrior Challenge, and I believe that you're going to announce the winners now.
Yes. So this was a really fun event, completely new to DevNet Create. Secure Code Warrior does a challenge around application security. So learning to write code in a secure way that protects against a lot of common attacks. They hosted a challenge for us where people were competing for leaderboards throughout the day. We had a winner for each region and then an overall winner as well. So the winner for Amir was Bwana Yadav. APJC was Jamie Watts, and Americas was Corey Davis. And I believe that Bwana was our overall winner as well. So congrats to all of the Secure Code Warrior winners.
Awesome. Thank you for everybody who participated. And, once again, congratulations to the winners. But, we're all having fun, upping our game, and doing really important things in all of this.
And anyone that did any of the challenges today or any of the hands-on labs, please send us feedback. We're always looking at what did you find to be really fun? What did you find to be challenging? What did you learn and take away from it? The other exciting thing we had today was we announced our DevNet Creator Award winners. So I want to turn it back over to Susie to talk through those.
Yes, and I know that Mandy introduced them in each of the sessions, but I just also wanted to bring it all together now that we've unveiled all of them, because we unveiled them in each region as Debbie went around the globe. But congratulations to our DevNet Creator Award winners. We know that this is really important to us because we feel like all of you in our DevNet community are the heroes. Like, you're the ones doing phenomenal work, build up your skills to be able to impact your own business, putting these new capabilities into practice, and you're all doing it while contributing back to the community and really helping others. And that's really what makes the DevNet community really, really run. And so I just want to thank you for all of that. So the DevNet Creator Awards are there to really recognize those of you who are really working hard and contributing back. So congratulations to our APJC DevNet Creator Award winners. So Jungnam Kim and also Daiki Higuchi. So 2 great winners in APJC, and we have a lot of activity. Congratulations to both of you. As we went around the globe into EMEAR, so as we are working across there, we have our DevNet Creator Award winners there. So the next slide, please. So here we have Paolo Mancini, Matthias Prokop, and Yanis Theodoridis. So congratulations to all of you. And once again, thank you for all of your efforts and what you've contributed and also in what you are giving back. You've done so much. And today we went into, in the last part of the day, we came into the Americas. And I want to congratulate Derek Winchester, Meredith Rose, Dexter Park, and Jeff Andiorio. So once again, huge contributions within your own companies as well as with the industry and giving back to the community. So thank you for all that you've done and congratulations. So as we bring this all together, we have so much in our certifications. We talked earlier about the video, about, what you're doing to skill up, to build these new just capabilities for the industry. And, because of you, at your request, we created those Cisco DevNet certifications to go ahead and complement our CCNA, CCNP, CCIE certifications. So Mandy, go ahead, take this away.
Yes, thank you. So this has been a theme throughout the day. We've heard about people during the day booking their first DevNet exam and really taking that challenge and jumping in to be in this class of 2020. We're getting, pretty close to the end of 2020, amazingly. It doesn't feel like it sometimes, but we are. And so we're really excited about, recognizing everyone who will be in the class of 2020. We also have a special promotion going on right now for 25% off of all of the DevNet exams. And we had some feedback during the day. Originally, the promotion was really targeted. We want to make it really targeted for our DevNet Create family. And so there was a date that you had to take the test by November 6th. People have been saying, I got started on Start Now channel today. I want more time to study. And so we're going to extend that date to be the end of November. So you still have to register in these days right around Create, get your voucher, sign up, pick your date to take the exam, but you'll have until the end of November to actually sit for the test. So we'll be making those updates and we'll be spreading the information on that, make sure everyone has it. But we did want to give people that wanted to be there and be part of it just that little bit of extra time to be able to study.
Awesome. And, again, just to go back to the video and the story that we told there is just what we really believe. Again, going back to those CCIEs in 1993, I don't know that you guys, those of you who are those 1993 CCIEs, if you knew you were making history at that time, because you're probably out there doing the work, installing networks, getting businesses online. But now we look back and we know, that's legendary. So those of you who earned your CCIEs in 1993 are truly legendary. This is probably how you feel now, right? As you're in working on DevNet, looking in Start Now, getting through, these APIs and, really just figuring out how to use APIs to automate an infrastructure or put applications on top of an infrastructure. Well, you'll be in the DevNet class of 2020. And I do believe that we're going to look back at this time and say, wow, those were real trailblazers, really, you'll be the legends of tomorrow. So I encourage you to really jump into here and thank you for that. So next, what I want to do is just thank our hosts around the globe. It was a really big deal for us to, to put DevNet Create online. And I hope you can see that the team really put in a lot of effort, and we are so proud that we were able, and happy that we were able to extend this conference. Usually we have about 400 to 500 people who attend in person. We had always had it in our dreams, actually, to extend this virtually so that we could get a broader audience of some people who may never get to go to an in-person conference. But I think that we had achieved that now, and it got to feature more of our community members and let more people participate. I want to thank our hosts from around the globe. I know that if you are watching these different broadcasts, then you were very, very intimate and just aware of what they were all doing, and as they led us through it. We have our creators, our APIs in action, our Start Now. So just thank you to all of our hosts around the globe for all that you've done. And also I want to thank, going to the next slide, is just to thank our community. I want to thank all of the speakers. I want to thank all of the organizers. I want to thank all of the attendees. Again, you are all the ones who made this all work, especially our speakers who were first ready to present in person in March, and then went through and updated all of their work to include the latest, results that they've had since then and really share them with all you here. Our organizers, you can tell that, our team has put so much behind this in our community members. So thank you to all of you. Mandy, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to echo that, the energy, the authenticity, the welcomingness of the community that shows up through these events. That's what I want to thank everybody for. It takes everyone to bring that energy and everyone to help answer each other's questions. And in the keynote, Todd Nightingale mentioned that our DevNet community is starting to really accelerate around the community and how that comes together. And that's really true, and it's a great thing to see. So just thank you for being here. Thanks for bringing your enthusiasm, for trying new things, for bringing your creativity. And we appreciate all of our speakers and community members, because you're what makes this happen.
And now I believe what we're going to do is go around the globe to hear a little bit from our different hosts from around the world. So Rob, are you going to roll in some of our hosts?
Yeah, I think we do have some videos that we're going to roll into here. That's what I was just trying to confirm exactly what we had next. And unless I see any videos playing, I'm going to assume we don't. Well, this
Hello, my Cisco partners. My name is Mohammed Abdel, and I am a part of the Global Partner Organization. I'd like to ask you to really invest some time to know DevNet. DevNet is a great platform for you to differentiate your services, your offers. This is what would make your solutions fit your customer demands. You should investigate and take a look at the specialization for partners that was just introduced. Take advantage of that. We love our partners. We want to make sure that you are taking advantage of everything that will make you different. DevNet will definitely help you do that. Thank you and good luck.